Greetings, greetings, greetings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope y'all had a good weekend, man. Good weekend. A lot of market data coming out here. A lot of news. A lot of news is out here, you guys. So we're gonna go over everything here. The first 30 minutes here, you guys. Y'all kind of be wearing with me. Throat a little parched here, making some music over the weekend. Lost my voice, stuff like that. But I'm good, man. I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong. I'm just gonna, be talking a little chill here today, just to save some energy on my voice here and try to get my voice back to normal speed here. Crypto's up here this morning. Bitcoin's doing good. You got Ethereum's up. So looking all right here. Still here at the low end on the indices, SPY and stuff like that coming off the weekend. Bunch of market data, but I do want to go over the description and disclaimer with you guys before we get started here today. We got 2 minutes before the opening bell. As I said, today is Monday, March the 14th. 2022, and yeah, we're chilling right here. It's 2 minutes before the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all had a good weekend. What you did in the comment section, man. Whatever you did this weekend, send that in the comment section, man. We gonna we're gonna drop some emojis on that. Some money emojis, depending on what you did here this weekend. But yeah, that's where we're at right now, though. We are live here. Shit don't never come up to the top. I don't like that shit. But anyway, though, ladies and gentlemen, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it here. The opening bell is about to kick off. It looks like all the indices are in the green here. The Nasdaq is in the red, so we might even be mixed here. Let me see 1 second. We're gonna try to find some market briefings. Everything, man, everything. We're gonna go over the news over the weekend with you guys here shortly. China stocks fall as COVID-19 locks down cause concern. So China shut down. China re-shut down apparently due to COVID-19. Is they had a bad spike over there. Ding 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 ding. Market is open here. So let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. The market is open. But yeah, it looks like China stocks are falling here badly. So not looking good for old China, Chinatown, China. Not looking good at all. Excuse me. So let's see where we're gonna start with the Amazon. So Amazon popped up here. They're up 8 at the opening here. They're popping. You hear that pop noise? Pop, 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 pop. Okay, so I got my pop sound. When I hear something pop from now on, you guys, that's the noise I will be making. If I say Amazon's going up, you're gonna hear that right there. If I say Tesla's going up, you're gonna hear that from now on. If I say Spot's going up, okay. So just giving you guys a little example. Found me a new little sound effect. But yeah, man, my voice really not feeling too strong, so not too much I can really say here besides what I need to today. So I'm gonna try to keep it like that. Um, Triple Q's right here, back at the middle, right here, starting out in the spot, trying to go up here, starting out. I am seeing a big sell off here. Amazon is actually going up now. They're up 16 here. Remember, they still got a stock split, you guys. So let's kind of be positive and respectful about that. Know what's going on there. Tesla is selling off. They're down 20 here at the opening bell. They tagged 772 here, and they just really been selling here. So I would be careful with the Tesla right now. They're down here badly. I'm seeing nothing but, whoa, a lot of red deer caught that just in time. So you just saw Tesla pull back again here. So not looking good for Tesla at all over there. I do want to daggone join the smart money here when they say follow it. But you also want to be a little cautious here. Tesla is dumping though, you guys. So I would definitely be eyeing them here today. They're down 25. This is a pretty good price for Tesla right here, though. Apparently below 780, they dump all the way back to 700. Everyone's been hollering that. I don't see that happening. I do see maybe like a slow bleed here to 750 possibly, and then you can convince me that things can go to that caliber. Um, yeah, but they are selling though right now currently though, you guys. So we'll definitely be cautious to that. Premiums are shooting up here on Tesla. Um, it looks like the 800 level is done here. Um, that's what it looks like really bad with Tesla. Like the 800 level really is done here, you guys. They are flooring it here. Straight selling here at the opening here. So just keep your eye out on Tesla, man. Down 30 right here, only been 4 minutes. So they're not really fooling around there today at Tesla. I do want to get into some market data here this week. We have a bunch of it. So let's get into it here. It's only been 4 minutes since the opening bell. And we're going to get into some information here. Looks like we got Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell, he speaks this week. Species unknowns left by 6-0, weight 169. So this was sent to me, so I just want to share it with you guys. So I see is the market takes Powell's words. He's going to be talking to here Wednesday after Fed minutes and explaining everything here. Spot's coming down right now, 420 low end. So yeah, Jerome Powell here, he speaks. Tesla's still selling off, you guys. So this is what he does Wednesday. He's going to be talking about the interest rate decision, his FOMC statement. All that is Wednesday. FOMC economic projections here, and then you're gonna have him speak here at 2:30. Following all of that, hey, Tesla's still selling, you guys. 758 there, so they're still selling off, you guys. Be very cautious right now. Their market is definitely dumping. Tesla 756. They're still selling off, you guys. They're down $38. Um, looking really bad over there at Tesla right now. Um, yeah, Elon Musk, he should shut his trap sometimes, and he tweets a lot. Sometimes that gets him in trouble. Sometimes he should shut his trap, and that wouldn't be happening. But maybe he did it for a reason. You know, it's Elon. But here are the top 5 things to note this week. Basically, just Fed rate hike, Powell speech, U.S. inflation data, retail sales, earnings here. You got FedEx, GameStop, Russia-Ukraine crisis headlines. May the trading guys be with you guys. That's another piece of news there. Let's see economic data this week. You got producer price inflation Tuesday. Fed Manufacturing Index Tuesday, Fed Policy Decision Wednesday, Retail Sales Wednesday, Jobless Claims Thursday, Philly Fed Manufacturing Index Thursday, Housing Starts Thursday, Existing Home Sales Friday, ladies and gentlemen. So just getting you guys updated here on some market news here. What the market is kind of anticipating here this week. And that's pretty much it. There is three more things that you probably would want to know here. And if you don't want to know five, really try to key in three. The Fed rate hike. You got Russia-Ukraine jitters, obviously, and commodity rallies. See if that's going to continue. See if the commodity will continue to rally. As of right now, the market is selling here, though, at the open in 7 minutes. Tesla is the worst here, down $33. Keep an eye out on them. VIX is still at 30 here. My Discord is going off. So yeah. That's just what it is. That's just what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So China records more COVID cases this year than all of 2021. The Nasdaq's down 38%. We got a mixed market here. We'll take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Early bird gets the worm. You're up. You're getting to it. I salute it. Just
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep on. Stand in my own lane. I'm just lending money, lending money, lending money, lending money. Make the money, make the money. Just lend this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this check, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rat. Finesse, finesse,
You're a QT man.
finessing, finessing. One right, go spizzy. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that right, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito Lay. I got options, yeah, for days, I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowling, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break. It is 9:44 a.m. 15 minutes into the open. 15 minutes since the opening. You're seeing the market bounce back here to the upside here. The Nasdaq is in the almost in the green, almost. About to flip here. The Dow's up 40%. The S&P 500 is 22%. The Nasdaq's up 1%. So we do have the market in the green here, low green. That was the bottom there. It bounced off of it swiftly here. Don't know if it'll retest those lows. That was pretty low there. It was looking like it was really about to go down there for a second, but they did pick it up. Found support at 419. It might keep that support there for a while. So we have pulled back and basically just bounced back to the middle here, where we started at this morning. Actually, the spot's up $1 now. Triple Qs is up here leading the way up here. 325. The VIX just opened up at $31.42. So I will keep an eye on the VIX here. The VIX is opening high here. So let's keep an eye out on that, man. Let's keep an eye out on that here. Nothing really too much going on. Let me see. That was a huge reversal there on Tesla, though. Hopefully you could have caught that bottom there. I really don't see Tesla going back to those lows again here today. It's going to take a lot. That was a lot. They just had an opportunity to really flush Tesla there and didn't take advantage of the situation. So it's going to be a lot behind that. It's going to be a lot behind that. Shout out to Tom Brady, though. He came out of retirement early. Said It's been 2 months. He said he couldn't do it no more. He said he needed to play football again after he's played for 40 plus years. Oh man, so yeah, shout out to Tom Brady here. Shout out to Deshaun Jackson, man. It was a lot of football news. I mean, not Jackson, excuse me, but Watson. It was a lot of football news coming out over the weekend for real. In the middle of March Madness this month too. But Deshaun Watson, they tried to have their rape charges over him. He ain't even do it. You feel me? So he good. He in the clear. He can get back to the league. That's what's up, man. That is what's up, man. You females out here, y'all pitiful, man. Y'all pitiful, man. I always trying to get somebody bag, but just won't get your own. I don't get it. I really don't. That's sad. But shout out to Deshaun Watson though, man. He stayed silent through all of that, man. You feel me? Tesla coming back up here though, only down 15 now. So like I said, man, that was really huge there. Like now 756 bottom. You get your own. That's mine. 756 bottom, and then it's up here at 782 here, you guys. Man, wow. This is a huge reversal here I'm seeing here on Tesla. It could just be resetting that whole drop here again, possibly too, though. I don't see it, though. That was a huge bounce, though. That was a $30 bounce. It's still going here now. So, Bears kind of got what they wanted. Bulls got it right back here where they wanted. Let's see where it goes next here. It's 9:48 a.m. Still no market briefings. I see y'all in the comment section saying nice recovery on Tesla. Yeah, I think so too. That was a huge pump. Yeah, I think so too. It's still going though, so this is the real thing here too. This is a lot of green candles here. If you're a bear right now and you were still holding, you are clapped right now. I know for a fact. Um, you didn't get out at the bottom. You should have learned something there, or you learning something now. For sure, because they really reversed that like really quickly, you guys. Like the market sold off for probably about 10 minutes, and we bounced right back up here to the open and where we were at a little bit higher here. So just holding up our gains here overall market, not selling off, no flush still. Still probably waiting for all the information I showed you guys earlier. Probably in play here right now. But no briefings though, like I said. So I don't want to do too much talking today, you guys. My voice is a little scratchy, hoarse. I don't like this. So I'm gonna just continue to play some tunes here. And when I find a briefing, we'll definitely pull it up. If I feel like I need to say something important, I'll definitely say it. But until then, charts and numbers, you guys. Charts and numbers. It's Monday morning, you guys. You made it. You made it through the weekend. It's a brand new week. It's a brand fresh new week to start off to get more money, you guys. More money than you had last week. Keep that in mind, you guys. We'll be back right after the break. The SPY is going up. 421 on the SPY. A little bit over the middle here. But not out the woods yet. Not out the woods. We're still down. The market is still down. Tesla just bounced back up, you guys. Shit is really fucked up right now, man. But the market is in the green here. Low greens here, that is. The Nasdaq's up 5%. The S&P 500 is up about 23%. The Dow's up 41%, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 9:50 a.m. Go wake up your friends, get the cold out your eye, go brush your teeth, go check the mail. The birds are chirping. Wake up. Yawn, stretch, run in place, jog in place, move around, get the blood flowing. Let's go. Wake up. Good morning.
All right. It's busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. Shot there. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fifth. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool life, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's my rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
You already know who it is, nigga. Chase a bag. Plays coming, nigga. Them J's stalking, nigga. I'm pulling up. Them J's hot, them J's. Plays calling, J's stalking, bitch. I'm ballin'. I'm pulling up. For the three like James Harden, no turbo loop. I've been the king, go ask your shorty. She slurp me up and let me down like what you call. I say them plays calling, them J's stalking, bitch, I'm ballin'. And they pulling up for the three like James Harden, no turbo loop. I've been the king, go ask your shorty. She slurp me up and let me down like what you call it. Bitches say they waiting on me, niggas steady hating on me. Put me in the game, coach the streets, they been waiting on me. Up grinding all night, like it ain't no early morning. Sleeping on you niggas, cause best believe I'm getting money. Come and get you some of this pressure, it's that bird. I'm rolling up 3.5, it's berserk. You take one hit, then you peel it at your shirt. I keep that jammer on me, I keep that hammer on me. You play with me, boy, then I smoke you like baloney. Plays calling Jay, stalking, boy, you know my verse retarded. Snapping on this beat, I'm heavy cam like I'm Young Money. I say them plays calling, I say them plays calling. I say I make them all day, I say I make them all night. I don't give a fuck if it take me 9 flights, but I'm coming 29 late, yeah, 9 times. I don't give a fuck, cause 9 times 9, yeah, 81 I get it done. Niggas come and play you dumb. I don't give a fuck, cause now I got that Tommy gun. No, I got that Tommy fun. Them Tommy funs. I got a Tommy gun. You play with me, you done. This track been done, but I'ma go till it run off like it's finished, like it's finished, but I'm done. Them plays calling, play calling. Jay stalking, bitch, I'm ballin'. I'm pulling up for the three like James Harden, no turbo loop. I been the king, go ask your shorty. She slurp me up and let me down like what you call. I say them plays calling, them Jay stalking, bitch, I'm ballin'. I'm pulling up for the three like James Harden, no turbo loop. I been the king, go ask your shorty. She slurp me up and let me down like what you call it, gang.
K-Dub.
Niggas always hating, man. You ain't lying. Just a young nigga out here, man. Trying to make it. Trying to chase this bag. Always. Tell me why they hating, homie, cause I'm jigging in these streets. And these streets been waiting on me. Tell me why they hating on me, cause I'm jigging in these streets. And these streets been waiting on me. Tell me why they hating on me. Tell me why they hating, homie. I'm jigging in these streets, they been waiting on me. Is that why they hating, homie? I don't know, nigga. All I know, nigga. All I know is niggas out here hating on me, bitches out here waiting on me, going off the top, cause the top where I'm at, homie. You niggas hating on me, I don't feel. Carry my tool with me, so I don't near 'em. I just veer 'em. Meant veer 'em. Going back again, yeah, I hear 'em. They sneak this and petty chopping it up. I don't give a fuck, cause I be whopping it up with fatty. Yeah, just like spaghetti. Noodles with the cheese. Nigga, you can squeeze on your tube, on that tube. When I'm looking in your eyes, it dude, I'ma hit him in his heart to let him know there's feelings everywhere. I ain't playing from that chopper, from that Mac, from that Glock. I'm going off the top. Tell me why they hating, homie, cause I'm jigging in these streets, and these streets been waiting on me. Tell me why they hating on me, cause I'm jigging in these streets, and these streets been waiting on me. Tell me why they hating on me. All these niggas know why they hate. I don't give a fuck. My paper got no rate. It's going up today. It's 2:15 a.m. I don't give a fuck. I spray him. I don't give a fuck. I lay him down next to his pops and them.
Cage up, cage up, cage up, cage up.
You already know who it is, nigga. Chase a bag.
King Wonka Beats.
Hey, hand me that skin.
DJ Goldie.
Hey, count it up, count it up. And that's it. Yo, this shit all there.
I should've went to college. I couldn't take it. I tried high school out. I didn't make it. I dropped out and caught the pack. I fell off, bounced back. I'm in the game, just like a vet. Don't need a coach or a ref. I'm at the top. I got respect. I'm with the bosses. I took the losses. I got a game, but what is that? When they burn it to your neck, you give it up or live in death.
Yeah. Ay, riding through my hood while I'm gone. When I'm out of town, Twitter talk, I don't do that. Ain't tryna Snapchat, bad please. None of that. I'm just out here in the streets, beef. Ain't no nigga ever stuck his hands in my pocket. Pussy nigga get it ratchet, think he hard, boy, stop it. I know where your mama stay, don't play, I got that Draco up under my coat, we let it spray.
I should've went to college. I couldn't take it. Tried high school out. I didn't make it. I dropped out and caught the pack. I fell off. I bounced back. I'm in the game, just like a vet. Don't need a coach or a ref. I'm at the top. I got respect. I'm with the bosses. I took some losses. I got a game, but what is that? When that burner to your neck, you give it up or live in death. Give it up or live in death.
Yeah, I went to college and jugged them. I said I went to college and jugged them. I'm ballin' like a rookie. And I'm smoking OG cookies. They gas and I shine with me. I get it how I please. I'm telling you, so you should get it from me. If it wasn't for weed, I wouldn't have a degree. Only in college cause ain't nothing in this world free.
I should've went to college. I couldn't take it. Tried high school out. I didn't make it. I dropped out and caught the pack. I fell off. I bounced back. I'm in the game, just like a vet. Don't need a coach or a ref. I'm at the top. I got respect. I'm with the bosses. I took some losses. I got a game, but what is that? When that burner to your neck, you give it up or live in death. Give it up or live in death.
Yo, this shit is so deep, yo. Shit got my mind thinking about a whole new other format, man. You know what I'm saying? So, new shit, yo.
Come on with the bullshit, man. You think another motherfucker know what you need to do? Ain't no purpose, dog. It's money. We born to fucking die, man. In the meantime, get money. Fuck a fuck, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. Market moving here, holding very well on support here. A lot of consolidation here after that opening sell-off. We really are back above that point though, you guys. So that sell-off was so quick that it's like right now it doesn't exist anymore. Keep in mind we still are channeling though. We're about to break out here to the upper end though right now, you guys. So they are buying here right now. After that quick selling pressure. A lot going on, so not gonna really see too much premium now. The market is mixed here. The NASDAQ is down about 10%. The S&P 500 is up 38%. The Dow is up 75%. So we got a mixed market. The Dow is leading the way to the upside. So you got one of those type of days when the Dow is leading, it's going to be probably boring. The Dow is just a bunch of value stocks. So a lot of buying, a lot of shares accumulating here, a lot of dividends getting paid out, things of that nature right here before FOMC. I got my card ready. Do you guys got your cards ready? Because I got mine ready, you guys. I have my 16th Chair Jerome Powell card here ready to pull here on Wednesday. You should be ready to get yours ready there too. Because that's really a payday right now. It's just a figure it out type situation day. That's just what it is. It's 10:03 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you could hit that like button, hit the share button, write some comments, you know what I'm saying? Subscribe to the channel if you can. If you can't, you can. So either way it goes, just try, you know what I'm saying? Just try, that's what I'm saying. Spread the word, you know what I'm saying? Spread the word. Knowledge is power. Health is wealth. Wealth is health, whichever way you put it. But ladies and gentlemen, though, spots turning around here. So got out of the upper band channel, came right back here to the VWAP, the middle. Now we back chilling here. So a lot of consolidation, man. Just don't get caught up in no tornado. Really, was really a quick day trader's opportunity there this morning. If you were on the call side there this morning, you should be fine. But the puts numbers are changing here because we're not really at the lower ends. The stocks are not anyway. So earnings this week, really only 3 on my list that I see that's really worth it here. We can't go over that. This is the earnings list for the week here, you guys. If you're tuning in the comment section, you're peeping. Yeah, deep value stocks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're calling out some names in the Dow. Yep, and that's the type of day it is. Yep. So you understand exactly what I'm saying there. Quantum. Shout out to Quantum. But yeah, y'all got some charts going. But this is earnings though. Yeah, Monday here. It looks like Coop after hours will probably be a straight win here, but not really. I'm gonna be honest. None of these companies I see on Monday or Tuesday will really pay here, or I would even say Wednesday. I don't see nothing. But coming on Thursday, you got an important day. You got 3 companies that I know will pay, and that's probably the top 3 earnings for the week here. It's going to be on Thursday. You got Dollar General before the open, FedEx after close, and GameStop. So yeah, that's going to be exciting Thursday. Everything else really is not really worth it to play. Let's say that I would say or invest. I would say post anything earnings really. You know what I'm saying? It's your decision. You always kind of probably want to play post earnings anyway, but I mean at the end of the day, you really just want to play companies that's going to pay or invest into companies that's going to pay with earnings. That's how that goes. So none of those names on that list standing out to me. So just keep that in mind. I've been doing this quite a while, so I don't. It would be surprising if I see any of those other names pay. Put it that way. As those three companies are going to change though. Dollar General, FedEx, and GameStop. And it is Monday, you guys. Angry Bull, you're a pro. It's Monday. What's up, man? What you got going on? These wicks, they're killing you. They're killing me too. Volatility is just going sideways. We're just really stuck right here. All this free fall talk I'm hearing with all these analysts is bogus here. I'm not seeing any of that go down here. I'm seeing a lot of support, really. But don't mean it can't go down at the same time, though. I do know the nature of the business. But as of right now, the stocks are just holding up very swell. We're looking at the opening, basically, where we opened at. The numbers are back there. Tesla's at 790. So that's what I'm saying. All that selling right there. The Bears got their money worth down Friday, down Monday. But the Bulls took over quickly here with the momentum. We're right back in the same spot. So everything's going up. SPY's up $2 now. Triple Q's is going up here. VIX is even going up here. So volatility, what I'm noticing is it can win both ways. If the VIX is going up, sometimes I'm seeing the stocks and everything going with it. It's usually how it's been here lately. I don't know if that's normal. I doubt that's normal. I've been doing it for a while. I doubt that's normal, but I don't know if there's some rule changes with that. I doubt that too, but I'm pretty sure they would have announced it. But it's just been a little strange with the VIX. Basically, they're just indicating really that it's about to be a big move here. So kind of similar to like what you were getting there towards the morning. And what's happening now. So keep all of that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:09. Let's see here if we got any type of briefings. Don't think so. Don't think so. Let me double check. Not seeing it yet. Oh, yeah, looks like something may be starting here. United Security Council, they're holding an annual meeting here. United Nations Security Council, they're holding an annual meeting. Let's see. This started. It said 7 minutes ago, so it looks like it did just start here. Right on time. Let's see, is this live? Seriously. So yeah, this is live here. This is what's going on. It says the UN Security Council holds its annual meeting with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which amongst its key duties is monitoring the repeatedly broken ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. Okay, so that's what this majority is about. Says a bunch of other stuff here you don't want to miss. Valley of Hype, the culture that built Elizabeth Holmes. So yeah, let's tune in to this. This is live, so we're gonna tune into this right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Its people. On the contrary, the West has always sought to establish an effective framework of cooperation with Moscow. Despite our reservations, we offered Russia a forum to discuss within the OSCE all its possible concerns related to European security. We were ready to consider, in good faith, new avenues of cooperation on one condition: that they would contribute to stability and security in the OSCE area. This initiative complemented the bilateral track of the US-Russia dialogue and the discussions in the NATO-Russia Council. Russia had a full spectrum of options to engage peacefully and diplomatically to address its concerns. But Russia was just buying time. Its continued military build-up on Ukrainian borders casts serious doubts about Moscow's real intentions. In the morning of February the 24th, the worst-case scenario became reality. The unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated full-scale aggression shattered our convictions that the horror of war in Europe belonged to the past. The perverse attempts by the Russian side to justify the military operation against a sovereign and peaceful country made a cruel joke out of the UN Charter and Helsinki Final Act. This operation, poorly prepared and executed, turned out to be a strategic and tactical failure. But instead of preventing further unnecessary deaths in its own ranks, the Kremlin changed its tactics. The invading force started to target the civilian population and infrastructure in an attempt to break the spirit of the Ukrainian people. This is deplorable and shameful and amounts to state terrorism. Schools, hospitals, and kindergartens are deliberately being targeted with internationally banned weapons. The reports of women and children killed and wounded are devastating. It is if Geneva Conventions and humanitarian law never existed. Make no mistake about it. The international community has instruments and means to hold responsible those who commit and are complicit in war crimes. I have been recently accused by the Russian officials of the lack of impartiality in conducting my job as the OSCE chairman in office. I have only one response to this kind of allegations. The impartiality ends where blatant violation of international and humanitarian law starts. In moments like these, it is our moral obligation to maintain decency and integrity. The perpetrators will be judged by their deeds, but we will be judged by the way we respond to these horrors. We cannot stay indifferent. Let me quote Elie Wiesel, who at the turn of the new millennium famously said, "Indifference is always the friend of the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never his victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in his cell, the hungry children, the homeless refugee, not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a spark of hope, is to exile them from human memory. And in defying their humanity, we betray our own. It is Russia, supported by the Belarusian regime, that has decided to act outside the parameters and boundaries of international law. And unfortunately, it is the Russian leadership that provokes the growing isolation of the country and the Russian people from the world. The international community has rightly condemned Russia's invasion and called on Moscow to withdraw its forces from Ukraine. The world is not looking away. It is hard to ignore 141 countries assembled in the UN General Assembly asking Mr. Putin to stop this war. We are also sending a strong signal to Minsk not to participate in this cruel endeavor. The war is against the interests of the Russian and Belarusian people and leads only to isolation. We expect the Russian side to honor its international obligations and commitments. Any sustainable political solution must fully respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The door to diplomacy is still open, and I call on Russia to engage in a meaningful and substantial dialogue to seek a peaceful solution to the current crisis. Mr. President, distinguished ambassadors, Russia's aggression threatens the very existence of OSCE. Its non-compliance with OSCE principes and commitments poses questions not only about the future of the organization, but also about stability of the rules-based order. How effective can we be if one of the major stakeholders has repeatedly justified the use of force to win territorial and political concessions? This logic fundamentally clashes with the norms that we all have agreed to abide by. The OSCE is not a treaty-based international organization, but it is very much embedded in the context of multilateral diplomacy. For almost 50 years, it has been an instrument to advance peaceful cooperation based on comprehensive security. Given the inclusive character of the organization, I still believe that it is the right platform for dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts. The OSCE has become more than just a talk shop between East and West. It has a solid work record and a multi-layer outreach. Its presence plays a stabilizing role in diverse regions such as the Western Balkans and Central Asia. In my capacity as the OEC chair, I will pay visits to Moldova, South Caucasus, as well as the Western Balkans and Central Asia to prove OEC's engagement with the participating states. This legacy is still relevant in today's world. However, the future of the organization depends on how effectively we will be able to revive cooperation among all participating states. The question is how to reach consensus around the main priorities and how to create a proper modus operandi to fulfill the OEC mandate. I have to admit that this non-compliance with OEC's principles is forcing us to put on hold or delay some of the issues important for the daily operation of the organization. Will we be able to achieve progress on regional and protracted conflicts when trust has been shattered? I very much hope so, but it will require acting in good faith on the part of all parties, including Russia. The same applies to the renewed European security dialogue, which the Polish chair initiated in response to growing tensions. Supported by an overwhelming majority of the participating states, it was meant to develop new measures of trust, transparency, and confidence. Unfortunately, despite initial interest, the Russian side has chosen the most destructive path of confronting its concerns, fears, and misgivings. The changing situation on the ground will probably determine the scope and character of the future engagement of the special monitoring mission in Ukraine. Acknowledging the mission's 8 years of operation and its expertise, I will work with the OEC structures and participating states to utilize its potential in the future. I hope that both the mission dedicated staff as well as the team of the OEC project coordinator in Ukraine will be able to continue the important mission. During the Polish chairmanship, we will initiate and actively support efforts to advance the OEC's goals. We do not want to alter the fundamental premise of the OEC cooperation based on agreement by all participating states. However, we would like to increase the effectiveness of the organization provided that there is a broader interest and support for the majority of the stakeholders. The recent events in Ukraine have once again shone a spotlight on the situation of civilian population in conflict-affected areas. We will continue to call on all sides of military conflicts to abide by humanitarian law and to refrain from activities directed against civilian population and infrastructure. The OEC stands ready to cooperate closely with UN humanitarian agencies to facilitate and provide the necessary assistance. This must also include creating effective evacuation routes for the civilian population. Whenever there are reliable accounts of humanitarian law abuse, we should be ready to react swiftly. Therefore, we welcome the decision of the Permanent Council of March the 3rd to invoke the Moscow mechanism to create a group of independent experts to investigate the reported violation of humanitarian law in the context of the hostilities in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the OSCE needs strong and effective leadership now more than ever before. The dramatic events in Ukraine have opened our eyes to the need for a renewed commitment to the OSCE principles and commitments. It is true that OSCE may evolve as a result of the current experience. The celebrations of the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act could turn out to be dedicated to finding a solution for the deep crisis of multilateralism. Peace and security, like freedom and democracy, cannot be taken for granted. We have learned this lesson the hard way. But it is also true that those who choose to embark on a path of military confrontation receive very little in return. Between war and peace, life and destruction, we should always be able to look beyond our narrow, narcissistic instincts. What alternative do we have? Smoldering ashes of Kiev, Kharkiv, and Mariupol, and thousands of innocent lives lost are a stark reminder of the heavy price that we pay for indifference in the face of brute force. It is therefore high time for the international community, for the United Nations, as well as for the OSCE, to reinforce our efforts to restore peace and revert to our principles and values. The integrity of international law and stability of the world order are at stake. Mindful of the immense challenges that we face, let us work together on the most effective ways to save lives and prevent future conflicts. Thank you.
أشكر معالي السيد راو على
I thank
إحاطته
Mr. Rao for his briefing.
وأعطي الكلمة
I now
الآن
give the
للسيدة
floor to
روزماري
Ms.
ديكارلو.
Rosemary DiCarlo.
Mr. President, thank you for the invitation to join His Excellency Foreign Minister Rao to brief the Council on UN OSCE cooperation. The tragic conflict in Ukraine, which over the weekend has further worsened, vividly illustrates the importance of mechanisms to maintain and strengthen European and international peace and security. Born out of the Cold War, the OSCE has been at the center of efforts to bring its unique membership, spanning from Vancouver to Vladivostok, around one overarching goal: to resolve differences peacefully. In line with Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter, the OSCE works in complement to the UN, including to resolve conflicts in the region. In 1993, the UN and the OSCE established a cooperation framework. Since then, our partnership has grown in scope and substance to help address acute crises and find solutions to common peace and security challenges. Our shared commitment to preventive diplomacy, mediation, peace building, and the Women, Peace and Security agenda was reaffirmed through the joint declaration between the Secretary General and the chairperson in office in 2019. The coordination and complementarity guiding our efforts translate into action in various ways. We work together in Central Asia, most recently to implement the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy, in the Western Balkans to advance reconciliation, and in the Caucasus, where the UN co-chairs the Geneva International Discussions on Georgia, along with the OSCE and the EU. Further, the UN has sought to complement the OSCE's leading role to address protracted conflicts regarding Nagorno-Karabakh and Moldova. Regarding Ukraine, and pursuant to Security Council Resolution 2202 on the Minsk agreements, the UN has consistently supported the work of the OSCE, especially the Special Monitoring Mission and the OSCE-led Trilateral Contact Group, while carrying out our humanitarian and human rights mandates on the ground. I wish to pay tribute here to all OSCE staff for their important work accomplished under very challenging circumstances. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine is the most severe test the OSCE and related regional frameworks have faced since their creation. The Russian invasion has shaken the foundations of the European security architecture to its core. As we meet, the bloodshed continues to worsen. Russian forces have now launched deadly airstrikes in the west of Ukraine. Ukrainian cities are under unrelenting shelling and bombardment, with many civilians killed daily. As I said 3 days ago in this very chamber, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has received credible reports of Russian forces using cluster munitions, including in populated areas. Indiscriminate attacks, including those using cluster munitions, which are of a nature to strike military objectives and civilians or civilian objects without distinction, are prohibited under international humanitarian law. We are deeply disturbed by reports that Ukrainian municipal officials in Russian-controlled parts of the country have been abducted. There are also reports of civilians, including journalists, being targeted allegedly by Russian forces. Mr. President, we must not allow any questioning of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Such questioning would be inconsistent with the United Nations Charter and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Amid these dire conditions, the United Nations continues to scale up not only its humanitarian support to the people of Ukraine, but also its engagement with key partners like the OSCE in support of an immediate ceasefire and a lasting diplomatic solution. When the Secretary General addressed this Council on the topic of conflicts in Europe in 2017, he warned that, despite the achievements of the last 70 years, we should not take peace and prosperity in Europe for granted. He cautioned that as serious conflicts persisted in Europe, new threats and risks made it even more pressing for multilateral institutions and regional organizations to address dangerous challenges to the international order. The Secretary General's warnings then were informed in large part by the crises in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine in 2014, which demonstrated how real the risks of new outbreaks of conflict were. Today, a devastating war is being waged in a continent that should be equipped to prevent such catastrophes. We are concerned at the dismantling of long-standing confidence-building measures, arms control treaties, and other frameworks that were designed and agreed to sustain regional security. This includes the persistent use of regional mediation mechanisms as tools not to solve conflicts, but to manage them, which only helps ensure that those same conflicts continue. OSCE-led processes supported by the international community are now openly questioned by parties involved in them. Mr. President, it is more important than ever for all parties to recommit to the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris, and other landmark agreements that form the bedrock of European security architecture. In this context, we take good note of the efforts by the Polish chairperson in office under Minister Ray's leadership to initiate a renewed OSCE European security dialogue. How the OSCE and other regional actors choose to secure the future of European security cooperation will have an impact beyond Europe. The UN supports all efforts to restore mutual trust and respect among regional stakeholders, which is essential to preserving the continent from new conflict and the world from further instability. We therefore all have a stake in the outcome. Mr. President, for almost 50 years, the United Nations and the OSCE have partnered to promote European peace and stability. The challenges we face today and those potentially ahead demand that we work even more closely together. Thank you.
أشكر السيدة دي كارلو
I
على
thank Ms. Di
إحاطتها
Carlo for her briefing.
وأعطي الكلمة الآن لأعضاء
I now give
المجلس
the floor
الراغبين
to
في
those
الإبداع
council
في
members who
البيانات.
wish to make statements.
أعطي الكلمة
I give the
لممثلة
floor
النرويج.
to the representative of Norway.
President, let me start by warmly welcoming Chairperson in Office, Minister Rai, to the Security Council and thank him for his briefing on behalf of the OSCE. I thank him also for his personal initiatives to reinvigorate the OSCE as a platform for dialogue on issues of European security. Thanks also to USG Di Carlo for her briefing. With an inclusive mandate and participation, the OSCE has a rich toolbox for increasing transparency, building trust, and reducing tensions. Using the organization's full potential to solve the crisis of today is essential, but the necessary political will is also required. President, we commend the OSCE for now turning the focus on its work in Ukraine towards mitigating the growing humanitarian crisis. Good use should be made of the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine, the SMM's national staff on the ground, the OSCE premises, its fleet of vehicles, and the SMM's long experience as an intermediary facilitating localized ceasefires. The OSCE can also provide valuable competence on border management and human trafficking. And we again reiterate our condemnation of Russia's illegal and unprovoked military aggression against Ukraine. That makes this expertise again necessary in Europe. The Russian aggression is a serious violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We reiterate our call on the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory and cease all threats and military actions. Russia's warfare in urban and populated areas and the use of heavy explosive weapons is causing terrible long-term harm to civilians. Russia must fulfill its obligation to protect civilians, including children and children infrastructure. We are appalled by the lack of respect for international humanitarian law and the worsening humanitarian crisis across Ukraine, for which Russia alone bears the sole responsibility. Humanitarian actors in Ukraine must be allowed to stay and deliver. In addition, we are concerned about the steadily increasing strain on neighboring countries as people flee the fighting. Nevertheless, let me use this opportunity to commend Poland, the Polish people, and other OSCE neighbors on their response to the humanitarian crisis. The warm welcome and the protection you offer all refugees is a strong symbol of international solidarity. President, while the crisis in Ukraine requires most of our attention currently, Minister Rowe has stated that a broad priority for their chairmanship is contributing to finding peaceful solutions also to regional and protracted conflicts. The OSCE continues to support reconciliation and conflict prevention efforts in other parts of the region, such as the South Caucasus, Moldova, and Western Balkans and Central Asia. The field missions, the autonomous institution, and the secretariat are important assets unique to the OSCE that we must continue to recognize and support. Both the UN and the OSCE share a vision. Our common duty is to work to strengthen security at the regional level, to end violent conflict, and ensure that human rights, democracy, rule of law, and gender equality can be enjoyed by all. In closing, especially in this current unstable European climate, let me underline Norway's strong support to the important role of the OSCE in promoting stability, peace, and democracy for more than 1 billion people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة
I thank
النرويج
the
على بيانها
representative of Norway
وأعطي
for her
الكلمة
statement.
لممثل
I give the
غانا.
floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I warmly welcome to the Council His Excellency Mr. Zbigniew Rau, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Poland and Chairman in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. I thank Your Excellency for the briefing on the OSCE and note that Poland has assumed the leadership of this important organization at a time when the security situation and the political military environment in Europe is fast deteriorating. We therefore look forward to the OSCE's continued engagement and your leadership in helping to address the prevailing security challenges in Europe. I also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing and welcome the participation of the representative of Ukraine in this meeting. Mr. President, Ghana takes note of the issues outlined by the OSCE Chairman in Office, in particular the commitment to pay special attention to finding peaceful solutions to the conflicts in the OSCE area, and encourages all efforts in resolving the situations in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Kazakhstan, and Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as the alarming situation in Ukraine following the Russian Federation's unjustified aggression against its neighbor. We also look forward to the additional efforts that will be made to respond effectively to the complex challenges of increased fragmentation, terrorism, anti-Semitism, transboundary crimes, and violations of human rights and freedoms that Europe is presently grappling with. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following additional points. First, Ghana welcomes the Polish commitment to uphold the concept of comprehensive and indivisible security based on the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris for a New Europe, as well as other decisions of the OSCE, which also embody the very principles and purposes of the United Nations. Ensuring security on the European continent today requires of the participating states of the OSCE a renewed commitment to uphold and respect the long-established principles for interstate relations, the principles of sovereignty, political independence, territorial integrity, non-aggression, and the prohibition of the use or threat of the use of force remain the foundational principles upon which national and global aspirations for economic and social development can be built. Any attempts to redefine and renegotiate these bulwarks of stability will not only undermine the European security architecture, but also the rules-based international order and multilateralism. The OSCE must therefore undertake the difficult but necessary task of fostering political rule and the recommitment of its member states to the implementation of their international obligations towards the peace, security, and stability of Europe, as well as its wider membership beyond Europe. Persistence in confidence and security building measures among the participating states of the OSCE will therefore have to be sustained. Secondly, the OSCE's role as an important forum for dialogue on the security architecture of Europe needs to be re-emphasized. We believe that the OSCE provides a unique platform for open and good faith discussions among its 57 participating states if the schisms that have been opened up in the contemporary European security are to be addressed. We therefore welcome the ongoing efforts by the OSCE to facilitate dialogue between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. As party to the Trilateral Contact Group responsible for the implementation of the 2015 Minsk Agreement, the OSCE is indispensable in finding and implementing a comprehensive and peaceful settlement of the conflict, which regrettably has assumed a full-scale dimension. We note with regret in this context that the Special Monitoring Mission had to suspend its reporting activities following the evacuation of its international staff members to neighboring countries and remain concerned by cascading security, humanitarian, economic, and developmental impacts of the situation in Ukraine. All efforts towards a pacific resolution of this conflict through dialogue and diplomacy must therefore be encouraged and engender the full support of this Council. Thirdly, we welcome the OSCE's efforts to enhance its cooperation with the United Nations. Ghana strongly supports the strengthening of relations between the United Nations and regional and sub-regional organizations in the maintenance of international peace and security. Chapter 8 of the Charter of the United Nations provides that the Security Council, in pursuit of its mandate, can leverage the comparative advantage of regional bodies to promote homegrown and regional approaches to the maintenance of international peace and security. We acknowledge, however, the complexities that such cooperation entails, and it's for this reason that Ghana is working within the Special Committee on the Charter of the organization to identify gaps and propose guidelines to enhance complementarity between the United Nations and regional organizations. Finally, we note the enhanced engagement of the United Nations and OSCE aimed at finding lasting peace to the prevailing conflicts and growing threats to security in Europe and beyond. We welcome the focus on a human-centered approach and in that regard, take note of the reinforcing priorities within the economic environment dimensions as well as the human security dimensions. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل غانا على بيانه.
I thank the representative of Ghana for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair in Office Foreign Minister Rao, for your briefing and Under Secretary General Decado for yours. I would like first to pay tribute to the bravery and dedication of OSCE staff, and in particular to Marina Fanina, a Ukrainian Special Monitoring Mission employee who was killed in the Russian shelling of Kharkiv on the 1st of March while getting medicine for her family. For decades, the OSCE has worked to bring security to Europe. And yet we meet today in the middle of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. One OSCE signatory tearing up the rulebook and pursuing war against another. As Foreign Minister Rao said, as if the Geneva Conventions and humanitarian law never existed. President Putin's war violates fundamental principles of both the OSCE and the United Nations: sovereignty, inviolability of borders, respect for territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. This war is a threat to us all, to the systems we have built together to preserve peace. It's a threat, too, to the peace and security of millions of people in Europe, Africa, and Asia who rely on agricultural, energy, and commodity supply chains already profoundly disrupted by Russia's invasion. We recognise the extensive efforts which Foreign Minister Rao described, which the OSCE has made to try and avoid this catastrophe. Russia was offered a chance to raise any security concerns in the OSCE renewed European security dialogue, but said it was not the right time.
we now know they were planning war all along. Ukraine and others invoked the OSCE Vienna document risk reduction mechanism to seek transparency from Russia and Belarus and to de-escalate the situation. Russia refused to engage. And of course, the OSCE has worked for years to support implementation of the Minsk agreements. Russia is accused of the gravest war crimes, bombing schools, hospitals and homes, targeting families as they try to run to safety. We welcome action taken under the Moscow mechanism to hold Russia to account. The OSCE fact-finding mission must be given full access so that evidence can be gathered. Finally, Mr. President, I would like to stress that we continue to support the vital role of the OSCE field missions in Central Asia and the Western Balkans, including through its Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. We strongly support OSCE efforts to facilitate a peaceful resolution of the conflicts in Georgia, Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh. The United Kingdom remains steadfast in our support and appreciation for the work of the OSCE and for Poland's chairmanship at this critical time. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her briefing, for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
je
President,
souhaite la bienvenue
I would like to
parmi
wish
nous
a
à
warm
Monsieur
welcome
Rao
today to
et je
Mr.
salue
Rao,
l'action de la
and
Pologne
I
à la
commend
tête de
Poland's
l'OSCE
work at the
dans
head
cette
of the
période où la
OSCE
sécurité en Europe
during this
fait
time
face
when
à une menace
European
d'une extrême
security is
gravité.
facing an
La France
extremely
soutient
serious
l'engagement
threat.
sans faille du président Rao
France
au service de l'organisation
commends
et pour la défense
Chairperson
des
Rao's
engagements et des
commitment,
principes sur
unfailing
lesquels elle
commitment
s'est
to the
bâtie
organization and to
au cours des
defend the
5
commitments and
dernières
principles which has
décennies,
been the bedrock
aujourd'hui bafouée
of
par la
it
Russie.
over the past 5 decades,
Il y a un
had been
mois,
trampled upon
ce
by
Conseil
Russia. A month
se
ago, this
réunissait
council
à
met
l'initiative de la
on the
Russie
initiative of
pour
Russia
discuter
to
de la
discuss
mise en œuvre
the
des accords de
implementation
Minsk
of the Minsk
avec
agreements
la
with the
participation de
participation
représentants
of
de l'OSCE.
representatives of the OSCE.
Lors de cette réunion,
During that
le
meeting,
vice-ministre
the
russe
Russian deputy minister
affirmait
affirmed
que la
that
Russie n'avait pas
Russia
l'intention
did
d'attaquer
not
l'Ukraine
intend to attack
et
Ukraine
appelait à la mise en
and
œuvre des
called for
accords
the
de Minsk.
implementation of the Minsk agreements.
Avec mon homologue
Along with
allemande,
my German
nous rendions
counterpart,
compte des efforts de
we
Paris
both
et
gave an
Berlin
account
pour
of Paris
progresser
and
dans
Berlin's
la mise en
efforts
œuvre
to
de la
make
résolution
progress in
2202.
implementing Resolution
Tous les
2202.
autres membres de ce
All the other
Conseil
members of the
apportaient
Council
leur soutien
lent
à cet
their support
objectif.
to this aim.
En février,
In
la
February,
présidence polonaise en
the
exercice
Polish
de l'OSCE
chairpersonship in
proposait de
office of
mettre
the
en place un
OSCE
dialogue
proposed setting
renouvelé
up a
sur
renewed
la sécurité
European
européenne
security
afin de répondre
dialogue
notamment aux
in order in
préoccupations de
particular
sécurité
to
exprimées
the
par la
security
Russie
concerns
au cours des
expressed by
derniers mois.
Russia over recent
Nous
months.
soutenions ces
We
efforts
supported these
et le rôle de
efforts and the
l'OSCE
role of the
comme
OSCE
principale
as
plateforme
the
de
main
dialogue pour la
platform
sécurité
for
collective en
dialogue
Europe.
for collective security in
Monsieur le
Europe.
Président,
Mr.
la
President,
réalité
there's
est bien
a
différente
harsh and
aujourd'hui
very different reality
et elle est
today.
cruelle.
It is
La Russie a
very
menti,
harsh. Russia has
elle a
lied.
violé
It
de façon
has
flagrante la
flagrantly
Charte des Nations
violated
Unies
the UN
et les
Charter
textes fondateurs
and
de
the founding
l'OSCE,
texts of the
l'acte
OSCE,
final d'Helsinki
the Helsinki
et
Final
la Charte de
Act,
Paris,
and
sur
the
lesquels
Paris
repose la
Charter,
stabilité
which
en Europe.
underpin stability in Europe.
Elle a trahi tous
It
ses
has
engagements
betrayed
en
all of
faveur de
its
la mise en œuvre
commitments
des accords de
to
Minsk,
implement the Minsk
signés par la
agreements
Russie comme par
signed
l'OSCE
by Russia and
et
by the
endossés par une
OSCE and
résolution de
endorsed
ce
by
Conseil.
a resolution of this
L'agression
Council.
russe,
The Russian act
soutenue
of
par la
aggression,
Biélorussie,
supported by
est
Belarus,
dévastatrice pour
is
l'Ukraine
devastating for
et les
Ukraine
Ukrainiens.
and
Mais ses
Ukrainians.
conséquences sont encore
However,
plus vastes.
the impact
Elle
of
menace
it is
aussi
even
le
greater than this.
multilatéralisme et le droit
The aggression
international,
also
ainsi que
threatens
les
multilateralism and
institutions qui en sont les
international
garantes,
law and the
notamment les Nations
institutions
Unies
that are
et
the
l'OSCE.
custodians thereof, in
La
particular the UN and
Russie
the
porte
OSCE.
ainsi directement
Russia is
atteinte aux
thus
intérêts de tous les
directly
États qui
harming
se
the interests
mobilisent
of
dans
all
ces
those states
organisations
that are
à la recherche
mobilizing
de
in these
solutions négociées
organizations
face aux
to
crises
find
et aux défis qu'ils
negotiation
rencontrent.
solutions to the crises and challenges
Au
that
vu
they
de l'extrême
encounter.
gravité de la
The
situation, la France
situation is
remercie à
extremely
nouveau la
serious.
présidence polonaise en
Therefore,
exercice
France would
à
thank once
l'OSCE pour
again
sa
the
réactivité.
chairmanship
Elle demande une nouvelle fois à la Russie de cesser immédiatement les hostilités en Ukraine, de retirer ses troupes de l'ensemble du territoire ukrainien et de respecter le droit international humanitaire et les droits de l'homme. Nous enjoignons de revenir au respect des règles de droit qui, aux Nations Unies comme à l'OSCE, permettent le règlement pacifique des différends. La France réitère son soutien à la mission spéciale d'observation de l'OSCE en Ukraine et à son personnel, qu'il s'agisse du personnel international ayant subi une évacuation forcée où le personnel recruté localement, dont certains sont encore sous les bombardements. Nous saluons la mémoire de Marina Felina, employée locale tuée à Kharkiv, victime de l'agression russe. Nous réaffirmons notre soutien aux institutions et aux instruments de la dimension humaine de l'OSCE, notamment le mécanisme de Moscou, déclenché le 3 mars, et le mécanisme d'établissement des faits mis en place par le Bureau des institutions démocratiques et des droits de l'homme aux frontières de l'Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, l'OSCE doit pouvoir continuer de mettre ses ressources au service du règlement des conflits dans l'espace européen en coopération avec les Nations Unies et malgré la guerre en Ukraine. La France, à la fois en sa qualité de coprésidente du groupe de Minsk de l'OSCE et de présidente du Conseil de l'Union européenne, reste pleinement mobilisée pour contribuer au dialogue entre l'Arménie et l'Azerbaïdjan et à la paix et à la stabilité dans le Sud-Caucase. Les réunions qui se sont tenues en février et en décembre ont permis de définir des orientations dans cette direction. Nous appelons la poursuite des efforts sur les questions humanitaires pendantes, notamment les libérations de prisonniers de guerre et autres personnes détenues, ainsi qu'en matière de protection du patrimoine et du déminage. Nous notons avec inquiétude l'accroissement des incidents armés depuis quelques jours et appelons les parties à tout mettre en œuvre pour éviter la répétition de tels incidents. La France réitère son soutien indéfectible en faveur de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale de la Géorgie et de la Moldavie et au rôle de l'OSCE pour progresser dans le règlement des conflits qui s'y déroulent. Elle salue également le travail concerté de la présidence polonaise et du Bureau des institutions démocratiques et des droits de l'homme pour maintenir, malgré les circonstances, l'essentiel dialogue avec la société civile. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes déterminés à ne pas laisser la Russie entraîner dans sa chute les organisations multilatérales de sécurité collective. La France réaffirme son soutien aux Nations Unies, à l'OSCE et aux coopérations que les deux organisations développent pour contribuer au règlement des crises en Europe. Je vous remercie.
أشكر ممثل
I thank
فرنسا
the
على بيانه
representative of
وأعطي
France for
الكلمة
his statement.
لممثل
I give
ألبانيا.
the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank the OSCE Chairman in Office, Minister Rao, and USG DiCarlo for the information provided. We welcome this timely exchange with OSCE, one of the world's largest regional security organizations, which brings together 57 participating states across 3 continents bound by joint commitments. As an important pillar of the international rules-based order, OSCE plays an essential role in addressing many of the challenges on the Council's agenda. Therefore, the collaboration and partnership between the 2 organizations is key and needs to be strengthened. Albania fully supports the priorities of Polish OSCE chairmanship. We welcome the focus on safeguarding a comprehensive security order by defending the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, the Paris Charter, and the Charter for European Security. These principles are neither negotiable nor subject to revision or reinterpretation. The commitment to human rights, values of freedom and democracy, as well as the support of its institutions, should continue to be an irreplaceable blueprint in the work of the OSCE. We also welcome the work of the OSCE and the United Nations in the framework of Women, Peace and Security Agenda and reconciliation processes in the Western Balkans. There has hardly been a more suitable and urgent time to reaffirm these fundamental principles, which for nearly 5 decades have stood as effective mechanisms to conflict prevention and de-escalation in Europe, until the 24th of February. Dear colleagues, in 2020, soon after Albania assumed the OSCE chairmanship in office, we were confronted with an invisible enemy which threatened the entire world. It went by the name COVID-19 pandemic. We still do not know everything about it, but we do know far too well what it did to humanity, to our way of life, to our countries and economies, and in many ways, to all of us. 2 years later, as Poland started its chairmanship, the OSCE area was confronted with another threat. But this time, everyone knew where it was coming from. We were warned about what was going to happen. And now, 3 weeks into this war, we are left with the uninterrupted onslaught of breaking news on the devastation that Russia is unleashing with rage upon Ukraine and its people. Dear colleagues, for months, huge efforts were made by the international community, including by the Polish chairmanship and yourself, Minister, in seeking a peaceful solution. Every stone was turned, every possibility was used. The reality shows clearly now that these efforts were doomed to fail because the invasion was premeditated. It was a plan to be executed despite everything. It was a war Kremlin wanted. We express our gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, the Czech Republic, and probably I'm forgetting, for these incredible efforts that they are making in sheltering thousands of civilians forced to flee the massive bombardments and war atrocities. Dear colleagues, OSCE is a key player for peace and security. It is an important platform to discuss issues related to comprehensive security, equipped with mechanisms as well as confidence and security-building measures. It remains as relevant as when it was created. It is clear that the overarching difference between Russia and the existing European security order, based on international law and OSCE principles, is a structural one. While we are served here with all kinds of fantasies that melt like snow under the sun, the real concerns are democratic values and principles of freedom on which the system is based. In this respect, the OSCE comprehensive concept of security connects the dots between domestic repression and external aggression. Democracy, human rights, and rule of law are key aspects for security within and between states. Mr. President, we failed to prevent a pure, unprovoked, and unjustified act of aggression committed by a serial violator of the rules and norms of the international order. We should not fail to make the aggressor pay for it and the crimes committed. Albania supports the initiative to invoke the OSCE Moscow mechanism in order to establish facts of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including due to deliberate and indiscriminate acts against civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Its findings, together with those of the Commission of Inquiry established by Human Rights Council, should be presented to relevant accountability mechanisms, as well as national, regional, and international courts or tribunals. The massive sanctions imposed on Russia have ripple effects for the whole world, including for our own countries and citizens. But it is the price to pay so that Russia's actions do not go unchecked and unpunished. We hope that the effects of these unprecedented sanctions will wake up the Russian citizens to see the reality through the terrible deeds of their army, not through the distorted mirror of propaganda. To understand why the whole world calls Russia an aggressor. To feel for their neighbor that is being savagely destroyed, cities that are becoming graveyards, children that are forcefully leaving their childhood behind because of such insanity. The sooner this happens, the sooner this war and any spillover threats will stop. Let me end, Mr. President, by recalling the 754th meeting of the Security Council on 4 November 1956. History has recorded it as the day when a popular revolt in Hungary was viciously crushed by Soviet tanks, uninvited, of course. I will quote Mr. Sobolev, the representative of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics at that meeting, justifying the action, and I quote, "The Nagy government openly adopted a reactionary and fascist policy aimed at the complete liquidation of the People's Democratic Regime in Hungary at the restoration of the old landowner capitalist system and the establishment of a fascist dictatorship, end of quote. It was about the so-called fascists 65 years ago. It is about the so-called Nazis and denazification now. The same discourse, the same action with their terrible consequences. Ukraine is a critical test for European security, including OSCE. We must refuse a world according to Russia. We must determine the preservation and the enforcement of the rules-based international order. One man has started this war. One man can stop it. Anytime. Thank you.
أشكر ممثل ألبانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل البرازيل.
I thank the distinguished representative of Albania and I give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you. Mr. President, at the outset, let me thank Minister Rao for his thoughtful remarks. I also thank USG DiCarlo for her briefing. OSCE plays a crucial role in the maintenance of peace and security in Europe. It is one of the key partners of the United Nations in dealing with the many challenges on the Security Council's agenda. However, we need to recognize that at this crucial juncture, the architecture of peace and security, not only in Europe, but worldwide, is facing an unprecedented challenge. The conflict in Ukraine, with its toll of human suffering, forced displacement, humanitarian emergency, and systemic risk, is an extraordinary challenge for United Nations and the OSCE in their joint mission to guarantee peace and security in Europe. The cessation of hostilities must be our most pressing objective. All parties must fully respect international humanitarian law and adopt measures to protect civilians. We call for continual efforts to agree on well-planned humanitarian mechanisms that ensure the safe passage of civilians. Furthermore, we should strive for the immediate, full, safe, and unhindered access of humanitarian personnel for a timely delivery of assistance to those in need. Moreover, the war in Ukraine has momentous implications for the international order, especially the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. In this regard, Brazil calls on all parties to strictly observe the international law, the prohibition of the use of force, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, no intervention, and the protection of human rights shall remain the pillars of our collective security system. We note that the present conflict will also have a significant impact on commodities and energy prices. Such effects could be further worsened by the application of unilateral sanctions. Developing countries stand to bear a disproportionate burden of such negative shocks. There is no alternative to diplomatic talks. The security concerns of all parties must be addressed by meaningful negotiations. We renew our plea for them to engage in dialogue with openness, flexibility, and a sense of urgency to find ways for a lasting peace in Ukraine and in the wider region. The OSCE has a key role to play in supporting international efforts to bring an end to the current hostilities. Moreover, the expertise of the OSCE may be valuable in monitoring a ceasefire that, we hope, will encompass a comprehensive disengagement of troops and military equipment on the ground. Besides the conflict in Ukraine, we also would like to mention the ongoing crisis in Georgia, as well as the dispute between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the region of Nagorno-Karabakh. Regarding the situation in Georgia, we commend the OSCE for its full support to the Geneva International discussions and related incident prevention and response mechanism formats. This dialogue process, co-chaired by the OSCE, UN, and EU, is an important example of UN-OSCE cooperation in conflict resolution. The unresolved conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh remains a challenge to international peace and security in Europe. After the armed conflict of 2020, we are still witnessing renewed outbreaks of clashes between Azeris and Armenians, some of them resulting in casualties, including among civilians. Last week, incidents damaged the main pipeline that brings gas to Nagorno-Karabakh. Such incidents further undermine the needed trust between Armenia and Azerbaijan to renew efforts towards a lasting peace agreement. We support the efforts undertaken by OSCE in order to give impetus to this process. We would also like to express our recognition to OSCE work to advance the women, peace and security agenda. Important issues such as the impunity for sexual and gender-based violence must be tackled. In that regard, we note the openness of the OSCE to involve civil society organizations in conflict resolutions and peace building, as well as to engage women in all stages of peace processes. The maintenance of peace and security in Europe is under unprecedented challenge. Close cooperation between the UN and the OSCE is more needed than ever. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل البرازيل على بيانه وأعطي
I
الكلمة
thank the distinguished
لممثل
representative
الولايات
of Brazil and I now give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Undersecretary General DiCarlo, thank you for your briefing today. Foreign Minister Rao, thank you as well for your briefing to the Council. Your engagement with the Council comes at a critical juncture, as many of my colleagues have said, a critical juncture for European and international security following Russia's aggression against Ukraine. You've demonstrated extraordinary leadership at the OSCE during this crisis, and the United States thanks you. The United States was a strong supporter of your attempt to avert this crisis through the launch of a reinvigorated European security dialogue at the OSCE. And we support your efforts to increase the OSCE's ability to respond to the humanitarian crisis through the OSCE's toolbox. We look forward to working with you on these important issues in your capacity as chairman in office. I'd like to begin by expressing our outrage over the death of journalist Brent Renaud, who was killed by Russian forces while covering refugees leaving a checkpoint at Irpin yesterday. According to his colleagues, Mr. Renaud was in the area because he understood the critical role independent media has played in providing objective coverage of Russia's war of choice against Ukraine. His death shows that Russia will go to any extent to silence narratives that challenge its propaganda. And it underscores the importance of upholding the safety of journalists as they undertake their important work. Excuse me. Last year at this meeting, on cooperation, thank you. Last year at this meeting on cooperation between the UN and the OSCE, the United States recalled that we had just passed the 7th anniversary of Russia's invasion and occupation of Crimea and the launch of its aggression in eastern Ukraine. We noted that in those 7 years, the Russian-fueled conflict in eastern Ukraine had killed more than 13,000 people and wounded tens of thousands more. And we warned that Russia's aggression was far from over. It had been less than 3 weeks since Russia launched a major invasion against the rest of Ukraine. During these 3 weeks, Russia unleashed horrific devastation against another UN member state, resulting in the death of thousands and the displacement of over 2.5 million people. Russia must immediately cease all hostilities, withdraw its forces from Ukraine, and take the path of diplomacy, in keeping with the principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Mr. President, Russia's further invasion of Ukraine is an unprecedented challenge. A challenge to the post-World War II European security order and to cooperation between all of us. Cooperation between the UN and OSCE now remains as essential as ever. Unfortunately, two OSCE participating states, the Russian Federation and Belarus, continue to violate the foundational principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Russia, with Belarus's support, has shown utter contempt for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states, as well as for the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its own people. We have seen Russia try to spread disinformation and distract this council from its aggression. But no amount of Russian disinformation can distract from this fact. The Kremlin is waging a brutal, premeditated, unprovoked war of choice against Ukraine. This is a war carried out with the support and the facilitation of the Lukashenko regime. Russia does not want its people to learn the appalling truth about the senseless death and destruction it is causing in Ukraine. This is why the Kremlin has forced domestic and foreign independent media outlets to suspend their operations in Russia or to close permanently. This is why it has blocked access to independent news sites and social networks. The United States reaffirms its strong and unwavering commitment to the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission, which has been forced to temporarily suspend its work in Ukraine. Despite Russia's efforts to impede its operations, the Special Monitoring Mission's impartial reporting has proved invaluable to the international community's understanding of the security situation on the ground. We join others in expressing our heartfelt condolences for the loss of staff member Marina Finina, who on March 1st was killed by Russia's shelling in Kharkiv while trying to get supplies for her family. The United States was proud to join 44 other countries in launching the OSCE Moscow mechanism to establish an expert mission. The mission will document human rights violations and abuses, breaches of international humanitarian law, and possible war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russia's forces in Ukraine's territory. The mission will meticulously compile the facts and create a written report that can be presented to relevant accountability mechanisms. We also welcome the UN Human Rights Council's immediate launch of a commission of inquiry to pursue similar aims. The Commission of Inquiry and the OSCE expert mission will complement one another in bringing the truth to light. Under the OSCE Vienna document, all participating states committed to respond in good faith to the concerns that other states raise regarding unusual military activities as part of our collective efforts to reduce the risk of miscalculation, lower tensions, and build confidence. Russia's blatant and unfounded dismissal of Ukraine's legitimate invocation of the Vienna document, risk reduction mechanism for unusual military activities, illustrated once again Russia's disregard of its international commitments. Belarus's refusal to substantively respond to the Baltic states invoking the Vienna document risk reduction mechanism showed the Lukashenko regime's disregard as well. Mr. President, in addition to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, as others have mentioned, we must also not forget the other important priorities of the OSCE. We must not forget that Russia continues to occupy parts of Georgia. It also maintains its forces in Moldova without host government consent. We welcome the continued commitment of the OSCE to seek a peaceful resolution of the conflict in Georgia, including by co-chairing the Geneva International Discussion. We regret that Russia has not fulfilled its obligation and its commitments under the 2008 ceasefire agreement, including withdrawal of troops to pre-conflict positions. The United States urges all Geneva International Discussion participants to ensure residents of conflict-affected areas are able to visit their relatives, engage in peaceful economic activities, and to move freely without fear of detention or arbitrary punishment, and with access to documentation that will allow them to return to their homes. The United States remains committed to promoting a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous future for the South Caucasus region. As a Minsk Group co-chair, we join others in urging Armenia and Azerbaijan to continue and intensify their diplomatic engagement to find comprehensive solutions to all outstanding issues related to or resulting from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. In conclusion, Mr. President, the United States appreciates the long-standing partnership between the UN and the OSCE. UN presentations at OSCE Permanent Council meetings and UN participation in annual OSCE events, as well as the close coordination between OSCE field operations and UN agencies on the ground, have only strengthened this partnership. In the face of Russian aggression, the UN and OSCE must continue working together to advance peace, security, development, and human rights, which will contribute to international peace and stability. Thank you very much.
أشكر ممثل الولايات المتحدة على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل المكسيك.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la información brindada por el ministro de Exteriores de Polonia, Zbigniew Rau, en su calidad de presidente en turno de la Organización para la Seguridad y Cooperación en Europa, OSCE. Agradecemos asimismo la información que nos ha ofrecido la subsecretaria Rosemary Picard. México comparte la prioridad identificada por la presidencia polaca en cuanto a mantener una perspectiva de la seguridad centrada en las personas. En todo conflicto armado, y el que ocurre hoy en Ucrania no es excepción, la población civil suele ser la más afectada. Respaldamos por ello los esfuerzos para hacer prioritario el apoyo a las personas más vulnerables. La situación que impera en Ucrania, como hemos escuchado, es muy crítica y por eso nos resulta preocupante que a más de 2 semanas de iniciado el conflicto, el Consejo de Seguridad no haya podido emitir algún pronunciamiento sobre este quebrantamiento a la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Pero expresar nuestra preocupación por este silencio no basta para corregirlo. Por ello fue necesario invocar la Unión Pro Paz y recurrir a la Asamblea General para que ésta asumiera el papel que el Consejo no fue capaz de cumplir. No obstante, reiteramos desde aquí nuestro llamado, junto al de muchos más, a poner fin a las hostilidades y a retomar cuanto antes el diálogo político y la vía diplomática. En tanto esto no suceda, tenemos la obligación ética y moral de proteger a la población civil en la medida de lo posible y garantizar que reciban la ayuda humanitaria que tanto necesitan. Esa y no otra ha sido la intención al presentar junto con Francia un proyecto de resolución de carácter eminentemente humanitario. Habremos de insistir al respecto y esperamos contar con su apoyo y el de la comunidad internacional. Señor presidente, la misión de observación de la OSCE en Ucrania ha desempeñado una labor fundamental en la elaboración de informes imparciales sobre la situación que impera en el terreno, así como en la creación de una plataforma para el intercambio de información. Lamentablemente,
Regrettably,
la invasión
the
rusa ha
Russian
vulnerado
invasion
su
has
capacidad de
weakened its
operación.
operating capacity.
Algunas de sus
Some
actividades
of
y
its
de sus
activities
informes
and reports
se han
have been
suspendido.
suspended,
Justo ahora,
just at the
cuando más se
precise
requiere
moment
contar
when
con información
objective and
veraz y
true
objetiva.
information are the most needed.
Asimismo,
In this
reconocemos que
regard,
ante el
we
grave
recognize
deterioro
the
de la
fact that given the
situación
serious
humanitaria,
deterioration of the
el
humanitarian
Consejo Especial Permanente
situation,
de la OCE
the Special
haya
Standing
solicitado a
Committee
la
of the
Misión
OSCE
Especial de
has
Observación
requested the Special
reorientar
Monitoring Mission to
temporalmente sus
temporarily
funciones
redeploy its
para
work
apoyar
to
las
support the
urgentes tareas
urgent
de
work of
asistencia
humanitarian
humanitaria.
assistance.
Es fundamental
It is
que
fundamental
esa
that this
misión
special
especial
mission
tenga
have
acceso
full,
pleno y
safe
seguro en el terreno
access on the
para
ground
poder
to be able
cumplir
to
con su
fulfill its
mandato
mandate
y con las
and carry out
delicadas
the
tareas que
delicate
se le han
tasks
asignado.
assigned to it.
Esperamos que en un futuro
We
no muy
hope that
lejano
in a not too
la OCE
distant
retome
future, the
también sus
OSCE will
funciones
also resume
en el
its
marco del
functions in the
Grupo
context of the
Trilateral de
Trilateral
Contacto,
Contact Group,
pues es ahí, en el diálogo
because it is there,
político,
through
en donde
political
podrán
dialogue,
surgir
that the
las
options allowing
alternativas
us
que
to
permitan
overcome this
superar
crisis
la
are to be
crisis.
found.
Señor presidente,
President,
desde su
since
fundación,
its
la
foundation,
OCE ha
the
jugado un papel
OSCE has
fundamental
played a
para
fundamental role
fomentar
in
la
fostering
confianza,
trust,
trabajar en la
working on
prevención de
conflict
conflictos
prevention,
y en
and
gestionar
managing
las crisis
crises
a
through
través de la
diplomacy.
diplomacia. La labor de la OCE ha
The
sido y sigue
OSCE's
siendo
work has been and
central
continues to
en
be
situaciones que
critical
forman
in
parte de los
situations
temas
which are on
de la agenda de
the
la paz
agenda of
y la seguridad
international peace and
internacionales,
security,
tales como
such as
Bosnia-Herzegovina, la
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
región de
the
Kosovo
Kosovo
o el
region, or
conflicto
the
en
Nagorno-Karabakh
Nagorno-Karabaj.
conflict.
Valoramos, pues, y
We
mucho
therefore
su
attach the
trabajo de
greatest value
mediación
to its
y sus
mediation
buenos
work and
oficios a
its good
través del
offices
despliegue de
through the
sus misiones
deployment
de
of its
paz,
peace missions,
su accionar en el
its work
terreno
on the ground,
y las tareas que cumplen
and
sus
the tasks
representantes
that its
especiales.
special representatives
Por ello queremos
carry out.
subrayar
We therefore
que
wish
las
to underscore the
organizaciones
fact that
regionales
regional
y
and sub-regional
subregionales, como
organizations,
es el caso de la
as is the
OCE,
case of the
están
OSCE,
llamadas a
are called
asumir un
upon to
papel
assume a
decisivo
decisive role
en el
in
cumplimiento de la
implementing
resolución
Resolution
2616 de este
2616
Consejo.
of this Council.
Concluyo,
I
presidente,
conclude,
instando a este
President,
Consejo de
urging
Seguridad
this Security
a
Council
fortalecer la
to step
cooperación
up
con la OCE
cooperation with the
sobre la
OSCE
base de una
upon the
diplomacia más
basis of a more
preventiva y
preventive
más
and more
efectiva,
effective
que
diplomacy,
incluya labores de
which
mediación
includes the
y que
mediation
abone
work,
a la
which can
solución
foster
pacífica
peaceful
de las
dispute
controversias.
settlement.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
أشكر ممثل المكسيك على بيانه
I
وأعطي
thank
الكلمة
the distinguished
لممثل
representative
كينيا.
of Mexico for that statement, and I give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank His Excellency Mr. Zbigniew Rau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland and Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, for his briefing. I congratulate you, sir, on your assumption to this office and wish you every success as you advance the goals of the OSCE. I also thank USG Madam Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. Mr. President, this briefing is happening when the foundations of Europe's security order are being shaken to the core by an ongoing devastating armed conflict that reminds us of the age-old European wars. The armed conflict in Ukraine is already extremely costly in all aspects, ranging from loss of life to millions of refugees and internally displaced, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and destabilization of economies across the globe. If not urgently halted, the consequences will be more catastrophic, not only to Ukraine and Europe at large, but also to the entire world, particularly small and fragile economies in the global south. With this and other protracted conflicts and related dynamics, it has become imperative, in our view, to redesign a security architecture for Europe that is more firmly grounded on such fundamental principles as respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of member states, sovereign equality between states, respect of agreements, and the pacific settlement of disputes. We agree with the OSCE chairperson in office that the organization offers a good forum for the region to discuss every aspect related to peace and security. We are confident that it can serve a pivotal role in an inclusive discourse on a new security order for Europe. We commend the OSCE for its preventive diplomacy efforts and its commitment to multilateralism. In this regard, Kenya lauds the close cooperation it has with the United Nations and urge its strengthening in line with Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. Allow me, Mr. President, to briefly comment on some of the current issues of concern in the OSCE region. On the deeply concerning situation in Ukraine, Kenya commends the OSCE for its efforts to execute its mandate in monitoring the implementation of the 2015 Minsk agreements endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2202 of 2015. We continue to call for an immediate pause on humanitarian grounds and to give a chance to diplomacy in the search for a sustainable political solution. On Kosovo, Kenya believes that it is the responsibility of all relevant parties, including the OSCE, as one of Kosovo's largest field operations, to ensure a sustainable environment conducive to Kosovo's long-term peace and stability. On Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kenya continues to urge the authorities to work together to not only ensure full compliance with the General Framework Agreement for Peace, but also to make progress on the 5 objectives and 2 conditions. With regard to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, we continue to support the efforts of the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs in finding a comprehensive and sustainable settlement. In conclusion, Kenya reiterates that genuine dialogue should be the primary option in resolving conflicts. We encourage the OSCE to continue engaging with the Security Council, other regional bodies, international partners, and other actors in the pursuit of the region's peace, security, and stability. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل كينيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل غابون.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Je remercie le ministre Zbigniew Rau, président de l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe, pour les informations qu'il nous a partagées ce matin. Je remercie également le secrétaire général adjoint, Madame Di Carlo, pour son exposé. Nous avons bien pris note de la lecture du président Rau sur la situation et les projections de l'organisation face aux enjeux et défis qu'elle doit relever pour se dresser à la mesure de sa vocation. Monsieur le Président, avec ses 57 États membres et partenaires issus de l'Europe, d'Asie, d'Amérique, de l'Afrique, l'OCE a inscrit dans son ADN, selon l'esprit de l'acte final de Helsinki, la coopération comme ressort privilégié pour parvenir à la paix et à la sécurité et pour offrir à ses membres un espace de cohabitation sûr et exempt de conflits armés. Coopérer suppose naturellement d'agir ensemble, se concerter permanemment, en temps de paix comme en temps de guerre, aplanir les divergences, atténuer les tensions et rechercher le règlement des différends en privilégiant les issues pacifiques. Depuis bientôt 50 ans d'existence, l'OCE a dû faire face à de nombreuses crises qui ont, sinon ébranlé ses fondements, du moins questionné ses principes directeurs. Un des questionnements qui se pose avec acuité est de savoir comment traduire les principes convenus à Helsinki dans le contexte sécuritaire actuel. Dans l'appréhension de cette question de fond, s'adosse le rôle de passerelle de l'OCE entre ses membres, qui ne peut se départir d'un fort capital de confiance entre ceux-ci afin de pouvoir interagir en toute bonne foi dans une perspective de bénéfices mutuels. En tout état de cause,
Le potentiel de
In any
prévention des
case,
conflits de
the
l'OCE est
conflict
interrogé, alors que nous
potential of the
assistons avec
OSCE is in some
inquiétude
doubt as we
à la
witness
montée du
with
nationalisme en
concern the
Europe,
rise of
aux
nationalisms
tensions
in Europe,
sécessionnistes dans le sud-est de
secessionist
l'Europe,
tension in the
aux
southeast
crises
of Europe,
multiples en Asie centrale ou
multiple
encore
crises in
aux
Central
nombreuses menaces
Asia,
sécuritaires
or
découlant
numerous
de la montée
security
du
threats
terrorisme.
resulting from an increase in
Les
terrorism.
nombreux foyers de tension issus du
The numerous
démembrement d'anciens blocs
outbreaks of
menacent
tension
d'effritement
resulting
plusieurs
from the
régions
splitting
du
apart
monde,
of former
et en
blocs
particulier
threaten to
l'Europe
erode
continentale.
numerous regions of the world,
C'est
and
un
in
sujet de
particular
préoccupation
continental Europe.
important, dont
This is an
non
issue
seulement
of significant
l'OCE,
concern,
mais encore la
and not
communauté
only the
internationale dans son
OSCE, but
ensemble
the international
doit
community as a
résolument
whole
anticiper
must
les effets.
decisively anticipate its
Les derniers
consequences.
événements marqués par la
The
guerre
latest
en
events
Ukraine
marked by the
ou la
war in
situation dans
Ukraine
le Haut-Karabakh
or the situation in
interpellent
Karabakh
l'OCE dans
region
sa
mean that the
capacité à jouer
OSCE
son
must
rôle
question its
de
ability
pont
to play its role as a
entre l'Est
bridge
et
between
l'Ouest de
East
son
and
ressort
West
territorial,
in its
et
territorial
donc sa
competence,
capacité à
and
mettre
its
en branle ses
capacity to
mécanismes de
set in
prévention
motion
des
its
conflits
conflict
pour
prevention
prévenir
mechanisms to prevent
et régler tout
and
conflit armé
resolve
dans
all
sa
armed
circonscription.
conflicts in its sphere of influence.
Se pencher sur le mandat de l'OCE dans le
Focusing on the
contexte de la guerre en
OSCE's
Ukraine,
mandate in the
c'est
context of the
questionner
war in
son
Ukraine
rôle
means
sur la
questioning
résolution de
its
la
role
crise au
on the
regard
resolution of the
du
crisis.
détricotage manifeste des accords de
Given
Minsk.
the clear unraveling of the
Comment
Minsk
sortir de
agreements,
l'impasse actuelle?
how to
Quels
get
sont
out
les
of this
leviers
current
crédibles
quagmire?
à activer
What
en ce
are the
moment
credible
pour faire
levers which
prévaloir
can
la
be used at the
diplomatie
moment to
dans la
ensure that
situation en Ukraine?
diplomacy prevails in the situation in
Répondre
Ukraine?
rationnellement à ces questions,
Responding
c'est
rationally to
prendre la
these
mesure des
questions compel
urgences.
us to acknowledge
C'est
the
se mettre à la
urgency
dimension des
and
exigences
act in
sécuritaires et
line with the
humanitaires.
security and humanitarian
Monsieur le
needs.
Président, mon pays n'a pas
President,
d'expérience de la guerre et n'a jamais pris part à un
my
conflit
country
armé.
has no experience of
C'est
war and
peut-être
has
pour
never
cette
taken
raison
part in an armed conflict.
qu'il a
It
toujours
is
préféré
perhaps
le
for this
dialogue à la
reason that my
rupture
country has
et privilégié les
always
situations
preferred
politiques
dialogue
et
over
diplomatiques
breaches
à
and
l'usage de la
privileged
force.
political solutions and
C'est cet
diplomatic
idéal
solutions
qui
over
a
the use of
motivé notre
force. It is
enthousiasme
this
à
idea
prendre
which
place autour de la
underpinned our
table de ce
enthusiasm to
Conseil
sit at
pour
this
pouvoir
place
contribuer
at the
à
council
trouver des
table to
solutions
contribute to
aux
finding
crises qui minent le monde.
solutions to the crises gripping the
Nous
world.
devons trouver une solution à la
We
crise
must
en
find a
Ukraine
solution to the
parce que
crisis
ses
in Ukraine
conséquences ont
because
un
its
impact
consequences
négatif
will have a negative
sur le monde
impact
entier
on the
et
whole
sur
of
les
the
valeurs des
world
Nations Unies.
and on the values of the
C'est
United
le lieu de
Nations.
réitérer notre appel
We hereby
solennel à
reiterate
chacun
our
des membres de
solemn
ce Conseil et
call on
au-delà
each
à
member of
chaque
this
membre de
council
la
and
communauté
beyond this
internationale
council, upon each
pour
member of the
que nous
international
nous
community, to
réapproprions
renew
et nous
our
réconcilions avec
ownership
notre
of and
engagement commun
realign ourselves with
d'assurer
our
la paix et
common
la sécurité
commitment to
internationale
ensure
pour les
international
peuples du
peace
monde.
and security for the
C'est à
peoples of
cela
the
que nous sommes
world.
engagés en
This
souscrivant à
is
la
what
Charte des
we
Nations Unies.
committed to in signing the
Pour
Charter of the
terminer,
United Nations.
nous encourageons la
To
coopération
conclude,
entre
we
l'OCE et les
encourage
Nations Unies
cooperation between
et
the OSCE and the
exprimons
United
notre
Nations and
soutien au
express
président de
our
l'OCE
support to the
dans ses
President of the
efforts de
OSCE
trouver une issue à la
in
crise
his efforts
ukrainienne.
to find a
Nous exprimons
solution to the
également
crisis in
notre
Ukraine.
appréciation
We
pour
also
le rôle
express our
remarquable
appreciation for
joué
the remarkable
notamment
role
par la Pologne
played
dans l'accueil des
notably
personnes
by
fuyant
Poland
la guerre en Ukraine.
in
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le
welcoming
Président.
those fleeing the war in Ukraine. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل
I
غابون
thank the
على
representative
بيانه
of Gabon for
وأعطي
his
الكلمة
statement, and I give the
لممثل
floor to
الصين.
the representative of China.
谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, Mr. President.
主席先生，
Mr. President,
我欢迎欧安组织轮值主席
welcome
波兰外长拉乌出席今天的会
Foreign
议。
Minister Rao of Poland,
我认真
Chairperson in
听取
Office
了
of
他和
OSCE.
迪卡洛
At
副
this
议长
meeting,
刚
I
才
have
所做的
listened
通报。
carefully to the briefings by
中方一贯支持
Mr.
联合
Rao
国和安
and
理会
USG
根据
DiCarlo.
联合国宪章
China
第
has
8
always
章规
supported
定，
the efforts by the
跟
UN
包
and the
括欧
Security
安组
Council
织
on the
在内的
basis
区域
of
组织
Chapter
发
8
展
of
伙
the
伴
UN
关
Charter
系，
to develop partnership
有
with
效应对
regional
国际和
organizations,
平安全
including
领域的
OSCE,
挑
with
战。
a view to effectively
欧安
addressing
组织
challenges in
覆盖
international
区
peace
域
and
辽阔，
security.
有比较
OSCE covers
丰
a a large area and is fairly rich in its coordination mechanisms. For years, it has done a lot of work in enhancing the mutual trust among member states, preventing and resolving conflicts, and addressing non-traditional security threats. We welcome and are pleased to see the role of OSCE in complementing the international system with the UN at its core. Mr. President, the international situation is undergoing deep challenges and is full of instability and uncertainty. The outbreak of the crisis in Ukraine has further led us to think how to maintain peace and stability in international architecture and focus more on the genuine avenue towards universal security and common development. We must seek new enlightenments and answers from the history of and the current severe challenges facing OSCE. First,
坚持对
We
话与
must
合作的大方向。
adhere to the general direction of
即使
dialogue
在
and
冷战中
cooperation.
最紧
Even
张
in
的
the most
对抗形
intensive
势下，
moment of the Cold
对话合
War,
作也是可能的、
dialogue
必要的。
and cooperation were
矛
possible
盾
and
分歧
necessary.
和潜在的风险越大，
The more
增
frictions,
进理解
differences,
和
and
互信的
potential
重要
risks
性
there are,
就越突
the
出。
more important and necessary it is
世
to
界已
enhance
经进
understanding
入
and
新时
mutual
代，
trust. The world is now
对
in a
话
new
合作的
era.
路
The path
应该
of
越
dialogue
走越
and
宽，
cooperation should
而
become
不是
wider and
越走越
wider
窄。
rather than narrower and narrower.
各国在国家利益、
Differences
社会
among
制度
states
和
in
意识
national
形态方面
interests,
的差
social
异
system, and
不应
ideology
该成为
shall
对话
not
的障碍，
become an obstacle to
更不
dialogue,
应该成为
let
对
alone
抗的
a
理由。
reason for confrontation.
第二，
Second,
世界不可分
the
割，
world is
安全
indivisible,
不可分割。
security is indivisible.
1975年赫尔辛
In the
基会议最后文
1975
件
Helsinki Final
首
Act,
次确立了安全不可分
the
割的重要
important
原则。
principle of indivisible security
这
was
原
first
则在当
established.
前形势下
This
具有
principle
特殊意义，
carries special
不仅
significance
应该
under the
坚持，
current circumstances.
更要落
Therefore,
到
it
实
should
处。
not only be upheld, but all the more should be
乌克兰危
implemented.
机的最终
The
解
final
决
solution to the crisis
还
in
是要
Ukraine
重视和
is
尊
to
重各
take
国
seriously and
合理安
respect
全关切，
the reasonable security
形
concerns of
成
all
均
states
衡、
and form
有
a
效、
balanced,
可持
effective,
续
and
的
sustainable
欧洲安全体
European
制。
security architecture.
第三，
Third,
冷战早已
the
结束，
Cold War was
基于集
over
团
long
对抗
ago.
的冷战思维
Cold War
应当
mentality
彻底
on the
摒弃，
based on bloc
固守
confrontation
霸权
should
逻
be
辑，
completely
挑
rejected.
起阵营对
Sticking
抗，
to hegemony
最终
mentality
只
and
能给世
provoking
界
bloc
带来
confrontation
灾
will
难，
only bring the world
加剧
disasters
动荡
and
和分
exacerbate
裂。
turmoil and division.
在欧洲如此，
That is the case in Europe.
在其他地区
It is also the
也如
case
此。
in other regions.
这个世界
This
不需要新
does
冷战，
not need a
这个世
new
界
Cold War.
也完全容
This
得下各
world
国
can live
共
with
同成
common
长
growth
和进
and
步。
progress.
各国应该在多边主
All
义体制
countries
下
must,
加
under the
强
banner
团结
of
合作，
multilateralism,
携
strengthen
手
unity
推
and
动构建
cooperation,
人类命
and
运
work
共同体。
together for a community of shared future for mankind.
主席先生，
Mr. President,
中方在乌克兰问题上
China's
的立场
position on the
是一
question of
贯明
Ukraine
确的。
is
日
consistent
前，
and clear-cut.
习近平主席同法
Recently,
国、德
President
国
Xi
领导人
Jinping
举
held
行
a
视
video
频会议，
conference with leaders of
指出各
France
国
and
主
Germany,
权、领土
where he
完整
pointed
都
out
应该得
that
到尊重，
sovereignty and territorial integrity of
联合
all
国宪
states
章宗
shall
旨和
be
原则
respected,
都应
that
该
the
得到
purposes
遵守，
and principles of the UN
各
Charter
国
shall be
合理安全
observed,
关切
that the
都
reasonable
应
security
该得
concerns
到
of
重
all
视，
states shall be taken seriously,
一切有利于
and
和
that
平解决
all
危机的
efforts
努
towards
力
peaceful
都
settlement
应该
of
得到支持。
crises shall be supported.
这四个应该
The four
是中方
shells,
关于
the
乌
4
克兰问
points,
题的最权威立场。
represent the
中
most
方将
authoritative
秉
position
持
of
上
China
述
on
立
the
场，
question of
同
Ukraine.
各方加
Based
强
on
沟
this
通协商，
position, China will
为
strengthen
劝和促
communication
谈
and coordination
继
with all
续
the
发
parties
挥
concerned and
建设性作
play
用。
a constructive role in promoting peace through negotiations.
中方对乌克兰局势的发展
China
深
is
感担忧
deeply
和痛惜，
concerned about and regrets
尽
the
早实现
developments
停
in
火止
Ukraine.
战
Early
是国
cessation
际
of
社会的
hostilities is
普
a
遍
common
愿望。
aspiration of the international
对话
community.
谈判
Dialogue
是
and
唯一可行
negotiation
的现
are
实手
the
段。
only feasible and realistic
近期，俄罗
method.
斯、乌克兰双方
Recently,
举行多次直接谈判，
Russia and Ukraine
并展现出
have
继
held
续进
multiple
行
rounds
谈
of
判的力量。
negotiations and have demonstrated aspiration and willingness to
国际社会
further
要
continue
维持积极
negotiations.
势头，
The international
继续
community
鼓
must
励
help
和支
sustain
持
the positive
俄乌
momentum,
谈判，
actively
并为此创造
and actively
必要环境和条
encourage
件。
and support Russian-Ukraine
乌克兰
negotiations
危
and
机
create the
和欧
necessary
洲安
conditions
全
and
稳定
environment to
息
that
息
end.
相关。我
The
们鼓
crisis
励
in
欧安组
Ukraine
织
is interwoven with European security and stability. We encourage OSCE to bring into full play its advantages and set up the necessary platform for the negotiation and communication of the parties concerned. We call for maximum restraint. We call for effective guarantee for civilian security and their basic needs, so as to prevent the appearance of a humanitarian crisis of a larger scale. China's 6.8
Euro closed 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago, European markets closed. Market pulling back here. We're almost at that low of the morning here. Stock's pulling all the way back though. Amazon's down 50 here. Tesla's leading the way to the downside, down 25 here. Yeah, this is a long briefing though, you guys. They're talking about a lot here. As you can see, this is moving the market, so we're going to stay live with this. This is China's leader here, or he's the spokesman for China.
Of complex historical and present fact.
Expect more of this movement here for about another 20 minutes here. You probably get another, maybe a bounce here or maybe another low.
Not help solve the issue, but will create new problems. Escalating sanctions has already affected and will continue to affect global finance, energy, food, transportation, supply chain, and other areas, devastating the already fragile world economy caused by the pandemic, thus seriously and adversely affecting people's livelihood, developing countries in particular. We once again call for greater diplomatic efforts by the international community to de-escalate tensions and bring the Ukrainian issue back to the political track. Thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الصين على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة إيرلندا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo also for her briefing this morning. And Minister Rao, I'd like to wish you a very warm welcome to the Council and many thanks for your informative briefing earlier. At the outset, I'd certainly like to express Ireland's admiration and appreciation to the government and people of Poland for your generosity and solidarity to those fleeing the war in Ukraine. We in Ireland are also fully committed to supporting the humanitarian response. Mr. President, the Helsinki Final Act, signed in 1975, laid the foundation for what is now the OSCE. As an inclusive forum where East and West could meet, the OSCE, with its unique concept of comprehensive security, has served the European continent well for almost 50 years. As a founding member of the OSCE, Ireland regards the organisation as a vital instrument for European stability and security. We greatly value the OSCE's work on conflict prevention and resolution, its activities on human rights, and its regional role under the UN Charter. As we now experience another tragic episode in Europe's long and often violent history, the work of the OSCE takes on a renewed significance. The Russian Federation's relentless, unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine casts a dark shadow across our continent as innocent civilians in Ukraine suffer unbearably, and we watch a humanitarian catastrophe unfold. Ireland once again strongly condemns the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and an independent country, and calls on it to uphold its international obligations. The Russian Federation must immediately cease hostilities, unconditionally withdraw its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from using further threats or the use of force of any kind against Ukraine or any other OSCE participating state. We urge it to turn away from war and choose the path of dialogue and diplomacy, not bullets and bombs. Mr. President, Ireland welcomes the priorities for 2022 outlined by the chairperson in office of the OSCE. I want to assure Minister Rao of Ireland's full support in his important role. As Undersecretary General DiCarlo said earlier, the OSCE is a unique organisation extending from Vancouver to Vladivostok. It is the embodiment of a vision for Europe's security architecture, a vision of creating a different relationship for resolving issues between states. Its strength lies in its value as an essential forum for free and open engagement.
This is why we welcome in particular the renewed European Security Dialogue initiated by the chairperson in office, aimed at using the full potential of the OSCE as a platform for dialogue. Since 2014, the Special Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has made a significant difference to the lives of people living along the contact line in eastern Ukraine, away from public limelight. The mission negotiated local ceasefires, enabling repair works on critical civilian infrastructure, giving millions in eastern Ukraine access to fundamental services. It was an indispensable, impartial voice and the eyes and ears of participating states on the ground. Allow me to express our sincere condolences on the death of Marina Fanina, the SMM national member killed by shelling. We commend the OSCE for its evacuation of staff, and we recognise the evacuation as a temporary measure and acknowledge that the mission is working differently right now and is ready to resume its monitoring work. We stress the importance of an OSCE presence on the ground into the future. Mr. President, while the eyes of the world are rightly focused on Ukraine, we are mindful that the institutions and field offices of the OSCE continue to operate throughout the region. Indeed, it's vital that they do so. Ireland continues to support renewed efforts towards a negotiated, comprehensive and sustainable settlement of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, particularly on the long-term status of Nagorno-Karabakh. We believe the OSCE Minsk Group is the appropriate format through which to achieve this objective. It is essential that both sides meaningfully engage in this effort. Ireland, together with our EU partners, stands ready to contribute to the intensification of negotiations in this format. Ireland strongly supports the Polish chair's intention to keep conflict prevention and resolution at the top of the OSCE's agenda, including in Georgia and Moldova. Here too will the OSCE's work to advance the women, peace and security agenda be critical, particularly for those women who have been forced to flee Ukraine. We also welcome Poland's emphasis on responding to new and emerging threats to regional peace and security, such as violent extremism and attacks in cyberspace, as well as the challenges we may face in a post-COVID environment through effective multilateralism. Ireland recalls that the OSCE plays a unique role in holding all states, all participating states, accountable to OSCE principles and commitments. The inclusion of civil society is essential in this regard. We fully support the OSCE's work on democracy and human rights and reaffirm our steadfast support for the invaluable role played by the OSCE autonomous institutions, in particular the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, whose work on election monitoring we support without reservation. In conclusion, Mr. President, the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security is as pertinent and relevant as ever. Respect for human rights, the rule of law, and economic and environmental progress are all essential elements for sustaining peace and prosperity. We look forward to working closely with the chairperson in office to ensure strong, complementary partnership between the UN and the OSCE. Thank you, President.
أشكر ممثلة إيرلندا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الهند.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me begin by welcoming His Excellency Professor Rau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland. I also thank him for his briefing on the activities of the OSCE and its priorities in his capacity as the OSCE chairperson in office. I also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. The role of regional and sub-regional organizations in maintenance of international peace and security, as well as their cooperation with the United Nations, is provided in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. We support active engagement between the UN and OSCE based on the framework for cooperation and coordination signed in 1993. Regional organizations have a critical role to play in addressing challenges to security environment by promoting dialogue between the parties and dissuading external influence. We are of the view that bilateral and regional agreements negotiated between the parties provide a good basis for lasting and peaceful resolution of disputes. The OSCE has attributes that make it the forum of choice in many situations. Of first and foremost importance, the OSCE is an inclusive Euro-Atlantic forum for consultation and joint action. OSCE is a structured dialogue mechanism anchored in the guiding principles of transparency, collective ownership, inclusiveness, and respect for diverging views, is aimed at rebuilding trust in multilateralism amid renewed geopolitical rivalry in the OSCE area. The challenges confronting the OSCE community come from different sources. They include not only challenges to sovereignty, but threats to peace from ethnic tensions and violent separatism within states. The OSCE, as the world's largest security organization, is also addressing some of the toughest transnational threats such as proliferation of weapons, terrorism, cybersecurity, migration, environmental damage, and drug trafficking. While noting the ongoing global counterterrorism efforts and contribution of OSCE, we would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of this issue. OSCE was among the first regional organizations to strongly condemn the terrorist attack on Indian Parliament in 2001. OSCE needs to take into account such cross-border terrorist attacks and other new and emerging threats. In this context, the 8-point action plan on counterterrorism proposed by India's External Affairs Minister on 11th January 2021 while addressing the Council also merits serious consideration of the OSCE. OSCE has been playing an important role in facilitating implementation of package of measures across both sides of contact line in eastern Ukraine. However, recent developments in Ukraine and consequent deterioration of security situation have altered the functioning of the special monitoring mission. India has been consistent in calling for an immediate end to all hostilities in Ukraine. Our Prime Minister has repeatedly called for an urgent ceasefire and that there is no other path left but of dialogue and diplomacy. The human toll continues to mount and the humanitarian situation has become dire. India undertook intensive and immediate steps to evacuate its nationals. Till date, about 22,500 Indians have returned home safely. We are grateful to all our partners for their support in our evacuation efforts. We call for direct contacts and negotiations with a view to cease hostilities. India has been in touch with both the Russian Federation and Ukraine in this regard and will continue to remain engaged. We continue to underline the need to respect the UN Charter, international law, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We also support OSCE Minsk Group's continued efforts for a peaceful resolution of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. India believes that any lasting resolution of the conflict can only be achieved peacefully through diplomatic negotiations, and we call on parties to implement the agreement reached. We note with concern that steps that have been committed have yet to materialize. To conclude, Mr. President, we recognize the significant contribution of OSCE to the promotion of a rules-based international order and strengthening multilateralism. We join all other members of the Council to extend our good wishes to Poland's chairmanship of OSCE. I also take this opportunity to sincerely thank Foreign Minister of Poland for the generosity and help extended to our citizens in their safe return from conflict zones in Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الهند على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الاتحاد الروسي.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. У нас не вызвало удивления выступление действующего председателя ОБСЕ. Мы знали, о чем он будет говорить еще до начала выступления. Но нас удивляет, и уже не в первый раз, тоже было и в пятницу в
and
этом
this
же
was the
зале.
case on Friday in this very chamber,
Выступление заместителя
that
генерального
the
секретаря ООН,
USG's statement of the UN,
которая в своих оценках
that in
вышла
her
далеко за
assessment
рамки
went
беспристрастности,
way beyond the remit of impartiality. We're surprised by her statement,
которая предписывается
which
международным
is
гражданским служащим.
stipulated under her obligations as an international civil servant.
Ее оценки и перепевание
Views
фейков
and her
о
pushing forward of
неизбирательной
fakes
бомбардировке гражданских
about
объектов,
the unselective bombing of civilian facilities,
использование кассетных
and the
боеприпасов
use
российскими
of
вооруженными силами,
cluster bombs by Russian armed
со ссылкой на
forces
достоверные
with
источники,
references to reliable sources of
вызывает у
information
нас сомнения, кто сидит за
raises
табличкой.
doubts as to who's sitting around this table,
Высокопоставленный сотрудник
a
секретариата ООН
senior official of
или
the UN
представитель одного
Secretariat
из государств.
or a representative of one of the member states.
ООН на протяжении
UN
последних дней
over recent days has repeatedly
неоднократно обращалась к теме посредничества.
drawn attention to the topic of
Конфликт.
mediation in conflict.
О каком посредничестве
What
можно
type of
говорить,
mediation
когда
can we talk
вы,
about
очевидно, заняли
when
сторону в этом
you
конфликте?
obviously have picked a side in this conflict
Зато у заместителя генерального
and the
секретаря
Undersecretary
не
General
нашлось ни слова,
didn't manage to
чтобы
find any
сообщить о
words
сегодняшнем
to
ударе
report
вооруженных сил
about
Украины
the strike by
ракетой .УД,
the strike bomb by the Ukrainian armed forces
начиненной кассетными боеприпасами
that
по
was
центру Донецка,
filled with cluster bombs and that struck the heart of
в
Donetsk.
результате чего
As a
погибло
result of
20 и
which
ранено 35
20
мирных
people
жителей.
died and 35 civilians were injured.
Как не нашлось ни слова
And
об этом и у представителей
Also,
западных
the
стран,
representatives of Western
которые
countries
уже
didn't
8 лет
manage to
страдают
mention this
слепотой в
either,
отношении
who for
всего,
8 years
что
have just
происходило
turned
на
a blind
Донбассе,
eye to what's
и в
happening in
каких
Donbass
условиях
and in the
под постоянными
conditions
обстрелами жили
in
там мирные
which
люди.
people are living under constant shelling.
К сожалению, к этому
Unfortunately,
причастна и ОБСЕ,
the OSCE is party to this
которая
too,
заглаживала правду о
that
преступлениях
has just
украинских ВСУ и
ignored
националистов на Донбассе.
the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces and the nationalists in Donbass.
Я хочу спросить
I would
своего
like to
американского
ask my
коллегу, 13
American
тысяч
colleague,
человек,
13,000
погибших, о
people
которых он
have
упомянул,
died. He
погибших на
mentioned that
Донбассе.
figure. They died
Тоже
in
Россия
Donbass.
виновата?
There's Russia as well.
Вам разве не известно, кто
Do
большая
you
часть
not
этих
know
несчастных?
who are most
Где
of these
большинство
unfortunate
из них
people?
это люди,
Most of
которые
these
погибли
people
со стороны ДНР и
who
ЛНР.
died in DPR and LPR.
Мой американский
My
коллега
American
упомянул о
colleague
гибели в
mentioned
Ирпене журналиста Брента Рено,
the death of Brent
якобы от
Reno
рук
in
российских сил.
Irpin, apparently from a Russian shot.
Мы сожалеем о
We
любых погибших
regret
в конфликте.
any people who die in a conflict.
Но хотел бы сделать два
I'd
уточнения.
just like to make two clarifying points.
Во-первых, он не
Firstly,
журналист,
he
это сразу
wasn't
же
a
опровергла
journalist.
сама Нью-Йорк Таймс.
That was something that the New York Times itself stated.
А по интернету
And
гуляет
on the
информация
internet, there's information
о том, что
circulating
основной
that
род его деятельности
the other
отнюдь не
part of
журналистика
his
и
actions
фильммейкинг.
was not actually journalist
есть открытый
activity, it was filmmaking, and that's on open access, that
Во-вторых,
information.
Ирпень полностью
Secondly,
контролируется вооруженными
Irpin
силами
is
Украины и
fully
отрядами
controlled
украинской
by the
теробороны.
Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian units.
Судя по словам
So,
коллеги Рено,
given
который
what the
выжил в
colleagues
ходе
are
этого
saying,
инцидента, именно они открыли огонь
survived
по
that,
их
it was
автомобилю.
them who opened fire on their vehicles.
Господин председатель, у нас
Mr.
не было
President,
иллюзий,
we
что
were under no
сегодняшнее
illusion. We knew
заседание
that
будет
today's
посвящено
meeting
отнюдь не
would in
взаимодействию
no way be on
ООН и
cooperation between the
ОБСЕ.
UN and the OSCE.
Спрос на
The demand
взаимодействие
for
в последние
cooperation
годы резко
over recent years
снизился
has
из-за
sharply
попыток
decreased due to
отдельного
attempts
клуба
by a
государств
certain
подменить
club of
действия
states to
устава ООН
replace the UN
порядком,
Charter by a
основанным на правилах.
rules-based order.
Площадка
The
ОБСЕ стала
OSCE
ярчайшим
has
тому
become a
примером.
glaring example of this.
Особенно это заметно
This
в
has become
последнее
particularly
время, когда
noticeable
работа
recently when the
организации,
work of the
которая и до
organization,
этого
which even
уделяла
before this paid
гипертрофированное внимание странам к
disproportionate
востоку от
attention
Вены,
to countries to the east of Vienna,
фактически
de
свелась к
facto
единственному
boiled down
сюжету,
to just one
обсуждение по
subject. The
которому
discussions on this,
проходят,
as
насколько мы можем
far
судить,
as we can
не то что в
gather, are not
непрофессиональных,
so much
а
unprofessional,
уже
but
в истерических
in fact
и даже
hysterical
недопустимых тонах.
in tone, and unacceptable tone has been
Когда
used.
господин Рау
When
15
Mr. Rao,
февраля
on
находился
the
с визитом в
15th of
Москве,
February, visited
мы
Moscow,
провели с ним
we had
обстоятельные
substantive
переговоры.
talks with him.
Тогда он говорил о
Back then, he
важности
talked about the
проактивного,
importance
позитивного
of a
подхода,
proactive,
поиска
positive
развязок,
approach and the
отказа
quest
от
for
взаимных
solutions and the
обвинений.
rejection of mutual
Мы такой
accusations.
настрой
We
поддержали.
supported such an approach.
высказали
We
убежденность
expressed
в
our
том, что
conviction
председательство
that the
должно
chairmanship
способствовать
should
формированию
facilitate the
объединительной
formation of
повестки
a
дня, достижению
unifying
компромисса.
agenda and achieve compromises.
Для этого важно
For this, it's
оставаться в рамках
important to
мандата
remain within the
председателя,
mandate of the chairmanship and to
придерживаться
stick
статусно
to the
нейтральных
status
подходов.
neutral
Как
approaches,
принято говорить,
as they
избегать
say, and to avoid
неконсенсусных
non-consensus-based
формулировок.
wordings,
То, что называется
which in other words is
выполнением
called
роли честного
embracing
брокера.
the role of an honest broker.
Однако сегодня мы
However,
можем
today we can
констатировать, что
note
польское
that the
председательство
Polish
ОБСЕ
chairmanship of the
свою миссию
OSCE
почти провалило,
has almost failed in its
хотя мы говорили в
mission.
середине
We're
марта.
only in the middle of March, though.
Уже 5
On the
марта
5th
по
of
итогам
March,
переговоров с
following the
государственным
talks with
секретарем
the US
США,
Secretary of State,
господин Рау высказался в том духе,
Mr.
что
Rao said
председательство ОБСЕ
essentially that the
будет
chairperson of the
координировать
OSCE
действия
would
против одного
coordinate
из
the actions
государств-участников
against one
организации.
participating state of the
Это
organization. This
вопиющее
is an
нарушение Польши
egregious
мандата
violation by
действующего
Poland of the
председательства
mandate
ОБСЕ,
of the OSCE chairperson
утвержденного
in
на
office,
СМИТ в Порту в
adopted at the
2002 году,
2002 Porto Ministerial Council,
а также
and
решение
also the
Постоянного совета
decisions of
ОБСЕ
the
за
Permanent Council
номером
of the OSCE
485
number
о публичных
485
заявлениях.
on public statements.
Смысл работы
The point
действующего
of the work
председательства
of the
заключается
chairperson in
именно в том,
office
чтобы
is
разрешать
precisely
противоречия
to
между
solve
государственными
disagreements between
участниками,
participating
сближать
states
позиции,
and to
но
bring
никак не в
positions
том,
closer.
чтобы
It is in
своими
no way
ангажированными
to
шагами
take
еще больше
biased
разжигать
steps which
конфронтацию,
further inflame
а тем
confrontation,
более
and
возглавлять
especially not to
антироссийскую
head up an
кампанию в ОБСЕ.
anti-Russian campaign in the OSCE.
Сегодня господин Рау, а
Today,
также ряд
Mr. Rao
коллег,
and also
мы
a number
услышали
of
утверждение о
colleagues
том, что России
stated that
якобы
Russia
предлагали
apparently
обсудить озабоченности
proposed
по вопросам
discussing their
безопасности в
concerns
ОБСЕ,
on
но
security
она
in the
отказалась.
OSCE, but it refused.
Это неправда.
That's not true.
Мы не отвергали
We did
запущенный
not
польским
refute the
председательством
Polish
соответствующий диалог,
chairpersonship
однако
proposed
подчеркиваем,
dialogue.
что для
However,
его
we
успешного
underscore that for
проведения
it to be
нам надо
successful,
получить
we
ответы
would
от
need to get
Соединенных Штатов
responses from
и
the US
индивидуальных стран
and
членов ОБСЕ
individual members
о
of
том,
the
как они видят
OSCE
на
as to
практике
how they
реализацию
perceive in
принципа
practice
неделимости
the
безопасности.
implementation of the principle of the indivisibility of security.
Поскольку мы получили только
Since
отписки,
we
причем не
just
от
got
стран,
some notes,
а от
not from
Евросоюза и
countries,
НАТО,
but from the
к
EU
которым
and
мы с этим
NATO,
вопросом не
that
обращались.
we didn't pay attention to properly, that were not taken seriously,
Э,
or rather,
Мы получили только
we
отписки,
just got
причем не от стран,
notes, but it wasn't from
а от
countries,
Евросоюза
but it
и
was from the
НАТО,
EU and NATO.
к которым мы с этим вопросом не обращались.
And we did not contact them regarding these matters.
Говорить о том, что на площадке
Thinking
ОБСЕ
that in
запущен
the
какой-то
OSCE
полезный
some
диалог,
kind of
это
helpful
профанация.
dialogue has been started is absolute nonsense.
По вине наших западных коллег
It is the
ОБСЕ
fault of
пока не
our
смогла
Western
справиться с
colleagues
решением
that
важнейшей,
the OSCE has
судьбоносной
not
по
yet
сути
been able
задачи
to deal with important
достичь
pivotal
единого понимания
challenges, achieving a
фундаментального для всей
single
архитектуры европейской
fundamental
безопасности
understanding
принципа
of the European security
неделимости этой самой
architecture
безопасности.
and the indivisibility of that very
Этот
security.
принцип требует
This
избегать
principle
каких-либо
requires
действий,
avoiding
которые
any
будут укреплять
actions that
чью-то
would
безопасность
strengthen
в ущерб
somebody's
безопасности любой
security
другой
to the
страны.
detriment of the security of any
Все
other
это
country.
закреплено во
This
многих
is enshrined
документах
in many
ОБСЕ,
OSCE
начиная с
documents starting with
1994 года,
1994, when
когда был принят
the
Кодекс
Code of
поведения в
Conduct for
военно-политической
military
сфере.
political
Затем на высшем
sphere
уровне
was
была
adopted.
одобрена
Then at
Хартия
the highest
европейской
level, the
безопасности в Стамбуле в
European Security
1999
Charter
году.
of Istanbul was adopted in
В
1999.
декабре
In December
2010 года
2010,
на саммите
at the
ОБСЕ в
OSCE summit
Астане
in Astana,
этот
this
принцип был в
principle
развернутой
was
форме
in an
и
expanded
недвусмысленно
form
подтвержден.
unambiguously confirmed.
Вместо этого западным
However, the
лагерем
Western
во
camp
главу угла было
made a top
поставлено право
priority
любой страны
out
выбирать
of
себе
the right
союз,
of any country to
а
choose
про то,
its
что этого нельзя
alliance.
делать в ущерб
Regarding the fact
безопасности
that this
других,
cannot be done to the
наши
detriment
коллеги
of other people's
предпочитали
security
не
is something
вспоминать.
that our colleagues
А сегодня
preferred to
господин Рау
forget. Today,
сказал,
Mr.
что
Rao
Россия
said that
требует для
Russia
себя
is
односторонних гарантий.
requiring unilateral agreements rather for itself,
Гарантий.
or guarantees rather for itself.
Детонатором глубокого
Detonator
кризиса
for the
европейской
serious crisis in
безопасности,
European
сложившегося в
security
силу
occurring
упомянутых мной
due to the
тенденций,
trends I
стала
mentioned was
ситуация
the
на Украине.
situation in Ukraine.
Полагаем, что и в
I
этом
believe
есть
that
прямая вина ОБСЕ,
here as well the
закрывавшего
OSCE
глаза
is
на все
directly
то, что
to blame, and
происходило все
the
эти
Polish
годы не
chairmanship
только на
prevented
Донбассе,
it inter alia
но и
through
на самой Украине.
the special representative in the
Есть
contact
в этом
group,
и роль
and
польского
the
председательства.
Polish
Кто мешал
chairmanship
действующему
is
председательству, в
directly to
том числе
blame
через своего
too,
спецпредставителя в
who
контактной группе,
prevented the
добиваться от
interallies through
украинской
the
стороны
special
полного
representative of
и
the contact group to
последовательного
get the
выполнения
Ukrainian
Минского
side to
комплекса
fully and
мер.
consistently implement the Minsk
Схема
packages
действий
measures.
была
The
абсолютно
scheme of
понятна.
action is
Прежде
was
всего,
crystal clear.
обеспечить
First and
прямой
foremost, to
диалог и
ensure
Киева,
direct
Донецка
dialogue
и
between
Луганска,
Kiev, Donetsk, and
а
Lugansk,
также
and also to
непредвзятость
ensure
наблюдения за
unbiased
ситуацией
observance of
силами
the situation
специальной
by the
мониторинговой
Special
миссии в
Monitoring Mission
России.
of the OSCE forces.
От ее руководства
Its
требовалось
leadership was required
конструктивное
to engage
рабочее
in
взаимодействие с властями
constructive
Донецка и
cooperation with the
Луганска,
authorities of
как
Donetsk and
предписывает
Lugansk,
мандат этой
as
миссии,
stipulated in the mandate
одобренный
of this
Постоянным
mission
Советом
approved by the
ОБСЕ.
Permanent Council of the OSCE.
Согласно этому
In line
мандату,
with this
миссия не
mandate, the
должна была
mission
оставлять без
should
внимания
not have
нарушение прав
ignored the
человека и
violations of
свободы
human
СМИ
rights
на всей
and
территории Украины,
mass media
не
freedom breaches
пропускать
throughout the
мимо своего
entire Ukrainian
внимания
territory, not fail to
очевидные
notice
факты,
the
которые
blatant
говорили
facts
о
that
разгуле
attested to the
агрессивного
unfurling of
национализма,
aggressive nationalism,
неонацизма и
neo-Nazism, and
многочисленные
the
случаи
numerous cases
дискриминации
of
русскоязычного
discrimination against
населения.
the Russian-speaking population.
Помимо этого, на Украине приобрели
Furthermore,
массовый и
there
систематический
were
характер нарушений прав человека.
gross violations of human rights in
Были приняты
Ukraine,
дискриминационные законы о
discrimination
госязыке,
laws about
образовании
state
и коренных
language and
народах,
education and indigenous
направленные
peoples
прежде
were
всего против
adopted,
русского языка и
primarily targeted
многомиллионного русскоязычного
against
населения.
the Russian language and the millions of Russian-speaking
Вместо этого
population.
мы столкнулись с
Instead of this,
откровенным подыгрыванием
we
со стороны ОБСЕ,
saw
включая
that the
польское
OSCE
председательство
blatantly
украинским властям.
played with the Ukrainian
А те
authorities,
категорически отказывались от ключевого
they
положения Минска,
categorically rejected
прямого
the key
диалога с
provision of
Донбассом,
Minsk, direct
предпочитая
dialogue with Donbass,
разговаривать с
preferring to
живущими
talk
там
to
своими
their fellow
гражданами,
countrymen living
своими
there
же
in
согражданами,
the
языком пушек и
language of
обстрелов.
guns and shelling.
Откровенно
By flagrantly
саботируя собственные
sabotaging its own
обязательства. Киев сделал
obligations,
все, чтобы
Kiev did
разрушить
everything it
Минские
could to destroy the
соглашения.
Minsk agreements.
Россия
Russia has
последовательно призывала
consistently
Украину уважать
urged
чаяния
Ukraine
жителей
to respect
Донбасса
the
и
wishes
незаконное
of the
стремление
inhabitants of
говорить
Donbass and their
на родном
legitimate
языке,
desire to
обучать на нем
speak in
своих
their own
детей,
language and to
чтить
teach their
память тех,
children
кто
in it,
освобождал
and to honor
освобождал эту
those
землю от фашистов,
who
а не тех, кто воевал на
freed
стороне
these
Гитлера,
lands from the
убивал
fascists, and
мирных
not those who
граждан
fought
в
on the
годы
side of
Великой
Hitler's
Отечественной
people
войны.
and who killed
Но
civilians
в
during the
Киеве нас
Second World
слушать не
War.
хотели.
But Kiev did not want to hear us.
В то же время
At
Запад
the
во
same
главе
time, the
США,
West, headed up by
вместо
the
того,
US,
чтобы
instead
заставить
of
Украину
forcing
дополнить
Ukraine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is approaching Wall Street lunch break here. LCAOD, we're going to take lunch here a little bit early today. I got something I got to take care of. We're going to keep this briefing rolling, though, and we're just going to keep the charts and numbers up, you guys. I'll try to take a little hour break here today. I'll be back. You guys enjoy your lunch. Enjoy the day. I hope you guys learning something here. What they're saying here. I know it's a lot of different languages, but that's why they got the translator there. Really, what I'm seeing though, it affect the most is it's the Russia-Ukraine jitter still that's affecting everything the most here right now. It's bringing the market down here badly right now. We're below 420 on the SPY, so yeah, we might sell off here and get these lows that they are talking about here. I'm starting to see it happen. 418 on the SPY, stocks coming down, everything's tailing off. But I'm gonna go to lunch here, you guys. I'll be right back. But we're gonna keep this pulled up, so enjoy your lunch. Stay cautious, stay safe. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Ukrainian soldiers during our military operation, they were given an order to start military actions against PYD back in March. A copy of these documents are available on the Russian military defense site. Our operation hampered these plans.
Сейчас против России развязаны масштабные информационные войны. Разрушенные ВСУ националистическими формированиями объекты в ДНР и ЛНР западные СМИ беззастенчиво выдают за последствия нашей военной операции на Украине, тиражируя фальшивые соглашения о якобы неизбирательных бомбардировках украинских городов. При этом уже без каких-либо попыток оправдания вводится цензура, причем тотальная, в информационном пространстве. В этих условиях получить объективную информацию о ходе военной операции, а также отличить откровенные фейки, вроде якобы обстрелянного России Мариупольского роддома, жителям западных государств с манипуляцией. Поэтому тиражирование неправды с трибуны Совета Безопасности мы воспринимаем как сознательную провокацию наших западных коллег. В настоящее время главная угроза для мирного жителя Украины исходит от вооруженных формирований украинских националистов, которые развязали настоящий террор в отношении своих сограждан. Массово нарушается международное гуманитарное право и права человека.
Националисты размещают танки, артиллерию и РСЗО прямо у стен детских садов и школ, оборудуют огневые позиции на крышах домов, прикрываются женщинами и детьми. Попавшие в плен российские военнослужащие подвергаются садистским пыткам. Украинские бандиты снимают эти пытки на видео. Киевский режим бравирует таковой жестокостью. Из тюрем выпущено большое количество уголовников. Преступным решением киевского режима стала раздача десятков тысяч огнестрельного оружия неизвестно кому. Только в Киеве это больше 10 тысяч стволов. В городах Украины теперь бесчинствуют вооруженные банды мародеров и грабителей. Бандиты расстреливают просто граждан. Нами также фиксируется массовое применение киевского режима расчлененных фосфорных боеприпасов. То, как известно, запрещено протоколом Конвенции ООН о регулярном оружии 80-го года. А кассетных боеприпасов, используемых в ВСУ, сегодня использовавшихся и использованных в ВСУ сегодня в Донецке, я уже сказал, это почему-то не привлекает внимания. В этих условиях действующее председательство ОБСЕ в рамках одного из своих приоритетов помощи мирному населению, затронутому конфликтами, необходимо немедленно оказать политическую поддержку безопасной эвакуации гражданского населения из района боевых действий в ту сторону, в которую захотят выходить сами украинцы. Российские силы каждый день в одностороннем порядке открывают коридоры для выхода людей. Однако воспользоваться ими могут далеко не все. Киев не стесняется угрожать собственным гражданам, пытающимся выходить из города. Господин председатель, не далее, чем 10-11 марта мы поднимали в Совете вопрос об американских лабораториях на Украине. Не буду повторяться, хочу лишь еще раз предупредить об опасности попадания биоматериалов с опасными штаммами в руки украинских радикалов, которые, как показали последние дни, способны на самые бесчеловечные провокации против мирного населения украинского народа. Нам также поступают сообщения о возможных диверсиях в отношении объектов газотранспортной системы Украины. Кроме того, по имеющейся информации Минобороны России, украинские вооруженные формирования осуществляют активную подготовку к провокации с использованием отравляющих веществ для обвинения России в якобы применении химического оружия. Так, ночью 9 марта украинские националисты завезли в населенный пункт Золочев к северо-западу от Харькова около 80 тонн аммиака. А уже 10 марта украинские СМИ стали распространять информацию о способах защиты от химатак. Так что в какую сторону развивается мысль, сомнений не остается. Тем более, что наши американские коллеги, как мы неоднократно слышали из уст представителей Соединенных Штатов в Совете, заранее подсказывают, на кого собираются возлагать вину за опасное развитие событий. Если до такой провокации, не дай бог, все-таки дойдет дело, не говорите, что мы вас не предупреждали. Господин председатель, в завершение своего выступления хотел бы призвать действующего председателя не допускать разрушения ОБСЕ. Важно не забывать, что в рамках обсуждается ряд других шагов, которые требуют от членов организации пристального внимания. В частности, в том, что касается мирного всестороннего решения конфликта в Нагорном Карабахе, основную роль в котором играет Минская группа ОБСЕ. В нынешних условиях ОБСЕ остается едва ли не единственной площадкой, где возможен общеевропейский диалог. Необходимо задуматься об исторических последствиях действий, нацеленных на подрыв и каких-либо перспектив сотрудничества в интересах безопасности всех стран, расположенных в европейском континенте. Благодарю.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد
I thank
الروسي
the
على
representative
بيانه.
of the Russian Federation for his statement.
سأدلي الآن ببيان
I
بصفتي
shall now make a
ممثل
statement
الإمارات
in my
العربية
capacity as the
المتحدة.
representative of the United Arab Emirates.
أود بداية أن أشكر كلا من معالي السيد
At the outset,
زبيغنييف راو
I would like to
وزير
thank His
خارجية بولندا ورئيس
Excellency
منظمة
Zbigniew
الأمن
Rau,
والتعاون
Minister
في
for Foreign
أوروبا
Affairs of Poland and
لعام
Chairman in Office of the Organization
2022
for Security and Cooperation
ووكيلة
in Europe
الأمين
for
العام للشؤون
2022,
السياسية
and
وبناء
Undersecretary
السلام
General for
السيدة
Political and
روزماري دي
Peace Building
كارلو
Affairs, Ms.
على
Rosemary Di
إحاطة
Carlo,
الدماء
for their comprehensive briefings.
الوافيتين. تدعم دولة الإمارات
The
دور
UAE
المنظمة
supports the role of
المنظمات
regional
الإقليمية في
organizations in
إيجاد
finding
حلول
solutions
سلمية
to
للنزاعات
conflicts.
وذلك في ضوء
as these
معرفة هذه
organizations have a
المنظمات
comprehensive
بالأوضاع
understanding
والمواقف
of regional
الإقليمية بشكل
situations
أشمل،
and positions.
وقدرتها على
They're
إيجاد
also capable
أرضية
of
مشتركة
finding common
لإحلال
ground to
الأمن
establish
والسلام
regional
الإقليميين،
peace and security.
وكون الدول الأعضاء في المنظمات الإقليمية
Participating states of
من
regional
أول
organizations are
المتأثرين
usually among the
بالأبعاد
first to be
الأمنية
affected by the
والاقتصادية
security,
والإنسانية
economic, and
لأزمات
humanitarian
المنطقة،
dimensions of the region's
فإن
crises.
الأخذ
As
بمشاغلها
such, reflecting their
يخدم
concerns
هدف الوصول
contributes to
لحلول
reaching
شاملة
comprehensive and realistic
وواقعية.
solutions.
وقد أتى القرار
UN Security Council Resolution
1631 بمجلس
1631
الأمن
has affirmed
ليترجم
the
دور
role
هذه
of these
المنظمات
organizations
ويطور سبل
and
تعاون
enhanced
الأمم
their
المتحدة معها
cooperation with the United
لصون
Nations
السلم
in
والأمن
maintaining international
الدوليين.
peace and
وفي
security.
هذا السياق يسعدني أن نرى الأمم
We
المتحدة
are pleased
تعزز
to see the United
علاقاتها مع
Nations
مختلف
strengthening
المنظمات
its
الإقليمية،
relations with various
ومنها
regional
منظمة الأمن
organizations,
والتعاون في
including the
أوروبا
Organization for
التي
Security and
لها
Cooperation in
باع
Europe.
طويل في
The
العمل
organization
على
has
حل
a long
الصراعات
history of working
وتهدئة
to resolve
التوترات
conflicts
في
and
أوروبا،
ease tensions in
ونرى
Europe.
أن
We
دورها
believe
هذا
that
أمر
its
ضروري
role is
اليوم،
essential today,
لا سيما في ظل
particularly given
مواجهة
that Europe
أوروبا
is currently
حاليا
facing
أحد
one of
أكبر
its greatest
التحديات
challenges
التي
in the past
تعرضت لها
2
خلال
decades.
العقدين السابقين. وفي ظل الأحداث التي تعصف بأوروبا
As we
في
follow the
الوقت
current
الحالي
events engulfing
والتي
Europe with great
نتابعها
concern,
بقلق شديد، يمكن
we
الاستفادة من
believe
خبرات
we can
المنظمة
benefit from the
وجهودها
expertise
في
and mediation
الوساطة
efforts
لإيجاد
of the
حل للصراع
organization to
في
find a
أوكرانيا.
solution to the conflict in
كما
Ukraine.
يكتسب دور
The
المنظمة
role of this
أهمية
organization is also
في ظل
important
استمرار
considering the
تدهور
continued
الأوضاع الأمنية
deterioration of the
والإنسانية
security and
التي
humanitarian
تلقي
situation
بظلالها
in
على
Ukraine.
الأوضاع في المنطقة،
The
لا
situation
سيما
has
مع
in turn
تزايد أعداد
impacted the
اللاجئين
wider region,
إلى
especially as
2.5
Ukrainians
مليون
search for safety away from
بحثا
conflict,
عن
resulting in a growing number
الأمان
of
بعيدا
refugees
من
that now
مناطق
exceeds
الصراع.
2.5 million.
كما أن دور المنظمة في
The
معالجة
organization's role in
التداعيات
dealing with the
الناجمة
repercussions of
عن
this
هذا
conflict is
الصراع مهم،
important,
ليس فقط
not
على
only
المستوى
at the
الإقليمي
regional level,
ولكن
but
أيضا على
also
المستوى
at the
الدولي،
international level.
إذ أن استمرار
The
الأزمة
continuation and
وتفاقمها
worsening of the
يهدد
crisis
الأمن
threaten
الغذائي
food
بعد
security,
توقف تصدير
especially as
القمح من
exports of
أوكرانيا،
wheat from Ukraine
والتي
have
تعد
stopped.
من أكبر 5
Ukraine is one of the
مصدرين
5
للقمح في العالم
largest exporters of wheat in
ومصدرها
the world and an
ومصدر
important
هام
source of wheat
للقمح
for the World
المرسل
Food
لبرنامج
Program.
الغذائي العالمي. وسيؤثر ذلك
This situation
بالأخص على
will
الدول النامية
particularly affect
التي تعتمد
developing
على
countries
واردات
that
القمح
depend on
وسط
wheat
ارتفاع
imports
الأسعار
amid an
عالميا.
increase in its global
وإضافة
prices.
إلى الأزمات في أوكرانيا،
In addition to the crisis
فإن
in
للدول
Ukraine,
المشاركة
participating
في
states
المنظمة
of the
شواغل
UN
أمنية
and of the
وسياسية
OSCE
عديدة،
have several
بما في
security and
ذلك
political
الصراعات
concerns, including
المجمدة في
frozen conflict in Georgia and
ومولدوفا
Moldova,
والتوترات في شبه
tensions in the
جزيرة
Balkan
البلقان،
Peninsula,
فضلا عن
as
الوضع
well
في
as the situation in
ناغورنو
Nagorno-Karabakh.
وفيما يتطلب حل هذه التوترات
Resolving these
دبلوماسية
tensions
متزنة
requires balanced
تقوم على
diplomacy
رؤية
based on a
شاملة
holistic vision
تغلب
that
لغة
champions
الحوار
dialogue and
وتهدف
aims to
لمعالجة
address existing
الاختلافات
differences.
القائمة، فإننا
We
نعول على
rely on the
دور
role
منظمة
and
الأمن
experience of
والتعاون
the
في أوروبا
OSCE in
وخبرتها
mediation,
في الوساطة
as well as the good
والمساعي
offices
الحميدة
of the
لرئيس المنظمة
OSCE chairman
لإيجاد
and
حلول
office
دبلوماسية
to find diplomatic
لأزمات
solutions
المنطقة،
to the region's
بحيث
crises
ترتكز على
based on the
مبادئ سيادة
principles of
الدول
sovereignty,
واستقلالها
independence,
وسلامة
territorial
أراضيها،
integrity of
وبما
states,
يخدم
and
صون الأمن
maintaining
والاستقرار
regional security and
الإقليميين.
stability.
كذلك نشيد
We also
بأولويات
commend the
رئيس
priorities
المنظمة،
of the chairman in
ومنها
office,
التأكيد على
including the
ضرورة
emphasis on
الامتثال
compliance
للمبادئ
with the fundamental
الأساسية
principles
للعلاقات
of
السلمية بين
peaceful
الدول،
relations among states
اتساقا
that
بما
is
ورد
consistent
في
with the
ميثاق الأمم
Charter of the United
المتحدة
Nations,
ووثيقة
the
هلسنكي
Helsinki
الختامية
Final Act,
وغيرها
and
من
other
الاتفاقيات
relevant
الدولية
international
ذات الصلة.
agreements.
وختاما تشيد بلادي بالدور الهام
In
الذي
conclusion,
تلعبه
the
منظمة الأمن
UAE commends the
والتعاون في
important
أوروبا
role played by the
باعتبارها
Organization for Security and
مؤسسة
Cooperation in
جامعة
Europe as an
لمختلف
umbrella
الآراء
institution for
والشواغل المواطن
various
في
views and
المنطقة
concerns across the
وعليه
region.
فإن
My
بلادي
country therefore
تتطلع
looks forward to the
لاستمرار وتعزيز
continued
التعاون بين
cooperation
الأمم
between the
المتحدة
United Nations and the
والمنظمة
organization
لصون
in the
السلم
maintenance of
والأمن
regional and
الإقليميين
international
والدوليين.
peace and security.
أستأنف مهامي
I
كرئيس
resume my
للمجلس
function as President of the Council.
أعطي الكلمة الآن
I give the
لمعالي
floor
السيد زبيغنييف راو
to
للرد
His
على
Excellency
التعليقات
Zbigniew
التي
Rau to respond to the comments being expressed at the meeting.
Mr. President, Madam Undersecretary General, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this useful and timely debate and for allowing me to participate. I appreciate the interest from the members of the Security Council. Also, I recognize the presence of ambassadors and high-ranking representatives of countries from outside the Security Council, some of them sitting today in the audience and some of them submitting written statements for the record. It is fair to say that the international community is currently at a critical juncture. Even before the current crisis, we saw the erosion of the practical implementation of Helsinki principles and commitments. Today, we should pay special attention to how fundamental UN and OSCE principles are implemented and how to react when those principles are violated. In carrying out my task as the OSCE chairman in office, I will be tirelessly calling on all participating states to abide by our joint commitments. I would like to reassure partners that I will not shy away from facilitating dialogue and seeking ways to advance settlement of the ongoing regional and frozen conflicts. As I indicated before, this will exactly be the focus of my upcoming trips to Moldova and the South Caucasus. Later, during the year, I will visit the Western Balkans and Central Asia. The ongoing non-compliance by an OSCE participating state may complicate this effort. However, I will do my best to attentively listen to all partners to promote our joint principles and commitments. We will continue to show unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia within its internationally recognized borders. We are determined to keep the conflict around Abkhazia and South Ossetia high on the OSCE agenda, as well as seek possibilities to support the communities affected by the conflict. I will make even greater efforts to increase the involvement of the OSCE, the Minsk Group, and its co-chairs in resolving the dispute between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We encourage Armenia and Azerbaijan to engage in dialogue aimed at contributing to security, stability, and prosperity in the region. In conclusion, let me reiterate that only by reverting to UN and OSCE principles, we will be able to ease tensions and prevent military conflicts in the future. Thank you.
أشكر معالي
I
السيد راو
thank
على ما
His
قدمه.
Excellency Mr. Rao for
أعطي
his
الكلمة الآن
statement.
لممثل
I
أوكرانيا.
give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President, OSCE Chairman in Office, Madam Undersecretary General, distinguished colleagues, and we have no doubt who sits in the Soviet seat behind the nameplate Russian Federation. The General Assembly gave a clear answer to this question. It is the aggressor state, not a shred of doubt. I would like to start with expressing my gratitude to the OSCE chairman in office for his briefing, and in particular for his clear qualification of the Russian actions against Ukraine as unprovoked and unjustified aggression, which runs counter both the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act, all OSCE commitments and principles. Minister Rau, welcome to our regular intervention meetings, where members of the UN family gather around the aggressor state, who is in denial and makes no effort to struggle with its addiction to killing innocent citizens. Indeed, both the UN and the OSCE are now at the critical juncture with all their fundamental principles being violated, flagrantly, openly, and deliberately. Violated by Russia, that has pretended to be a key stakeholder in maintaining international peace and security. Instead, it has been a main provider of insecurity and circling itself with a belt of conflicts. On the 24th of February, Russia went even further, launching an aggressive war against Ukraine, the war that serves an illustration of what the UN founding members, and Russia was not in their list, a reminder tried to save succeeding generations from. I therefore commend the chairman in office for his strong commitment to pursue as his main priority the termination of the war on the basis of respect to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We fully support human-oriented approach of Poland's OSCE chairmanship with a special focus on protection of the civilian population affected by conflicts. Russian troops continue to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine, erasing any difference with their Nazi predecessors 80 years ago. Cities and villages destroyed to the ground, mass graves, terror against civilians in the occupied territories, abduction and killing of representatives of local authorities, activists, and journalists. I reiterate my call on the Security Council and today address this call to the OSCE chair, as well to facilitate release of Ivan Fedorov, mayor of Melitopol, Zaporizhia region, who was detained by the Russian soldiers on 11th of March. Now he is reportedly tortured due to his refusal to collaborate with the aggressor. Unfortunately, the Russian occupants step up their repressive practices, as yesterday they abducted Yevhen Matveyev, mayor of Dnipro-Rudne, another town in Zaporizhia region. Russia proceeds with repressive practices as it has completely failed to create an illusion of public support on the territories it temporarily occupies. Residents of Kherson, Berdyansk, Melitopol, Energodar, and other cities and towns in occupation have no fear to take to the streets to say to the occupants, "Go away, we are Ukraine," unarmed, staring down the barrel of a Russian gun. Russian attempts to employ in Kherson its usual practice of proclaiming a fake People's Republic was immediately rejected by the Kherson Regional Council that adopted at its emergency session on the 12th of March a statement that Kherson region has been and will be Ukraine. The mayor of Kherson solidarized with this statement. There is no place in Ukraine where the Russian troops are welcome. They feel it quite well and they have stopped restraining themselves. Mariupol remains the most powerful example. The toll of civilian casualties following Russian bombardments and shellings reached almost 2,200 innocent local residents. If you want to visualize it, just think of at least 11 General Assembly halls. So many citizens were killed in Mariupol. Early on Sunday morning, Russian rockets struck the Yavoriv International Peacekeeping and Security Center. 35 people were killed and 134 wounded. Russian Ministry of Defense tried to whitewash this crime by claiming it aimed the foreign mercenaries. This is not true, as only Ukrainian citizens were affected. Countering Russian aggression must be a centerpiece of the OSCE efforts to restore security in the European continent. We consider that the OSCE has to contribute to the implementation of the resolution ES/11/1, Aggression against Ukraine, adopted by the overwhelming majority on the 2nd of March. We welcome the invocation of the Moscow mechanism, which is important to register all war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the Russian Federation in its war against Ukraine. We also underline the need to explore all OSCE tools to document Russian crimes and ensure public and timely reaction by the chairperson in office, special representatives, and the OSCE autonomous institutions. We expect the ODIHR to be vocal on the cases of flagrant human rights violations stemming from the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Russia is intensifying its propaganda and disinformation campaign, and we consider that the OSCE representative on freedom of the media has to pay close attention to Russia's false narratives. We appreciate your strong stance against violations against journalists, which remains an element of the Russian aggression. We note your condemnation of killing of Brent Renault, a US filmmaker and journalist in Irpin on the 13th of March. I quote, "He is another casualty of the horrible ongoing Russian invasion in Ukraine, and his death is a blow to media freedom," end of quote. I also express our profound condolences to the relatives of Ms. Maria Fenina of SMM, who was killed by the aggressor. Strong and clear position by the High Commissioner for National Minorities on dire conditions of national minorities in Ukraine stemming from the Russian invasion remains long overdue. He also has to be proactive on rebutting Russia's propaganda fakes. We also look forward to extending the OSCE SMM mandate for another year. It would be a powerful message of the OSCE engagement with Ukraine. I would like to thank at this point the Undersecretary General Rosemarie DiCarlo for her very principled position, for her being a very strong member of the Secretary General's team. And on this occasion, I would like to quote the Secretary General's statement that he made less than an hour ago, and I quote, "Ukraine is on fire. The country is being decimated before the eyes of the world. The impact on civilians is reaching terrifying proportions. Countless innocent people, including women and children, have been killed after being hit by Russian forces. Roads, airports, and schools lie in ruins. According to the WHO, at least 24 health facilities have been destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people are without water or electricity. With each passing hour, two things are increasingly clear. First, it keeps getting worse. Second, whatever the outcome, this war will have no winners, only losers." Then the Secretary General also wisely said, Yet there is another dimension of this conflict that gets obscured. This war goes far beyond Ukraine. It is also an assault on the world's most vulnerable people and countries. While war reigns over Ukraine, a sword of Damocles hangs over the global economy, especially the developing world. Even before the conflict, developing countries were struggling to recover from the pandemic, with record inflation, rising interest rates, and looming debt burdens. Their ability to respond has been erased by exponential increases in the cost of financing. Now, their bread basket, that's Ukraine, is being bombed. End of quote. Dear colleagues, what is happening now is not only about Ukraine's survival. Unlike Putin and his henchmen, Ukraine will survive the Russian invasion. It's about survival of both the UN and the OSCE. And it is about the Putinization of Russia and its gradual returning to the tenets of international law in the post-Putin era. The Putin's regime nears its end. At the same time, it has inflicted such a heavy damage on the Russian society that it would take decades to bring Russia back to at least the level of democracy it achieved in the 90s of the past century. In fact, Moscow required 15 years to cover distance between formal signing of the Helsinki Final Act and conscious choice to be a part of building a new Europe as envisaged in the 1990 Paris Charter. Eventually, Moscow failed. And yet we deem that now the OSCE should play a special role in getting ready to support post-Putin Russia on its future path back to the family of democratic nations under new leadership, with new ambassadors and new representatives. It's not an easy task, but we will not be able to break the vicious circle of violence without restoring respect by Russia of the fundamental principles enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act. I therefore call upon the OSCE chair and the OSCE autonomous institutions to start considering the modalities of work with post-Putin Russia, as there will be no automatic return to normalcy, neither here in New York nor in the OSCE. And I thank you.
أشكر ممثل أوكرانيا على بيانه. لم يعد هناك أسماء أخرى مدرجة على قائمة المتحدثين. رفعت الجلسة.
The meeting is adjourned.
Limu? We gotta help people customize and save! Afternoon, everybody. Just a couple things at the top. I think you saw a day or so ago where I announced that the Secretary was heading to Brussels next week for the NATO Defense Ministerial in person. He will follow up his visit to Brussels for the Defense Ministerial with a visit to Slovakia, where he will visit with senior civilian and military leaders there to again make clear our firm commitment to NATO's eastern flank and talk about ways to deepen the U.S.-Slovakia relationship. A quick exercise note, if I might. U.S. Africa Command's exercise Obangami Express, the largest multinational maritime exercise in Western Africa, will kick off its 11th year today. 32 nations are participating in the exercise, which is hosted by Senegal. The exercise is designed to improve regional cooperation, maritime domain awareness, information sharing practices, and tactical interdiction expertise to enhance the collective capabilities of all the participating nations with respect to countering sea-based illicit activity. So that's starting today. With that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you. A couple of questions on Ukraine. The airstrikes in the west on, I think, 2 airfields. Does that suggest a widening of the war effort by Russia? And the second question has to do with the much discussed convoy north or northwest of Kyiv.
Yeah.
Do changes in the positioning of elements of that convoy portend like an imminent assault on Kyiv or any significant military movement?
Well, I'd say that if people of Kyiv would tell you they're under assault right now. There's Russian bombardment and shelling going on quite violently as we speak. And we do assess that the Russians are beginning to make more momentum on the ground towards Kyiv, particularly from the east, not quite so much from the north. I don't want to make too much of the fact that there's satellite imagery talking about this convoy, moving off into tree lines or dispersing. That could just be force protection, because the Ukrainians have continued to threaten that convoy and its progress. Essentially, Bob, we don't see any progress by it to resupply and support operations to the south. But I'd be careful making too much about this dispersal stuff. I feel like I missed one. Did I get?
Yeah, the west, the attacks in the west.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Difficult to know with great certainty what the Russians are doing here. Our assessment is that they struck a couple of airfields in the west. It's not like there hasn't been any airstrikes in western Ukraine since the beginning of this operation 16 days ago. It's just that we haven't seen that as a routine matter. So now you got 2 in one day. That's notable. What it means, what it portends, where the Russians are going with this, we don't really know. We believe the targets were airfields. So from a military perspective, you can see a certain logical sense there to deny the Ukrainians the ability to use some airstrips in the western part of the country. But by and large, and to the vast majority of the combat power that they are exercising in Ukraine, it's in the east. It's everything east of Kyiv. That's where the violence is the worst. That's where they're putting a lot of their energy and resources in. Those are the population centers that they're going after: Kharkiv, Cherniv, Kyiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv down to the south, and they're still fighting in the Donbass. So it's really more to the east.
So is that marginal change, or is that a reflective widening of their efforts?
Again, I think it's too soon to know. I mean, we're talking about 2 strikes on 2 fields, and it's not like we haven't seen any in the past there. So I think it's just too soon to be able to divine some sort of larger purpose here or some strategy. Again, the vast majority of their combat power is being spent in the east. Yeah, Jen.
John, what kind of weapon was used to fire at those airfields? Was it a missile that came in from Belarus, or what do you assess?
Yeah, we don't really have point of origin here, don't have types of munitions. The Russians themselves have admitted that they used long-range, precision-guided weapons. Certainly, we would agree with the long-range aspect of this, since they don't have force structure in Ukraine that is really concentrated in the West. All of their ground power is in the east. So I don't think we'd push back on the notion that's long range, but what kind of missile, what kind of munition, what the warhead was, we don't have that level of detail.
Your assessment that those fields were targeted because there's been so much talk of these MiG-29s, and they would have been airfields that the MiGs would have flown from?
We don't know.
And what will the U.S. do if Russia uses a chemical weapon in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to get into speculating. I think you heard the president very clearly today say that there would be severe consequences for Russia should that happen, and I don't think it'd be helpful for me to go beyond that right now from the Defense Department. Court.
Do you think so? Do you have any indications that those attacks on the airfields in the West could have been because any foreign military equipment or anything has been flowing through there and they were trying to target?
I'm not going to speak for Russian targeting procedures here, Court. But we know those airfields will hit. Exactly why and what was in the Russian mindset, it's difficult for us to know.
And then can you update on two things? One, have there been any developments or changes on the nuclear front? Like, are you seeing any indications that Russia may be considering planning for the use of a tactical nuclear weapon? And then on the chemical biological weapons, are there any indications that they've been bringing any of those into Ukraine or into the area to potentially prepare to use?
So on the nuclear stuff, again, I want to be very careful here in talking about intelligence assessments. I would just say, and this is something we look at every day, that we are confident in the strategic deterrent posture that we have in place in order to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. I would not speak to anything specific on the Russian side. I would just tell you that that we've seen nothing that gives us cause or reason to change our deterrent posture at this time. I think that's really about as far as I can go. On the chem bio thing, again, I don't want to get into intelligence assessments. We're watching this as closely as we can. I don't have anything to report with respect to specific Russian chem bio capabilities inside Ukraine. I would only say two things, Court. One, this is a country that has a reputation for using those kinds of weapons on people, and we know they have a program. And two, we continue to watch for the potential, and I want to stress the word potential that they could be banging this drum with the intent of creating some sort of false flag event that they could use it as an excuse to escalate the conflict even more. Again, we're watching this every day. I don't have any specific indication now to talk about, but it is something we're concerned about. You might have heard President Zelensky in his nightly address last night say that exact thing, that you got to be careful what you see the Russians accuse others of, because it oftentimes ends up being what they're planning to do. Now, again, that's we don't have firm indications right now. It's just something that could happen that we want to watch out for. Yep, Tara.
Thanks, John. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense reported earlier today that Russia launched 2 airstrikes inside Belarus, potentially to try and drag Belarus into the war. Can the Pentagon confirm this? And has there been any outreach or attempt to try and keep Belarus out of the war? You've mentioned, there have been missiles launched from within Belarus into Ukraine already.
Yeah, we can't confirm these reports. Seeing the open source reporting on it, Tara, but we have nothing to corroborate that. And I would just tell you that we haven't seen any indications that Belarusian troops or forces have moved inside Ukraine. We did note that the president of Belarus made comments the other day through state media that he felt it was important for Belarusian forces to come to the defense of the rear of Russian forces should they be attacked, the supply line route, if you will. That's the first time that he's ever said anything about Belarus perhaps getting involved, but no indications at this time that they have or that that's in the offing.
And then separate topic, as these sanctions have gone into effect, you've started to see global food prices spike, and there's concerns that this could raise additional risk of conflict in countries that are already facing hunger, such as Afghanistan, and likewise, is the DoD looking at this? Is there a greater risk of global conflict because it'll become that much harder to feed people that already face great food insecurity?
The administration is obviously looking at the humanitarian crisis that this war of choice is causing, and exploring. Excuse me. Let me try that again with English. Exploring lots of opportunities to work inside the international community to alleviate that. I know of no plans in DoD to augment or to prevent or to subside the effects of food insecurity. So I don't have any DoD role here to speak to, but I do want to just pivot off. One thing you had in your question, which was this risk of escalation, and obviously that is something that we're constantly concerned about: the risk of this conflict escalating beyond what it already is, and is already dangerous enough inside Ukraine. So. To Court's questions about the things we're looking at and what we're monitoring, we're constantly concerned about the potential escalation here.
I guess the question is just the overall trickle-down effects. You have this conflict inside Ukraine that is having already global ripple effects, and whether or not the Pentagon is taking a broader view of already hot zones, conflict zones, and if this will make it worse because hunger becomes worse, access to food becomes worse. Yeah,
again, we haven't seen any... I get where the question is going. Oftentimes when you have instability in one area, it can bleed over to others, either in that region or without. And I understand that. I would tell you, broadly speaking, we're constantly looking at threats and challenges around the world, and we're not unmindful of the fact that threats and challenges do spill over and can cause instability and therefore insecurity in places that aren't the origin of the conflict. So we're obviously taking a global view. We do that every day. We're certainly doing that in light of what's going on in Ukraine. I don't know. Well, let me put it another way. We haven't seen any specific indications that that there are going to be any imminent insecurity issues, challenges, threats in other regions as a result of this that we're going to have to address. I think that's what you were trying to get at, and I just think it's too soon to know that right now, too soon to tell. But obviously, we're watching clearly because of the potential for escalation here. And I just want to say, if I can again, it's a war of choice. Mr. Putin can stop this war right now by agreeing to a diplomatic solution, or at least just stopping the bombing and the death and the destruction that he is causing against a nation that provoked nobody, against a nation that presented no threat to Russia. All of this is by his choice, and all that blood is on his hands, and he could stop it right now if he wanted to.
John, there is a discussion that some NATO allies might send their S-300s to Ukraine. Is the U.S. involved in any of these discussions, and will the U.S. give a green light should some allies move forward with that?
I have talked before that sovereign nations are making decisions for themselves about how to help Ukraine, and we respect those sovereign decisions. It's not about the United States giving green lights or having vetoes here. What I will tell you, and I said this the other day, we are working with allies and partners to help get the kinds of capabilities that we know that Ukrainians need and are using very well inside Ukraine, get more of that stuff to them. Some of that material we have and we are providing. Some of that material we don't have, but we know others have, and we're helping coordinate that as well. And that security assistance is flowing, even in just the last 24 hours. I'm not going to talk about individual systems. You know that. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. But we are working hard to canvass other allies and partners partners that we know could possibly help. And it's really up to those nations, Kasim, to make these decisions and then to speak to them. If they want to speak to them, they can do that, and we have to respect that. What's important and what I don't want you to walk away not understanding is that we're having these conversations actively. We are helping coordinate the assistance as best we can, and we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about what they need to better defend themselves. Okay?
Another question. We have seen the U.S. Patriot batteries along the Poland border with Ukraine. I know you won't get into details, but can you tell us if the rules of engagement have changed since the war began in that part of the world?
We don't talk about rules of engagement. David.
Save big on the new Samsung Galaxy S22 series. Now available on Google Fi.
A couple questions. Can you update us on any uses of the deconfliction line? And has Secretary Austin attempted to communicate with his counterpart, the Russian defense minister? And you just said you are helping coordinate assistance. Does that include providing airlift from donor countries to transshipment points?
On the deconfliction line, David, no specific interactions to speak to. In other words, no content has been needed, but we do test it once or twice a day, and that continues. And thus far, with maybe only a couple of the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back from the lunch break here. It looks like right on time. That briefing just ended here, and the market kept selling here the whole time that was on. You got Amazon down 90 now. So everybody's pulling back. Tesla's down 35 here. SPY still selling. I've just been seeing selling all day, you guys. The market is dumping right now. The market is a toilet right now. It looks like we have another live briefing here. Looks like they started streaming this about 2 hours ago, but it's been live this entire time. Let's see. Unless it's the one that just ended. This looks like that one. United Security Cancel. And cancel. See updates from. Yeah, this is okay. So yeah, that was the last one we just watched. So that was the ending. So yeah, nothing going on right now. No live briefings, but the market is selling, you guys. So be cautious right now. You're getting a huge discount right now. We're in full correction mode. We don't know how far they're going to keep correcting this thing. So just stay cautious, wait, have patience right here, right now. All you can do, no briefings right now. We are waiting for some live from the White House here shortly. But until then, we're going to play some tunes here. And vibe check, man. Vibe check. The market's selling here. Like I said, this is a chance to accumulate here. We know the market's not going to sell forever. We know that. So this would be a good time to think about when you're going to enter, where you're going to enter. But I wouldn't be just jumping the gun and buying any dip right here because they are dumping every last one of them, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY's at 417. We are in the red here. Deep red here. So keep that in mind. Let's see here. The indices are the Dow's actually up 25% here. The S&P 500 is down 55%. The Nasdaq is leading the way down at 1.85%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.30%. The VIX is up 4%, you guys. So the VIX is high here today at 32. So it's not looking good. Not looking good, you guys. Not looking good at all. So the market is still dumping here. Like I said, be cautious, you guys. Do not try to just be a hero and buy any dip here. Every dip is getting sold here. Your time is coming. Just wait. Right now, the bears' time they're having their time. Let them shine. Let them have their moment. You know what I'm saying? It'll all work out. It'll turn around. We do got a lot of information out here. Start dumping it all to you at once here. Top 3 things to watch this week. Fed rate hikes. That's still on the agenda. Yeah. There's still people, that still hasn't happened. It's Wednesday. Russia-Ukraine jitters. You see that all over the place right now. That's why the market is selling right now. Russia-Ukraine jitters all over the place. The commodity rally doesn't look like it's continuing here. The economic data this week all really starts tomorrow. Producer price inflation, all that stuff come out starting tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, the following days. That's the big day right here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the market's just going to continue to sell until all this data hits the market like it needs to. It's going to continue to sell right now, you guys. So be careful, man. Be cautious. Like I said, don't try to be a hero and try to eat up every dip here. Unless you're putting some time on those dips, do not put no weeklies. Don't buy the weekly dips here. Not safe right now. Weekly puts are killing here in the market. Been crushing the market all morning, man. So shout out to you if you've been catching those puts. Puts. Power puts are paying off early here today, you guys. Off early here, so keep that in mind here. No pops today, so can't use my button. But overall, man, other than that, hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. I enjoyed mine. We're gonna play some quick tunes right here. We're just really waiting for Biden now. That's really what we're waiting on. He's gonna speak here shortly. And that's really all I know. That's really all I know besides what we're waiting on. This right here. President Biden addresses the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference. And that is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, we're going to anticipate that. That's probably going to be your next market move here. The market is still selling. NASDAQ down almost 1.90 now, almost 2. Down 0.60 here on the SP 500. Down 1.30 here on the Russell 2000. The VIX is up 4.60 here. The Dow is only up 20%. So, yeah, you guys, a lot of selling pressure. I don't think it'll stop here, like I said. So stay cautious here. And like I said again, congratulations, man, if you caught them puts, man. I was trying to give you a horn earlier. That's what I was looking for. Oh. So shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break, a quick break. We just got back. Wall Street just got back from their lunch here. LCAOD just got back from its lunch here. So we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. New single by Spizzy Chase a Bag. He got a mixtape coming on the way too. He got a mixtape dropping here soon. But new single, I'd Rather by Spizzy Chase a Bag on Spirilla. Y'all go get that. Make sure y'all go get that. Produced, mixed, chopped up by Leonard P. himself.
Still high, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, damn expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girlfriend. Thought you really what I wanted, but you la la la. Got me going circles, crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we still on break.
Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, fries, thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
No, I'm saying it's gonna be 850. I'm giving you that half, and then we gotta still pay the water bill. Hold on.
One right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather be laying in the cut. Water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, fries, thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me, I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break, but nothing really going on, man. So we really probably just gonna continue the break here, just chilling out, man, with the market right now. Amazon's down 80 now, and I'm just calling out the leaders to the downside today. I usually just call out the leaders overall all the time anyway, so. Okay, but yeah, it looks like they're just talking about the Elon Musk situation a lot here today on the overall here. But yeah, everybody really sold, man. Everybody sold, and the market's just been chilling out ever since then. The VIX is up here. So we're gonna continue to just play music, man, and just chill out with the market, and we're just trying to decide what's our next move. We're gonna make it our best move, obviously, here, but we'll be right back. This is a world premiere single as well. Speedy Takes a Bag. I'd rather.
Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, fries, don't you really what I wanted? But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right or not. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
Play the song. We are still on break, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing going on. Y'all be cautious. Market's still selling. That's all. That's it. That's the message. Market's still selling. That's all. That's it.
Finesse. Finesse.
We're Acuity Man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go busy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
All three of y'all names on that leash. Yeah, she was saying like they was saying like she gotta go. Rest for one, you know, going on it. Bullshit, man, right here in this song. They call it Friday, they call it Friday. Yeah, that's how y'all did me. With that situation of something, that's how I was. And so on Friday, I had to quit Monday. I was like, damn. Nah, I didn't see who she looking for. I ain't seen that in there.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The blender. No, was she brought it in here or was it was, cause I had looked, I had seen, I was like, the blender with no lid. Cause the stuff she gave tea, right? Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
Market still selling, you guys. The selling pressure is accelerating here in SPY 416. We're selling off even more, you guys. Stay in your own lane.
One rack. Go spit. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just lending money, lending money, lending money, lending money. Make the money, make the standing. Just lend this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The market is continuing to sell here. We're continuing to get a correction here today. That's all it's been here kind of day. If you're tuning in live right now with me, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And as I told you guys earlier this morning, my voice is a little raspy here, so that's why I haven't really been talking here that much today. Just kind of just watching the charts and numbers here today. Just being very cautious here on this Monday. All I have been seeing, though, was selling here. If I wanted to, I could have joined the action with them this morning, but wasn't really guaranteed that was going to continue to come down like that. I do think that as we're correcting, we're finding the bottom here. I'm not seeing a sudden flush here, lower lows than what we already have seen. But ladies and gentlemen, the market is selling, though, so keep that in mind here. No real big earnings after hours today, so nothing really going on too much here today. Everything's chill, man. Everything's chill. So with that being said, you guys, we're just going to continue to just play some music, man, and just chill out here. We're kind of treating today like lunch. We're just playing music throughout it the whole day and watching the charts and numbers, man. We're chilling, though. We're chilling. The market's chilling, so we're chilling here. But the market is chilling to the downside, though. Know that, as like I said earlier, we're getting a huge correction here. Not crash level yet. Below 420 can turn to a crash, though. It's like the first leg of it. Still critical there, but really just a major correction right now, though. We crossed 410 below. Now we're looking at the second level of that crash. Maybe possibly this could be the first stage of the crash here. Why do I say this is the first stage of the crash? Because if this is going to be the top. So if we do go down farther, this is the high here. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But other than that, man, the indices are mixed up here. It looks like they're all in the red as well. Over here on this side, they're mixed up, and then they're in the red over there. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the S&P 500 falls to start the week as investors await clarity on Russia-Ukraine war, Fed decision, and more, ladies and gentlemen. So that is your headlines there. The Dow is down now 12%. The S&P 500 is down 79. The Nasdaq's down 2%, leading the way down. The Russell 2K is down 1.90. The VIX is up 5.40%, you guys. So we are deep red. The VIX is up here. Man, we can get more corrected if we need to. So stay cautious, you guys. Stay cautious. And good luck out there, man. Good luck. Good luck if you're doing anything right now. Good luck. Shout out to you. You got a lot of, you're really risky, man. You're really risky if you can trade right now doing this right now. Because right now, this is the time where I have patience. I got to accumulate, let things pile up here, you know what I'm saying? But, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's different. This is the Stock Market Live with SCAOD. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Land for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just spending money, spending money, spending money, letting money. Spend the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
Huge correction.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper Beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. ain't competing in my lane. Watching brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Aim for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brother, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slow with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they eat dope like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If we cross in the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cool. Watching these bitches, cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Say they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo.
How it changed? How it changed overnight? I don't, no.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it cool and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap and I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, this and that. I ain't even this and that. I'm tryna look and I'm fucking this bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' R.I.P. Also fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key.
Was Mike going crazy?
You know I gotta keep a P, I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's fucking P, and I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Still want to judge, yeah. But niggas always running up party train. Well, we don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah, we just living,
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you're told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. So niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of these niggas from a nick to a pound, gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 p.m. We got 2 more hours left, you guys. Market's still selling off, man. We just getting a correction. I feel like I've been repeating myself all day. Market just selling off. It's pitiful, man. We're at the lower band, just selling off. That's it, though. But we're going to continue to just play tunes, man, and just reading the charts and numbers. We're just going over plays here at the LCLD. We're just doing some research on our own right now. It's really the only thing, the best thing you can do here. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we still are waiting for Biden as well, too. Oh, it looks like this actually started. Wow, okay, so they just started, it looks like. Let's see how long. So it looks like they only been up here on the podium for about a minute. So let's tune into this, you guys. Sorry, I didn't even know this was going on. My bad. No music. Let's tune into this briefing here. It's President Biden addressing the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference.
All right, let's get into it. Well, first of all, good afternoon. Yeah. And thanks for what you do. I said this when I was at the with some fellow mayors recently. When I was a mayor, I felt like local government was where all the action is and where things actually get done. That's what I believed to be the case when I was a mayor. Then I became a cabinet officer, and now I know that that's the case. And so, to get to your question, we are underway. We have already put more than $50 billion out in just in road and highway funding alone. Right. Yeah. Every few days, you're going to see us announcing a new program where we've begun to make the funds available. Right. But the reality is, it's going to be in the hands of our state and our local partners and the transit agencies. I just spoke to public transit agencies today as well. And so the state of play is that we are moving very swiftly to make these dollars available because we know that our community partners have projects and ideas that are ready to go. And we can't wait to see what you're going to do with those funds.
Right.
And as you know, it's everything. It's roads and bridges. It's trains and transit. Yeah. It's ports and airports.
Right.
There is no part of this country that's going to be untouched by this funding. We spent so much effort and time last year getting the law passed, getting the president's getting it ready for the president's signature. And you'll see we have a president who is very enthusiastic about putting these dollars to work, as I'm sure he'll share with you directly. But if that was the hard part, this is the really hard part. Because now we got to put those dollars to work and get results. And I can't wait to partner with you to make it happen.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And all of our friends out here are certainly queued up to work with you and your department. Because what you do and what your department does and this whole administration, it has been a huge win for all of us to make sure that these dollars go directly to municipal governments who know how to get the job done. You know, we have had challenges over the years where a lot of the dollars from the federal government goes to the state or the county. And that has been an issue for a number of years. Cities know how to get things done in 2 to 5 years. Counties and states, 10, 20 years. So, you know, thank you. Look, I can't tell a lie, folks. Look, the U.S. Department of Transportation has been busy these past several months, starting to roll out the bipartisan infrastructure law. Tell us what programs should cities be getting ready to apply for this year? Because oftentimes that's a complication in itself.
That's right. So we're talking about a lot of discretionary programs that are available directly to local communities. Let me name a few. First of all, there's the RAISE grant program, formerly known as Tiger, formerly known as BUILD, and formerly not quite as big as it is now with 2.275. We just got our appropriation. Yeah, $2.275 billion going to it this year alone. And that is available directly for local authorities, local governments to apply to. So that's one I would definitely take a look at because it's so flexible and wide-ranging, and we know you're going to put those dollars to good work.
Okay.
Last year's round, we got $10 worth of applications for every $1 that we actually had. Wow. And so more than doubling the funding was a great example of a bipartisan good idea that actually got done, even in today's Washington. So that's one, RAISE program. Port Infrastructure Development Program, PIDP. And that's not just for big coastal communities. There are a lot of inland ports, waterways that can use this. We funded things, of course, on the east and west coast. We've also funded things in the Midwest.
Okay.
Well,
I
would
got
take
a
a look
port
at
in
that.
Savannah.
All right, that's right. Yeah, you do, and an impressive one at that. The combined $1.2 billion for low and no emission buses and for bus and bus facilities. Because we know how much people are counting on transit in order to get to where they need to go, but also we know how tough it is to run transit if you don't have the support to have the routes, to have the frequency, in order to entice more people to take advantage and get that virtuous cycle going where you have more ridership, more revenue, more support, and more use. So, and let me also point to the about $100 billion in loan capacity we have with our Build America Bureau. So those are just a few examples of what's there, and there's more where that came from. In addition to the $5 billion on electric vehicle charging going out to the states, there's a dedicated discretionary community funding program that is coming next, and that's going to be very important for people to have access to electric vehicle chargers, which is a big part of giving more people the benefit of EVs. Pretty much any priority that you have in your community, there is going to be an opportunity to apply for funding through the programs that we grew in the infrastructure.
Now, I mean, I know we have, just a little more time left, but I want to ask you, when you talk about the opportunity of applying for these types of grants and loans, how cumbersome will it be for cities? Because small and mid-sized cities have had, a hard time getting those types of dollars.
Right. So how many of you have half a dozen full-time federal relations staff on the payroll of your cities? Right?
You know the answer to that. Yeah.
So we get it, and we're going to make it easier. We know how important this is. I can't promise you that it will be as easy as we want it to be overnight, but I promise you we're working on this every day, because I've been there. I was mayor of a city of 100,000 people. We had 0 full-time federal relations staff on our city payroll, although we had some very smart people working to navigate these processes. We just stood up 40 new programs, or we're standing them up as part of the infrastructure law, on top of the ones we had.
Okay.
We can't ask you to navigate 40 different application processes. We get that. So that's one of the reasons you're going to see more combined applications. You know, the what do they call it? The common application for college.
Yeah.
So you don't have to fill in your zip code 7 different times, 7 different sheets of paper when you're applying to college. We're trying to make it a little more like that to apply for federal grants, a little more user-friendly for communities and their staffs.
Yeah.
Precisely because it is the communities that would benefit most, that are often smaller, lower income, rural, that we need to go out of our way to be more user-friendly for. So we get it. Now, by the same token, we're also encouraging communities to join forces and find ways to batch or simplify some of what you're doing so that you can arrive at our doorstep in a more consolidated way. So we'll do everything we can to make it easier for you. Work with us to help make it more simplified coming into us.
We're ready to work with you.
And we'll do everything we can to make it happen.
Yes, indeed. I know cities of every size and type are looking at how they can partner with USDOT on their priority projects. Some of, on their priority projects, but some for the very first time in a long time. What are some of the recent great projects from cities and towns that USDOT has been able to fund? Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't been able to fund as many as we liked until the president's infrastructure law passed, but I'm proud of the ones that we've done. We're doing about $15 million for a multimodal transit facility in Charlotte that connects light rail, streetcar, bus, bike, pedestrian all together. We're also working with a lot of smaller communities. So, for example, I think a lot of folks heard about the $52 million we did for Long Beach, the Port of Long Beach, to help with that expansion. Talk about ports in Long Beach, California. But let me also tell you about a grant that we did, again through the RAISE program, for Long Beach, Mississippi. A lot of people have heard of Long Beach, Mississippi. It's got 19,000 people.
I have. I'm from Memphis.
That's right. You actually know the name. It's on the Gulf Coast there.
Yeah.
And they have a project where they're trying to connect Highway 90 to I-10. And we were able to fund, with over $10 million, we were able to fund a really important stretch, the first 6.4 miles of that. So again, this is for communities of all sizes. And those are the capital grants. We're also doing planning grants. We, St. Paul, Minnesota has a neighborhood that was, some folks maybe know about the Rondo neighborhood. I-94 chewed up communities of color when it was put in. And there may be an opportunity to do something about that. And so there's a $1.4 million planning grant headed to St. Paul to help them think about that. So there's just a few examples of things we can do. And we're proud to do it. Again, you all are the ones doing the work. The cities, the communities are making it happen. We're just trying to back you up with the kind of policy support and the kind of funding that it takes to succeed.
Well, it's really great to have someone such as yourself sitting in your office now, because you understand what it means to us and you know the challenges we have. So we appreciate what you do each and every day, looking out for cities, because we are tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting. I don't know about them. Okay. Mr. Secretary, we know transportation is really about making our communities' lives better at home. How can cities partner with the administration to prioritize people and their well-being in our communities?
So I love the way you asked that question, because that's what I think we need to think about more in transportation in general. When we talk about transportation, we talk about it too much, I think, in terms of the things. The road, the bridge, the bus, the train set, the piece of catenary, whatever it is. All of which is important, but the reason it actually matters, of course, is that people's lives are shaped by this work. I've been thinking a lot about a conversation I had in New Jersey. We were talking about commuter rail, and one of the people who came to talk to us explained how she was not the kind of mother that she wanted to be. Because of the length of time it took her to get from home to where she works, so she couldn't spend the time that she wanted to with her kids. And when you think about it that way, when you think about how intimate the course of our lives, how intimately it can be shaped by transportation, that's what this is actually about. It's about creating opportunity, getting people to work, getting people to school. And a good transportation project is one that sees that and connects the dots. Connects people literally between where they are and where they need to be, but figuratively between where they are in life and where they'd like to go. One thing I've been reflecting on a lot is that we technically, of course, measure distance in terms of miles, but in our actual lived experience, we measure it in terms of minutes. Right? 10 miles is as good as 5 miles if they're both 12 minutes away.
That's true.
And what we do when we have a good transportation vision, whether we're talking about a ferry or a road or a bike path, we're helping people manage the minutes that stand between where they are and where they need to go. Your job, your grocery store, your grandma, wherever it is you are trying to get to. And so people's lives will be better when we do that right. And what I'm asking our community partners to do is to find those opportunities that can stitch together all the things that are going to make life better in this country, getting people to where they need to be, doing it equitably, especially in areas that used to be left out, doing it with regard to the climate opportunity, because transportation is the biggest part of greenhouse gas emissions in this country. And doing it together, because we were really looking forward to partnering with the leaders at the local level to actually make this happen.
My friend, thank you for that insight. Look, thank you, Mayor Pete. As always, it's a pleasure. We appreciate your ongoing support of the nation's cities, towns, and villages. And thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hug the kids for me. All right. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Pete. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited about our next guest. Very excited. Super excited. Looks like you're excited. Are we really excited? I don't know if my people in the back are excited. And they messing with my mind right now. Look, this gentleman needs no introduction. Are you excited? Look, I'm going to stop teasing you. Look, our next guest is no stranger to NLC. I told you, my folks. They got to catch up. They don't know. I know how to do this stuff. Good God. I'm teasing y'all and they get nervous. But anyway, this next guest is no stranger to NLC. She has been a phenomenal leader in many capacities. I got you now. Ambassador Susan Rice is the domestic. I got you, didn't I? Ambassador Susan Rice is the domestic policy advisor in the Biden administration. In this role, she drives the formation and implementation of the president's domestic policy agenda. Prior to serving in this critical position, she served as the U.S. permanent representative to the United Nations and National Security Advisor for President Barack Obama. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Susan Rice. You gotta have it on, you know.
Good afternoon, NLC. How about that Mayor Williams with a quick switch up there? That was smooth. It's good to be with you all. So many dedicated municipal leaders. Actually, after the last 2 years, it's good to be anywhere that's not in front of a Zoom screen. The simple fact that we're here in person is a key indication, as President Biden will remind us in just a bit, that we are building a better America. While we continue to face real challenges, from Russian aggression to inflation, as the President said in his State of the Union address, we are stronger today than we were a year ago, and we will be stronger a year from now than we are today. And in so many ways, your communities have led the charge. I have the privilege of driving President Biden's domestic policy agenda in the White House and across the federal government, from healthcare to economic mobility to rural and urban policy. So today I want to highlight the work we've been doing together to tackle 3 urgent and at times interconnected challenges: rising gun crime, our mental health crisis, and the opioid epidemic. When it comes to keeping our communities safe, we're working to build trust between law enforcement and the communities they're sworn to serve, because we should not have to choose between public safety and public trust. Last June, the President laid out his comprehensive strategy to tackle gun crime and help make our communities safer. We're reining in the proliferation of ghost guns. We're expanding employment opportunities in after-school and summer programming. We're helping formerly incarcerated individuals successfully re-enter their communities. And we're investing in 2 key strategies that we know work: community policing and community violence interventions. And we're just getting started. The bipartisan funding agreement just enacted by Congress invests nearly $4 billion for state and local law enforcement and crime prevention programs, a 15% increase. And President Biden continues to press for an historic $5 billion in evidence-based community violence intervention programs. Additionally, cities across the country are already leveraging hundreds of billions in American Rescue Plan dollars to reduce gun crime. Here in Washington, D.C., the city has deployed 50 new violence interrupters in 24 neighborhoods. Los Angeles County and Milwaukee are prioritizing job training and employment for young people. Tulsa is providing $3,000 stipends to hire more police officers. Because as President Biden has made clear, the way to tackle violent crime isn't to defund the police, it's to fund accountable police with the resources and training they need to protect our communities. And as we near the summer, when gun crime typically increases, I'd like to make an urgent plea. If you have already committed American Rescue Plan funding to reduce gun crime, consider doubling down. If you haven't yet, now is the time. And don't just commit funding, deploy those dollars swiftly before the summer. We can save lives right now, so let's do it. A second area of top priority is our mental health crisis. 2 out of 5 adults report symptoms of anxiety or depression, and 1 in 3 high schoolers say they've experienced persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. This is unprecedented. That's why we've dedicated $5.5 billion just over the last year, the most federal funding in history, to address mental health and substance use. President Biden, as part of our unity agenda, called for a major transformation in how the nation approaches mental health. That means dramatically expanding our mental health workforce and system capacity, like bringing more and more diverse providers into behavioral health and launching the 988 crisis response line. It means connecting more people to care, from expanding telehealth to improving insurance coverage for mental health. And it means creating healthy environments, including instituting stronger protections for our young people online. Here again, our cities are leading the way. For example, Columbus, Ohio, has leveraged ARP and other relief funds to hire an additional 28 school counselors, with plans for each school in the district to have a full-time counselor. Just think what that might mean to a student coping with the upheaval of the last several years. Someone to talk to about their academic and social pressures. Perhaps a shoulder to lean on while grieving a lost family member. For so many young people, this is a game changer. For some, it could be a lifesaver. So let's make these investments in our kids' health and well-being. Finally and relatedly, we're working to address the devastating opioid epidemic that steals an American life once every 7 minutes. This is a public health crisis demanding a public health response, and it requires a unified response. All of our communities have been touched by the pain of overdose and addiction.
SPY's
And
coming
all of
down,
us
you guys.
must be part of the
SPY is coming
solution.
down, you guys. We're getting
That's
into
why
that
President Biden
second
also made
level
addressing this
of the
epidemic
correction here
part of our unity
we
agenda,
might be headed to a crash.
and why
you
the
guys.
bipartisan funding agreement Congress just passed will empower communities like yours to meet this epidemic head on.
As I said, you guys, SPY coming down here. Just take the low, 415.96, man. We're heading into that second phase of the correction here, you guys. There is no buying at all. Everybody's selling. Be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen. It's really not the time to do anything. Or, you know, this is the time to definitely want to short here, you guys. This is a possibility you can make a lot of dough here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading near that second phase of the correction here. Looks like that might, at first below 420, looking like it might be the crash. The top, as I was saying, when you're going to look back at this and we're going to be looking up, then the market going to be about, the SPY be probably like near like 360 maybe possibly, and then you're going to be looking up like, oh, 420 was the top. So this is what I'm saying here, you guys. The market is coming down. The market is coming down, repeat. We do have a lot of information coming out this week. This is live briefing right now. Just want to give you guys a heads up. Let's tune in.
Off the streets. We also met with community violence intervention leaders. Nobody hid behind slogans. They didn't get hung up on ideology. Everyone was just rolling up their sleeves and solving problems. It was public service at its best. And it gave me renewed confidence that we can and we will build a stronger and more equitable future for our cities and our nation. That is the task before us. That's what this moment demands. And that is the America we can and must deliver for the people we serve. Thank you for all you do for the citizens of this country. Thank you for your leadership and your support.
So yeah, that is resuming shortly. Yeah, man. What a day here. Oh, man. I'm expecting this action here that's taking place, you guys. Honestly, man, look at it like this. Fedman is going to come out. It's going to have its reaction towards it. It's going to be a little mild now. This is huge right here. This is the reaction people have been waiting for, reaction people have been waiting for quite a while. Starting to happen here. It's a lot more room here. This is not even extreme, they were saying, but we're close to it. So just keep that in mind that they're trying to find the bottom, but not comfortable yet. This ain't it. SPY still selling off right now. New low. This ain't it. 410 was the recent low we saw on the SPY. About $5 away from that. We get there, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what's going to happen next. Will there be a double bottom? Will they really flush it this time? We know they're flushing it now. We get it. We understand. They really can move faster if they wanted to. But we're not going to, you know what I'm saying? We're going to move with the pace of what's happening. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with SCLD. You know what I'm saying? It's 2:30 p.m. But, man. They're dumping here. We know this is coming down here at least about 410 now at this point. So what we're just trying to figure out now is you're gonna put the flag back in the ground there and bounce this thing. People try to get tricked. But that is the nature of the business. So it costs to really pay attention to charts and numbers, and that's just what I try to pay attention to the most. But, ladies and gentlemen, indices in the red, deep red here, as you can see. We got more headlines.
Look,
we're resuming back.
I got y'all. I got them. I even got Susan Rice a little nervous. But anyway, look, this is all about having fun. I love y'all, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Our next speaker knows all about challenges and opportunities we have as local leaders of America. He began his political career serving on the Newcastle County Council in Delaware. He knows from experience that intergovernmental cooperation is critical to our country. With that in mind, he championed direct and flexible federal relief for local governments when COVID hit our shores. A year ago, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law. You need to get up off your feet right now. Since then, ARPA has made a difference in the lives of millions of Americans and has empowered us all, local leaders, to fulfill our piece of the promise to our cities, towns, and villages. Thanks to the funding of ARPA, my hometown in Fulton County, Georgia, Union City, served 1,500 households with emergency rental assistance to help them pay rent or utilities as we weathered the storm of the pandemic. Now, it is my deep and humble honor to announce the President of these United States of America, Joe Biden!
Please sit down. Please sit down. If you have a seat. Mr. President, Mayor Vince Williams, thank you for your leadership of this organization, your leadership down in Union City, Georgia. I wanted to come here because you're the people America looks to first for guidance and for leadership, and that's not hyperbole. City managers, mayors, council persons, when you have a problem, they're knocking on your doors. That's because their quality of life depends on you more than anyone else. And I'm not trying to be solicitous. I know from personal experience. When I was a 27-year-old kid, I got elected to the Newcastle County Council, which we're like a miniature Illinois. One county has 60% of the population of the state. And so the councilman represents a district 7 times bigger than the state rep and 3 times bigger than the state senator. And fortunately, after 2 years, I was elected for 4 years. After 2 years, the Republican Party saw in me something I didn't see. And so they reapportioned me to a 2-year term. From a district that was overwhelmingly Republican to overwhelmingly Republican. So I got put in the position, that old saying goes, up or out. So I do appreciate what you all do. I really mean it. You're there. You can't walk into a grocery store or gas station. You can't go into a supermarket without someone having a question for you. And because you're the people they know. You're the people they depend on. You're out there every day in the front lines of public service. And that's why when I took office last year in the midst of the worst health pandemic in a century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, I knew we had to design a rescue plan with your partnership to meet your needs. 3 days ago marked the 1-year anniversary I signed the American Rescue Plan. I learned as a councilman I never have anything that's intended to be shared by the cities and towns that has to go through a state legislature. No, I mean it. The most significant investment in local government in all of history is in that plan. And frankly, you couldn't have gotten it done without your support and so many local officials around the country. I don't need to remind you the situation you all inherited in 2020, the pain, the disruption, the stress of your local budgets, requiring you to lay off cops, firefighters, teachers. So many people lost their jobs. And to remember the lines of cars stretching for miles in your communities, with families just waiting for a box of food to be put in the back seat of the trunk. Because of this law, we were able to help 41 million Americans put food on the table for the better part of a year. Because of this law, we helped keep a roof over 4 million people's heads. And it gave families what my dad would call just a little bit of breathing room in a tough time. And it worked. Because we took action, America added 6.7 million jobs last year. More jobs created in 1 year than ever before in American history. And hadn't stopped. We're now well over 7 million jobs, 678,000 just last month. The unemployment rate is down to 3.8%. The economy grew at 5.7% last year. The strongest growth in 4 decades. The leading financial team on Wall Street, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs were created, and unemployment is lower by 2% than it would have been had we failed to act. 1 year after signing this law, our cities, our towns, and our rural communities are roaring back. Before this law, state and local governments were still down more than 1 million jobs from before the pandemic. 1 year later, we had at least 1 year of state and local job growth, the largest in 20 years, adding 467,000 jobs. Educators, firefighters, police officers back on the job. Before this law, fewer than half our schools were open, putting an extraordinary strain on parents and teachers and students. 1 year later, more than 99% of our schools are open, and kids are back in the classroom. And folks, we just had the strongest year of hiring teachers and educators on record. But there's more to the story than that. America has had many recoveries in the past. But underneath those recoveries, there's also been a lot of lasting pain. Lots of folks never get back on their feet when they're knocked down so badly. And a whole lot of young people saw their futures dim from the previous recession. They never got back on their feet. It's what economists call economic scarring. Chronic pain when the economy comes back, but some folks are still left behind. Trapped in long-term unemployment, eviction and foreclosure. Research shows that when you're stuck in that cycle, it has the worst impact on your emotional health than the loss of a family member, which sounds excessive, but it's true. And it's serious. So when I came to office, in the midst of this crisis, I was determined not to let that happen again. This time around, the American Rescue Plan, we made a choice to bring everyone along, every single person in America. So not only has the unemployment rate dropped at a record pace, we've also seen the biggest drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in a 12-month span. Nearly 2.5 million people breaking out of that cycle of long-term unemployment and depression. Black unemployment fell by more than 30%. Hispanic unemployment fell from nearly 9% to 4.4%, the fastest drop ever recorded. And we've seen with something we should be doing again, but I'm having trouble getting it passed again, and that is the child tax credit. The lowest child poverty rate projected in 40 years, a 40-year decline. Folks, we also have the lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded, a record low of credit card delinquencies because families had more money in their pockets. The list goes on, but you all know it better than I do. A big part of the reason we're so successful is because the rescue plan went directly to you without having to pass go, without having to go to state housing. Folks, we allocated $350 billion to state and local budgets, but we made sure $130 billion of that went straight to local governments, straight to local government. 6,000 local governments never got a dime of the early relief package enacted before I came to office. But we made sure that every one of you was dealt into the rescue plan. As a former local official, I know that it matters. Having that flexibility and control to meet both the short-term and the long-term challenges you face. 1 year later, the rescue plan is still delivering. So I urge you all to use the flexibility we built in the law to spend these funds wisely, to reduce violence in your communities, like members are doing in Baton Rouge and Baltimore and in New York City, to address homelessness and affordable housing, like you're doing in Tacoma and New York City, to expand high-speed internet like Brownsville, Texas, or to train people for good-paying jobs like you're doing in Oklahoma City. And by the way, there are a lot of jobs coming to people that you're going to need to train up people, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Everybody knew and you heard from my secretary a little bit earlier, America was falling behind in infrastructure. We used to be #1 in the world. We're now #8. But now, not only has Infrastructure Week finally arrived, we're talking about infrastructure decade, not week. Folks, we've already authorized 4,000 projects all across the country, including 1,500 bridges in disrepair, and they're starting this year, not later, this year. And the law is going to create millions of jobs, rebuilding Americans' roads, bridges, highways, ports, and airports, getting rid of poisonous lead pipes in 10 million homes and 400,000 schools so kids and families can have clean drinking water. Folks, we're investing $65 billion to deliver high-speed internet everywhere in America. Urban, rural, suburban, tribal communities. We can't be a country where a mother has to take her kid to the McDonald's parking lot to do their homework over the internet. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. And folks, the law is going to put an end to that, obviously, and it's only the beginning. Hundreds of billions of new investments are on the way. Today, Secretary Buttigieg announced $409 million in new grants, 70 new projects, 39 states, just the beginning. Electric buses to make bus service safer, more reliable, environmentally sound. Helping folks in big cities, small towns get to work and get to school. Projects like a new $15 million bus maintenance facility serving Atlanta. $5 million to buy cleaner, more reliable hydrogen fuel cells for buses. Replacing old diesel engines in southern Nevada, and so much more. It's now time for cities and towns to get ready. You don't have to wait until these infrastructure projects start. You're going to need more welders, pipe fitters, advanced manufacturers, and it takes training to get the job done well. And that's why all these programs, these apprenticeship programs, union programs, and by the way, when people talk about an apprenticeship program, we're talking like going to 4 years of college. It's 4 years. That's why they're the best workers in the world when they finish. Projects are cheaper because they last longer and they're better. You can start by investing in those rescue plan funds now, in new pathways to better jobs through union-based apprenticeships and on-the-job training. Build a strong, diverse workforce you need to take on these infrastructure jobs, so the families in your communities can deal themselves into this booming economy. Look, We have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. But despite the progress we made, we know that families are still struggling with higher prices. I grew up in a family where when the price of gas went up at the pump, gas station, we talked about it at the kitchen table. But let's be absolutely clear about why prices are high now. They're high for two reasons. One was COVID. The way the global economy works, if a factory in Taiwan that makes computer chips shuts down due to a COVID outbreak, it causes a ripple effect to slow down auto manufacturing in Detroit, literally, not figuratively. So because of the pandemic, we had significant disruptions in the supply chain. And our supply chain is so important with so many materials that come from other places. At the same time, because the rescue plan boosted the strength and speed of our recovery, Americans had more money in their pockets. And during the pandemic, they wanted to spend that money not on restaurants and vacations because of COVID, but on hard goods, home improvements, televisions, automobiles. But the lumber factories weren't open. They weren't making 2x4s. Plywood wasn't available. I can go down the list. The very products that we needed for the things they wanted to buy are slowed down by disruptions in the supply chain. So what happens? Prices went up significantly. Just look at automobiles. Last year, new automobiles accounted for 1/3 of all the inflation in America because the auto companies couldn't get the computer chips. The price of an automobile skyrocketed. And now, second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin and gas prices. Not a joke. We've seen the price of gas go up over $1 just since he put his troops on the border of Ukraine. They went up $1.05. Big part of that reason is Putin began amassing troops along the border and then crossed. And guess what? The world took notice. The market anticipated. Prices went up. And then Putin invaded. Make no mistake, the current spike in gas prices is largely the fault of Vladimir Putin. It has nothing to do with the American Rescue Plan. Back to Wall Street. Wall Street estimated that the San Francisco Federal Reserve analyzed it, said the rescue plan contributed only 0.3% to inflation. 0.3%. That's coming from the Fed. Rescuing our economy didn't cause this problem, but we're working to fix it. We're building this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And something incredible is happening. We're seeing a manufacturing revival like never before. The pride that comes from stamping products made in America. But hold a minute, one of the things you should be aware of, there's a law I was unaware of when I was a senator, to be honest with you. It's called Made in America. As President of the United States, I get to allocate over $600 billion in spending on federal projects. Any federal project, President since 1939 has been able to say that entire project has to be made in America before I'm going to pay for it. Well, guess what? 55% of the product was made in America was thought to be made in America. I'm changing that. It has to be a minimum of 75%, and then, because where in the hell is it written saying we can't manufacture things in America again? I don't know where that's written. And so guess what? Intel came to me. They're going to, yes, by the way, yes, the chairman of the board came. They're going to invest $20 billion to build a factory in Ohio to manufacture computer chips. Semiconductors will power the world in our everyday lives, smartphones, the internet, technology that doesn't even exist today. And they're prepared to increase that investment from $20 billion to $100 billion in the suburb of Cleveland. So now, create over 12,000 jobs. Some of them just building the facilities, but the rest, blue-collar workers making an average of $135,000 a year in these factories. And as soon as the Congress sends me the bipartisan innovation bill, a bill that will invest another $52 billion in computer chips. I might add, by the way, we invented the computer chip here in America. We advanced the computer chip here in America. Then we stopped making the computer chip here in America. And that's going to bring down prices of automobiles, appliances, and so much more. And that's not just Intel. So look at Ford. I had a long discussion with Ford and General Motors and the Detroit factories. Ford's committed $11 billion to build electric vehicles in America, the biggest investment they've ever made. GM has committed $7 billion to build electric vehicles. Just a few years ago, these companies might have built these factories elsewhere. Not now. They're building it right here in the United States of America again. But look, you also know there's much more than one way to increase people's standard of living. You can reduce the cost. Look, right now, what's the problem? Again, my dad used to say, people just need a little bit of breathing room. My dad was my dad was just a wonderful, decent gentleman. His greatest regret was he never went to college. My dad used to talk about how middle-class folks, when ever given a chance, they'd never, ever, ever let the country down. Never let the country down. When they do well, everybody does well. But look, so gasoline prices, home heating oil prices are going to continue to go up because of these embargoes on Russian oil and other things that he's brought on. But what happened? There's other ways. My dad used to talk about the standard of living. It costs a lot more money if you have to pay $5 at the pump for a gallon of gasoline. And it affects families big time, or to heat your home. But guess what? If you lower the cost of child care, it affects your standard of living. And that's why we're going to make sure no one has to pay more than 7% of their income on child care. There are over 200,000 kids in America and many more adults with type 1 diabetes needing insulin every day. It costs $10 to make a vial of insulin. The average cost, $647 a month, up to $1,000. Not going to happen on my watch. No one's going to be able to charge more than $35 a month for insulin. They'll still make a big profit. The average family, when we passed the provision allowing for tax credit for homeowners to winterize their homes, can save an average of $500 a month just by having doors that don't leak, windows that don't leak, and so on. So look, let me be clear. None of this will increase inflation. 17 Nobel Prize winners in economics wrote to me saying it would ease inflationary pressures. We can also do it without raising a single penny on tax of anybody making under $400,000 a year. If you make less than $400,000, you're not going to pay a penny in tax. We have to do this by asking the top and the biggest corporations to pay a little more. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you can make $1 million or $1 billion, good for you. But pay your fair share. Pay a little bit.
God, pay your fair share. Dang.
By the way, whether you're Democrats or Republicans, raise your hand if you think the tax structure is fair now. Look. '55. I come from the corporate capital of the world. You got it. Well, you think I'm kidding. There are more corporations incorporated in Delaware than every other state in the union combined. And I got elected 7 times to Delaware, notwithstanding the fact that I'm so anti-corporate America. Give me a break. How long would I last? But here's the deal. 55 of the largest corporations, the Fortune 500, paid 0 in federal taxes last year. And they made $40 billion in profits. Look, I said, I'm a capitalist. That's not about punishing anybody. But why in God's name Should a billion-dollar corporation pay a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter? So folks, I really mean it. We can raise the standard of living for hardworking families without raising taxes, without raising inflation, without raising the deficit. Let me remind everybody, I actually last year cut the budget $360 billion cutting the budget. And we're on track now to be the first president in history to have a lower deficit by over $1 trillion in 1 year. Look, folks, we can tackle these challenges, but we can't do it without you. You understand what families are up against every time you walk down the street in your neighborhoods. You understand the cost if we fail to act. We need your voices, the voice of local officials who understand what your communities need. Your senators and congressperson will listen to you all. If you can get this done, we can get it done. There's no limit to what America can achieve. So let's give working people the quality they deserve, the quality of life. Let's face the challenge ahead. Let's keep building a better America. We can do this. Thank you for taking the time. Love you all. Keep at it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, everybody. I really mean thank you. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, his name was Ambrose Finnegan, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandmother yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Go spread the faith. Let's get it done." Thank you.
All right, let's get it done. Thank you, Joe. He sounds serious today, man. Hey, sound like he put his foot down. Oh, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dow is down 25%. The S&P 500 is down 77%. The Nasdaq's down 1.85%. The Russell 2000 is down 2.8%. The VIX is up 6.54%. So the VIX is at $33 here. Volatility is very high today. Biden just had a little spike there with the market there. Don't know how long that's gonna last. They might have just ran them out of their pockets there. Dow gives a 450 points gain, turns negative as market volatility during Russia-Ukraine war continues. So that's still going on. Kind of still a thing there. And Tesla was looking like they've been getting supply from Russia since 2020 heavily. So they're trying to say that's why they're clapped. Because you know they stopped that supply chain that way. But the market is coming down, you guys. It's still selling. That's it. That's all. That's the message. There ain't nothing to it. Just know that. That's it. That's all. That's the message. Just a lot of selling. That's it. That's all. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, no news really here today, but everything's is going to boil down to the Fed rate hike here and Powell's speech here Wednesday. U.S. inflation data this week, U.S. retail sales. You got earnings here, FedEx, GameStop. All these headlines with Russia, Ukraine, that's going to continue. We know that. So this really is key there, man. So get your cards ready. I don't know what kind of cards you have. I have my Yu-Gi-Oh card ready. I have my Jerome Powell. It's ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going here with that. Yeah. So like I said, earnings really nothing. This day, most important day here. 1, 2, 3 biggest names here reporting. Everybody else, no disrespect, but just not gonna offer what an investor would look forward to. It could prove me wrong there, but I know for a fact these three, one of them won't. So keep that in mind. That's earnings.
Welcome, folks. I'm honored to welcome President Duque here today. We're friends. We've known each other for a long while.
Yeah. Jen, Secretary Jen, briefing coming up next. We will begin shortly. When we see her walk to the podium, we will get started. We'll be right back after the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Leonard P. D. Pluto. LCLD. Tired of all this war. All we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. But the only thing I can tell you is my team eat, my whole family eat. That's what we gon' do. You gotta eat to survive. I know somebody told you. If you don't know my crew, long green flag we reppin'. Ain't no gang, we a brotherhood, we steppin'. When anybody tryna put us up, then we test them. And we don't give a fuck, yeah, we shovel them. Dig them. They dead. If they dissing, they lying. If they ain't getting no money or no bitches, and that's just the real shit. I count up my riches and thank the Lord that I get it. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and running like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat.
Yeah, I got it out the mud. Got it out the streets, and then I jump back in the streets. I say the streets is in me. I just love the taste of money and how it make me feel. I wanna wake up, nigga, and count 100 mil. And I've been really being patient. My niggas really getting it, then give up, keep caking. That's how we know is make it. No failures around me. My niggas wanna make it. We kings, let us king. Niggas hating just to be hating. Why you mad? Cause I'm shining now. Riding in a Rari now. Probably wish a bitch the other day, she probably sucked me now. She probably let my mans hit, we probably laughed about it. I probably got on cam, but I ain't gon' never show nobody.
Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. Yeah, we been getting money, cash cowing on repeat.
Through their grief and at times anger, tonight the Salisbury community still has its questions after the officer-involved shooting Thursday that left 22-year-old Ferguson Laurent dead.
Would a person just let somebody come in their house, kick their door down without saying who they are, knowing that they have the right to defend themselves under law?
DJ Goldie. Yeah, I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood. Got in my partners. In the trenches living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. 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 I'm looking good, I'm smelling good. Your girl want me, my money talk for me. The bitch, yeah, she want me. I'm trapping in the trenches with my little homies. They shoulda packed every day, little homies. We gon' ride for the game, them my little homies. This the limes, that's CJ, them the little homies. And I got the gritty with me, they'll slide on you. If you talk about my name, they gon' slide on you. I'll let you hang with us if you want to. But soon as you try me, you know your ass is dog food. And I ain't gotta say nothing else, your ass is dog food. And this the game, nigga, better grab a food right now. I done made it out the hood, get them apartments. In the trenches, living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, get them apartments. In the trenches, living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, get them apartments. In the trenches, living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood.
Made it out the hood. I went to Mama Tour. I chopped out the hood. I'm back in Berry, was good. You already know. You can't stop me. So the violence just stop it. Get your money together. Add it up, they feel better. You better have your cheese mozzarella. I said you better have your motherfucking cheddar. This shit is real. Niggas getting popped down there. You don't wanna be in that field. Shit so scary, and I ain't even scared for real. I'm just trying to be humble with my niggas and tell they people and tell the city.
I done made it out the hood, get them apartments. In the trenches, living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, get them apartments. In the trenches, living good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. Made it out the hood, packed in apartments. And it's just looking good with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah.
That's it, dude.
Might have to drop a dime on the niggas. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
DJ Golden.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially 3:09. It is Power Hour. So, excuse me. We're still awaiting Secretary Jen here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. And then if you ain't know, now you know. Yeah, this is a real thing though, you guys. A lot of people tuning in here. I got some new people here in the comment section. I can see the comment section on my phone as well, so I know everybody's like, hey, I see it on my phone. So yeah, they got some new people here in the comment section, man. New traders here. You're just starting, man. The best thing you can do is take the biggest risk that you feel is possible. And I mean that to say this. You do that when you start out, you'll learn a lot. You'll figure out how this thing works, how this business ran, how this market works. When I started out, I didn't know a damn lick of spit stuff, squat diddly, but I did know how to count, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do know how to count, or if you can't count, this is serious. You need to really learn how to count, multiplication, and really simple math too, add and subtract. You need that. That's the key to it all. It's a bunch of positive, negative correlations with this business. But yeah, man, if you're just starting out, do that. Try to do that. Take the biggest risk that you feel is like, okay, like, all right, this is like, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna try it out. Do that, because I'm telling you, it'll change your life. Obviously, go over the rules and stuff like that. It's risky doing that, but that's why when you learn how to trade and stuff like that, you'll figure out that you can set a stop loss and things of that nature. You can stop it if it gets to a certain point. But if you're doing well, you'll realize, like, wow, you'll see the success, you'll see the flip, and you'll see the advantage. So put it that way, it'll change you. It did me. My first trade, thinking back, I think it was like I had like $700, and then I had made like another $700. So like I had made $1,400. So I was like, whoa, like, you feel me? Like, I'm thinking I'm like big money. Like, you feel me? Like, you can't tell me not a thing, nothing. Like, I'm telling you, like, I was like that. So that's fuck me 3. Yeah, I mean, it's the part of that though. Like this is how I felt though. I was very confident though, and I learned a lot though. Of course, I took some L's along the way. I'm not saying I'm undefeated here, but you're gonna run into all of that here in this business. That's the nature of it. You're gonna win, so you're gonna lose some. As long as your wins outpower, overweigh your losses, that means you are doing good, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you run business. Can I get an on? So we did it. We here. It's 3:15. We waiting on Secretary Jim. Market ain't doing nothing now. It's chilling out here at the bottom. It's getting a little lazy. The bear is hibernating now. They done clawed and ate everything. Now they want to chill and go to sleep. So the Dow is only down 6% here now. The S&P 500 is down 61%. The Nasdaq's down 1.78%. The Russell 2000 is down 2%. The VIX is up still 5.1%. So overall, we're still down here. The market is down. The Dow just flipped here, so we got a little bit of a kangaroo action here, mixed a little bit slightly. Dow just flipped and went up 12%. So weird. But yeah, mixed action there, mixed action. Mixed action, you guys. Nothing really going on though. Overall. But just still waiting on Secretary Jim, man. About to wrap this day up for real. It's 3:15 p.m. Interesting Monday here. very excited for all the news that's coming out though this week. Like I said, I mean, if you don't want to know the 5 things, I think you need to key in on at least 3, and that would be the Fed rate hike on Wednesday coming here. Russia, Ukraine, just keep an eye out on all of that every second, every day right now, as long as the market's open in after hours. Commodity rally, I'm not really seeing that, as I said. It's not seeing that continue, but not saying that it stopped either. So just keep an eye out on that. Keep an eye out on that, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. But yeah, man, overall, the Federal Reserve this week, the Fed interest rate decisions, Wednesday, 2 p.m. FOMC statement, 2 p.m. FOMC economic projections, 2 p.m. You see all this all at one time. It's all going to drop and hit the market. Do, just like that. Pow, pow, pow. It's like a 3-shot. They're not playing. They're going to give it all straight to you, dear. This is payday here. And then you got the leader of the 16th chapter. Betty card ready. It's a very powerful card. When he speaks at 2:30, the card is golden. You ever play Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. So really, man, that's just really what it boils down to, man, this week. So just be patient for that, man. Don't kind of worry about what happened here today. As we've seen, the market did sell off this morning, but did take the gains back from the sell-off and then went back down here. So what do you call that? Credit spread. Not doing anything, still consolidating here. And we did get lower though. We are here at the lower end. Looks like it might want to fight back to the middle of all the stocks here by the end of the day, even the SPY in here, triple Qs and stuff like that. ETFs, indices, everything. So we're just keeping an eye out on that. We're just keeping an eye out right now. I would say just be keeping an eye out for a color change here. We are kind of mixed right now, but just see if things try to swift over to the green here. You know what I'm saying? Or is this the top right here? Because I'm seeing 4 triple tops here. So this should come down here from this point. The market is about to close it shortly. But the charts are indicating more downside here. They're not breaking here. So they're not even going to the middle here today, you guys. No one is. So that means this might be the top. This could be a dip, and they could make it back to the middle, maybe even the upper band, but the upper band is too far out to exist right now. I would say the middle is their home. If stocks can get back to the middle and the SPY, here, like you see on my charts, I have the white line with the SPY here. There's a white flag in there. I mean, they want to be fair and want to figure things out, but right now they're on the red line, you guys. So the red line has been trending all day, and they've been underneath it. So looks like that might continue. It looks like this might be a dip. I don't know. We're going to begin shortly with Secretary Jan. We're going to take a quick break here. When we see her walk to the podium, we're going live with her. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. The Dow is up, as I said, 11%. The Nasdaq's down 1.77%. The S&P 500 is down 65%. The return of leisure travel is 53%. Travel updates. Just letting you guys know that that's a Hawaiian Airlines CEO president who's telling me that. Just saw him post it and put that out there. Just want to let you guys know that if you're traveling, updates as COVID-19 infections decline, that is just what it is. So be careful out there. Even though that is declining, you guys, still be careful. Still wash your hands. Take care of your health. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
Threats with my life. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me that, don't waste my time. Yes, your baby mama smash a cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick, won't count hundreds, let Lenny P trap out the shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve this shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow ball, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up in some foreign shit, tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that phone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you want some stalking shit, I had to leave it quick, yo.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking Thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking Thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Flavor Flav, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick or fucking get up out this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some that cutthroat game is amazing. Then she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Blind will make me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Like, bitch, get off my line.
Put it on and take it off when I ask questions.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Okay, I have nothing at the top for you. Josh, what is on your mind?
Thanks, Jen. Two questions. First, after the Rome meeting, since the war began, has China provided any military or economic aid to Russia or expressed any specific intentions to do so?
I'm not in a position to confirm or detail any intelligence from here at this point in time.
Okay, moving on to the Russia-Ukraine talks. What does the U.S. see that would be a sign for optimism that some kind of ceasefire could be reached? In which carrots, in which sticks do you think Putin is most responding to, if that's the case?
Sure.
Most likely to respond.
Sure. Well, as you've heard us say in the past, we certainly will continue to support the Ukrainian participation in these talks and conversations as long as they choose to continue to participate in them, of course. And we are trying to boost them by providing a range of not just economic and humanitarian assistance, but military assistance that we believe strengthens their positions in these talks. Our view continues to be that despite words that are said in these talks or coming out of these talks, diplomacy requires engaging in good faith to de-escalate. And what we're really looking for is evidence of that. And we're not seeing any evidence at this point that President Putin is doing anything to stop the onslaught or de-escalate. But that is really what we would be looking for. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. To follow up on the Rome meeting, what are the consequences for China if they do aid Russia?
Well, I'm not going to get into specific consequences. I think what we have conveyed and what was conveyed by our national security advisor in this meeting is that should they provide military or other assistance that, of course, violates sanctions or supports the war effort, that there will be significant consequences. But in terms of what those specifics look like, we would coordinate with our partners and allies to make that determination.
But Jake Sullivan certainly communicated that there would be consequences.
Yes, as we have also said publicly a number of times.
Great. And then is there anything you can share about the president's potential meeting, potential trip to Europe in the next couple weeks, who he might be meeting with, and really what the point would be of going to Europe?
Sure. Well, we are, of course, closely engaged with our NATO partners and European allies, as you've heard us say a number of times, about the next steps in diplomacy, whether that's providing additional humanitarian or security assistance or the mechanics for future conversations. But there's not been any final decision about a trip, so I don't have anything to preview about what that would look like if you were to take a trip.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Jen. The president said back in February that the U.S. would respond forcefully if Americans were targeted in Ukraine. Brett Renaud was killed over the weekend. One of my colleagues was injured today. We're still waiting to hear if he's okay. So what is that response going to look like?
Well, let me first say, your colleague Benjamin Hall, I know there's not final reports yet, or we would wait for your news organization to confirm those, but our thoughts, the president's thoughts, our administration's thoughts are with him, his family, and all of you at Fox News as well. In terms of specific actions, I think you have seen the president lead the world in putting in place consequences, putting in place repercussions and steps in response to the actions of Russia, the brutal actions that have certainly impacted Ukrainian people and now have certainly impacted some Americans. But in terms of next steps or what the next consequence would be, I don't have anything to preview for you at this point in time.
But we've seen the president been so far unwilling to draw a red line on the kinds of atrocities that we're going to watch from the sidelines. But we've seen maternity wards being bombed, illegal weapons being used, pediatric hospitals being targeted. President Obama drew the red line for Syria at chemical weapons. So is there any thought process about what we're willing to watch happen before
Well,
there's...
Jackie, I think it's important to reiterate as often as we can that what we're seeing is horrific, what we're seeing is barbaric, and the steps that the president has taken and led the world in taking have essentially led the Russian financial system to be on the brink of collapse. We have provided more military assistance to the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian government than any other country in the world, and more historic assistance than any other year to Ukraine in history. And we're doing that so that we can support them in this difficult moment. So I would say that at this moment in time, we have been hardly on the sidelines. We have been leading this effort around the world to respond to every step and every escalatory step that President Putin and the Russians are taking.
Concerned that if we don't draw the line at something like chemical weapons, that it'll make it easier for malign actors to use them in the future because they'll just go unpunished?
Well, Jackie, I think that you heard the president say on Friday that there would be severe consequences and the world would respond if they were to use chemical weapons. And what we have been doing over the course of the last several weeks, if not months, is providing as much information to the global community, to the media, and to others about what to expect. And when you have President Putin suggesting and Russian officials suggesting that the United States and Ukrainians are the ones who are working on a chemical weapons program, it's clear that this is a pattern that we have seen in the past of them trying to set up a predicate for their own actions.
But what does that end up looking like if the world responds? Because so far we've heard the president talk a lot about what the U.S. is not going to do in terms of, not wanting to trigger war with a nuclear power. But do we believe that Putin is, a rational kind of person who, would pay attention to something like that? I mean, he didn't need provocation to, invade Ukraine. Why wouldn't we think that he would just create a pretext that is fabricated for something like that?
We do. That's why we've talked about it. And I think, Jackie, what's important here is and then I'm just going to move on to get to more people, is that for any president, you have to weigh how you can lead the world, how you can make very clear that actions are horrific, that they are not acceptable, they're not aligned with global norms, while also thinking about our own national security interests. And starting World War III is certainly not in our national security interests. Putting U.S. troops on the ground in Ukraine to fight a war with Russia is not in our national security interests. Go ahead. I just have to move on because otherwise I'm not going to get to enough people. Go ahead.
To what you said, though, about misinformation in Twitter. Because last year the president worked with Twitter specifically to address misinformation on vaccines, called it a wartime effort. Has there been any conversations with Twitter to address misinformation as it pertains to chemical attacks and that kind of thing, given that Russia has banned this platform within the country and they're using it to obviously target eyes outside of the country, including within the U.S., to spread propaganda and
We're the ones who told you all about that. I agree. I don't have anything to read out for you in terms of private conversations with Twitter or any other social platform, but I'm happy to check and see if there's more. Go ahead.
Back on the Rome talks, have you seen any, or did your colleagues see in this meeting, any sign that China got the message that they are going to heed your warnings?
Well, what we're going to be watching closely, of course, is actions. So beyond that, I think as my colleagues just read out for you in a call that we delayed the briefing slightly to make sure you could all participate in, it was an intense 7-hour session reflecting the gravity of the moment. And it was an opportunity to be very clear about what you've heard our National Security Advisor convey publicly, but more directly about what the consequences would be.
And your colleagues have said that your deep concerns were conveyed about what would happen if China were to align more closely with Russia. Just big picture, if China does not heed the U.S.'s warnings, if they do move forward with this, how concerned are you that this is inching closer to the world war that the president has been warning of?
Well, I think what we're looking at here, one is if China were to decide to be an economic provider or to take additional steps there to Russia, they only make up 15% or 15 to 20% of the world's economy. The G7 countries make up more than 50%. So there are a range of tools at our disposal in coordination with our European partners, should we need to use them. But again, we don't have anything to update you on in terms of an assessment. This is obviously an area we're watching closely. While this meeting has been planned for some time as a follow-up from the November call that the president had with President Xi, it was a timely and important moment to have this conversation, especially given the reports we've seen and the invasion, of course, of Ukraine. Go ahead, one more. Go ahead.
One quick follow-up to Jackie's questions about chemical weapons. The president, as you noted, said on Friday that Russia would pay a severe price What would that price look like? Are we talking in the realm of more sanctions? Can you give us sort of any big picture about what that would entail?
That would be a conversation that we would have with our partners around the world, but there's no question if Russia were to decide to use chemical weapons, there would be a severe reaction from the global community. Go ahead.
So when you talk about kind of the possibilities for China if they don't go along with what you've asked, would you say, like you said with Russia, that everything is on the table, including ending trade negotiations, sanctions? Is that all on the table?
I'm just not going to be in a position to detail it further from here. We'll see. We'll keep having this conversation over the coming days.
But you won't do nothing if China decides to provide military.
We've been clear there would be consequences.
That you all would initiate.
Yes.
Okay, and then what's kind of your thinking about what an end game looks like as far as these conversations with China? Do you want them to shift their strategic priorities and not have a relationship with Russia that it does now, or are you looking for something more modest?
Less about changing their mind and more about making clear with them what the consequences would be should they take additional actions to support this invasion.
Go ahead. And the additional $209 in security assistance the president signed off on this past weekend, an official said that part of it would go to anti-armor and anti-aircraft systems. I know the Pentagon says it's still kind of in process right now. Are we talking about weapon systems that have already been delivered, or is there consideration of new types of weapon systems in this tranche of funding?
It's a good question, Phil. My understanding, and just to give you all more detail, this weekend, as I think you all saw, we announced, and I think that's why you're asking, the president authorized an additional $200 million of security assistance, which utilizes the maximum amount of funding available to provide Ukrainians with the type of weapons they are using so effectively. It's really a continuity, as I understand it, let me double check this for you, of the type of weapons that they have been using very effectively on the ground to push back on Russia, both in the air and on the ground. So that includes, as you noted, anti-armor, anti-tank, and air defense capabilities and ammunition of other types, and other types of assistance to address the armored, airborne, and other threats that they are facing. But my understanding, Phil, is it's a continuation of the types of security assistance that that we have been providing, and of course the president is looking forward to. There's a significant amount of funding, as I think you all have noted, in the omnibus for Ukraine, which would enable us to provide even additional assistance to add to that package.
And just a quick follow-up to one of Josh's questions. Deputy Secretary of State this weekend said, quote, she's seen some signs of willingness to have real serious negotiations. I think that differed a little bit from what we've heard from officials about the Russian posture up to this point. Can you elaborate on what the signs may have been seen in terms of giving the Deputy Secretary of State that view of things?
Well, she also said that they would have to back any words with actions, essentially, which I think is an important context, right? They did have talks today. There have been reports that they will have additional talks. We have been very appreciative of the efforts of our allies, France, Germany, Israel, and Turkey, and others to be participants in these talks at times or engage in these talks at times. But again, diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith and to de-escalate. And what we're really looking for is specific delivery of actions. I think it's important to remember that there have been 5 or 6 attempts to implement a humanitarian corridor. Those have not been effective. Those have not worked. You've seen through video footage and others reports that those that has not been abided by. So that is where we are keeping our eye and focus. Go ahead, Kelly.
Do you get a sense that as this conflict with Russia and Ukraine is happening, that other actors that are adversaries to the United States, China, Iran, North Korea, are also testing the West with China's work with Russia as you're dealing with that, perhaps with Taiwan, Iran with its rockets, North Korea also showing its provocative nature. Is there a test of the West coming from some of the adversaries of the United States?
We have not assessed those to be related, as you have said. I mean, if you look at the missile strike that we saw over the weekend, no U.S. facilities were hit, no personnel were harmed. We were not the targets of that. We have obviously seen tests and information we put out publicly as it relates to North Korea. We've seen dozens of tests over the course of past administrations as well. So I would say we are not assessing it through that prism.
Has the administration reached out to American companies that have property, infrastructure in Russia, to expect that to be nationalized by Russia and to lose those assets in Russia?
We have been, of course, engaged with U.S. companies, not encouraging them. Obviously, we've publicly applauding them, but they're going to make their own decisions as private sector companies. We've also conveyed, as we did publicly, I think on Friday, that there would be, we would certainly look to consequences should that happen. Go ahead.
The former White House COVID advisor, Andy Slavitt, has a Twitter thread today in which he talks about the potential for an increase in COVID cases this spring. He says, based on European case increases, the U.S. could see a new rise in COVID cases. Are you confident the administration has the real-time data it needs to provide the best information possible to the public?
To assess data? Yes, we are. I would note that I did not see his thread, but let me know, and I'm not sure if it was related to the BA2 variant. Was it related to the BA2 variant? Okay. What we do know about the BA2 variant, which I think is important context for people, is that it's circulated in the United States for some time. We've been watching it closely, of course. We currently have about 35,000 cases in this country. We expect some fluctuation, especially at this relatively low level, and certainly that to increase. I would also note that while BA2 is a more transmissible version of Omicron, the tools we have, including mRNA vaccines, therapeutics, and tests, are all effective tools against the virus. And we know because it's been in the country. And so as we're watching, and I think a lot of the reporting has been about, of course, the UK, but also China. And China has a zero tolerance policy, as you all know, but they also did not conduct their vaccination and booster campaigns with mRNA vaccines. So that is important context too, as you're seeing the impact. What I would note, just to go back to your earlier part of your question, is that we are still pressing. The place where it is concerning is the fact that we need additional COVID funding. And we have talked about this. We talked about this a little bit in the past, but last week, all running together. But without COVID response resources and additional money, there could be immediate impacts on testing capacity. The uninsured fund, which offers coverage of testing and treatments for tens of millions of Americans who lack health insurance, and on our supply of monoclonal antibodies. And that means that some programs, if we don't get funding, could abruptly end or need to be pared back. And that could impact how we are able to respond to any variant, of course.
I do just want to ask you one more quick question. We noticed the president, when he came on stage today at the Marriott, had a mask on. Is that something he's been advised to do, or is that something he just feels more comfortable doing?
Often he does that when it's required by a specific event, as he did when he went to Texas last week. I can certainly check on that. He was tested yesterday and tested negative. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So on Ukraine, the president has made clear that he sort of has a red line with Russia in terms of not wanting to do anything that would get into a direct confrontation or lead to World War III, as he puts it. I'm curious, and you're not sharing specifics, but in broad strokes, does he have a similar red line now with China assisting Russia? And does he not want to get into a direct confrontation with China? And are there certain things he's not willing to do because of that?
Let me see if I can answer your question, but tell me if I'm not. We don't like red lines around here, so I'm not going to use that phrasing. But you are obviously correct that he's been very clear and consistent about that he does not have the intention of sending U.S. troops to Ukraine. That has not changed. I would look at, while we are certainly watching closely the actions of China, whether that is support of any kind, in support of any kind for Russia, and certainly there would be consequences to that. I do think we look at it through a slightly different prism. I mean, Russia is invading Ukraine actively, so I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or not.
Sort of, just to follow up, I mean, right, no ground troops in Ukraine, but also there have been other things such as not enforcing a no-fly zone or not providing the fighter jets that the president has been reluctant to do. So again, you said you're not sure in specifics. You said, Jake Sullivan said significant consequences for the Chinese, but I'm wondering if there are certain things that you will not consider because it could lead to a direct confrontation with China that you're reluctant to get into, the same way you are with Russia.
I just think we look at it slightly differently. I mean, why the president has been so clear about not sending U.S. troops is obviously because that would be a military conflict. We're not fighting, obviously, there's no military conflict at this moment with China, nor are we predicting that. So I think it's slightly different. Sure.
Different topic. How high is the administration expecting gas prices to go? And how much, is there a limit, not a red line, but a limit at what you think the US public can bear?
It flows off the tongue. It's okay. So it's a good question. I don't have a prediction from here in terms of what it could look like. There are outside predictors, of course, and obviously what we're trying to do is mitigate the impact. And you've seen, of course, the price of oil go down a little bit, and the president will continue to look at a range of steps that he can take, whether it is engaging through his team or through even himself personally with big global producers, or it is looking at a range of domestic options. But we've seen it go up. I mean, we look at a lot of the same data you look at, AAA and other data, that it shows us how much it has gone up since the period of time when Russian troops lined up on the border. But in terms of how far, we still believe it will continue to go up, but we're trying to take steps we can take to mitigate that and reduce it. Go ahead, Mar.
Thank you. I understand you don't want to lay out what the severe consequences would be if Russia used chemical weapons, but I guess what I'm confused about is we know there's not going to be any U.S. troops, no jets, no no-fly zone. Other than the things you've already done, which you have already described as severe, could you give us some examples of what more you can do since you've ruled out all these things? Just when you talk about severe consequences, what does that mean, given that we know what it doesn't mean?
Sure, I understand your question. I'm just not going to outline that from here. Those are conversations that will continue to happen with our national security team and with our partners and allies around the world.
What you're asking us to believe is that there are severe consequences that you haven't used yet, but that are not on the no list.
Correct.
Okay, but you won't tell us what kinds of things those might be.
We're going to have those conversations privately through our national security team and with our partners around the world.
Okay, but do you, I guess what I'm wondering, what about the argument that there just aren't any more severe consequences for you to use because most of the severe ones you've ruled out?
That's inaccurate. Go ahead.
Just on the Fed nomination.
Yes,
Does the White House have any assurances from any Republican senators that they would support Sarah Bloom Raskin's nomination? And did Senator Manchin give the president or anyone in the administration a heads up about his opposition to her nomination? I'm trying to figure out if that was a surprise.
Sure, I understand your question. We were aware of his position in advance of Senator Manchin's announcement. She is one of the most qualified individuals to ever be nominated to this position, and so where we are now is our focus is on continuing to work with Chairman Brown to garner bipartisan support. But I don't have anything to read out for you on that front at this point.
How did Senator Manchin make you aware of his opposition? Was there a call to someone in the White House? Did the president know? What did that look like today?
I'm just not going to detail more specifics.
Okay, and just one last question, if you don't mind. How is the administration preparing to respond to the potential supply chain shock, posed by China's decision to lock down the tech production hub in Shenzhen?
So we are, of course, monitoring this incredibly closely, and our team is quite focused on it. What I will say is that because of the steps we've taken and a number of steps we've taken to better prepare and strengthen the supply chain, we feel that that has helped us, will help us sustain. But in terms of right now, we're basically in the stage where we're monitoring with the State Department. What we're looking at is, of course, as you know, the impact on some of these ports around where the impacted areas of China. And we know here that, of course, our port action plan and the work of our supply chain disruptions task force, that we have a strong inventory that we can rely on. It's about 90% of goods at groceries and drugstores are in stock currently. And we've also reduced the number of import containers sitting at the docks for over 9 days by over 60%. But in terms of specific impacts of ports in China, we're monitoring it. We don't have a new assessment at this, in addition, up-to-date assessment, I should say, at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Isn't the U.S. assessment, just to be clear, that Russia is deliberately targeting civilians in Ukraine?
Well, this is part of our assessment and review as we're looking at how whether we will designate as a war crime, and we look at this through a legal process internally. Obviously, the targeting of civilians, and we have seen a range of very concerning video reports. Would be categorized in that through that as in that phrasing, but we have a process that we're still working through here.
Last week at a briefing, you told us that us as reporters should, quote, not focus a lot of our conversations about the future of the United States importing oil at this point from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Were you ruling out that the U.S. would import oil from Venezuela?
I'm saying it's not an active conversation at this time.
Hi, thanks. Does the White House have any reaction to Jenny Thomas acknowledging that she attended the January 6th rally?
I do not.
And just kind of on that, does her attendance there raise any kind of concerns about the independence of the Supreme Court, potential conflicts of interest, anything like that?
I just don't have any more comment on it at this point in time. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen. For the second time in 2 weeks, a group of hundreds of Haitian migrants has landed by boat in the Florida Keys. Given the surge we saw last year in Del Rio of Haitian migration, what is the administration's reaction to these landings? Are there any plans to send any assistance either to Haiti or Florida?
I'm sure we can get you an update on the humanitarian assistance we provide directly to Haiti. We are the largest, if not one of the largest providers of humanitarian assistance in the world. In terms of the individuals arriving, I think in Florida, as you said, I would really point you to the Department of Homeland Security. We are still applying Title 42, and so that applies no matter which country you're coming from. Go ahead.
Hi, the president of Colombia said last week that he had offered President Biden the possibility of supplying more Colombian oil to the U.S. as an alternative to Venezuelan oil. Is that an option that the White House is considering?
We are continuing to talk to a range of producers on the importance of maintaining global supply. This is not, as you know, about just the supply in the U.S., but about ensuring there's supply for the global market. And we do appreciate our partnership with Colombia, and President Biden did discuss a range of issues like economic recovery, energy security during their conversation. But beyond that, I don't have an update on what that might look like.
You say that it is under active consideration.
Again, they had a wide-ranging conversation, a very constructive conversation. This is really about supply in the global markets, but I don't have an update at this point in time.
Follow-up, Chevron is preparing to take operating control of its joint ventures in Venezuela. Reuters just reported that in case the U.S. would grant them a special license to operate. Is that something that's on the table?
I think I just answered it a few minutes ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. You said earlier in the press briefing that quote, nothing has been decided about President Biden traveling to Europe. Can you confirm that such a trip is under consideration?
We discuss a range of ways and mechanics for engaging with our friends and partners around the world, but I don't have any more specifics for you at this point in time.
And this morning, Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi announced that President Zelensky of Ukraine will be delivering an address to the full House and Senate on Wednesday morning. What's the White House reaction to this address? Are there any concerns that the White House has about the Ukrainian president speaking directly with Congress as opposed to the White House on its various positions and requests?
We speak frequently with President Zelensky. The president spoke with him, had a lengthy conversation with him directly on Friday, and we're in touch with Ukrainian government officials nearly every day, if not every day. We certainly support leaders in Congress inviting him to address a joint session, and I would again reiterate that there's strong bipartisan support for Ukraine, for the leadership and the bravery of President Zelensky, and we'll all look forward to watching his speech on Wednesday.
And then finally on Sarah Bloom Raskin and Senator Manchin's announcement that he doesn't support her confirmation. Does the White House still see a path to getting her confirmed in the evenly divided Senate?
We are going to continue our work with Chairman Brown to garner bipartisan support. But again, she is one of the most qualified individuals ever to be nominated to this position. So that's where our focus is.
Still and believe that you can get her confirmed?
Yes.
Okay.
That is where our focus is. We wouldn't be pushing for bipartisan support if she wasn't still our nominee. Go ahead.
Two questions on WNBA star Brittany Griner. Last week you had said you couldn't comment on the case. Is there any update you can give now on the efforts the administration may be taking to secure her release?
We do not have a Privacy Act waiver.
And does the White House have any reason to believe that Griner is being used as a political pawn by the Russian government, or does the administration see this strictly as part of the Russian criminal justice system?
We just can't speak any more to the reports of this case. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jen.
We'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. On a possible trip to Europe, is President Biden considering visiting maybe perhaps the Ukrainian border and visit refugees, Ukrainian refugees, like other foreign leaders are doing? Is this something he would like to do?
I just don't have anything more on the reports. We have a range of conversations with our NATO partners and European allies about the next steps in diplomacy, but I don't have anything to confirm for you in terms of the reports.
Just one more. Not just China, but some of the biggest countries in the world, like India or Brazil, some countries in Latin America, like Mexico, they are not part of this economic warfare against Russia. Is this something that undermine the effort from this White House and European countries?
I would say it doesn't undermine our efforts. We've been working to build a global coalition far beyond the G7 and our NATO partners and had a great deal of success in that. And every country has to decide where they want to stand, where they want to be as we look and the history books are written. Go ahead. I think we got to move on. We got to get around.
Do you just believe this economic pressure will stop Vladimir Putin from his invasion?
Well, I think as we've seen, the impact of the president's leadership on the global stage and the economic consequences that have been put into place have led Russia and the Russian economy to be on the brink of collapse. And there's no question that over time that will have an impact. Go ahead.
Thank you. Furthering that point, you did mention at the top of this briefing that there has been no action on the part of Putin to stop the onslaught. You haven't seen any action. And that is after, again, all of these severe economic sanctions have been levied. And so, I'm wondering why the administration thinks that this threat of further severe action that is vague, that is unnamed, will deter him from using chemical weapons.
Well, I think the reason that we spoke out last week about chemical weapons is because we felt that it was important for the global community to understand that they had the capacity, the capabilities, and that they have used them in the past. And at the same time, they were accusing inaccurately, they were spreading false information about the U.S. and the Ukrainians' intentions. That was the origin of why we were so outspoken last week. So this is more about us making clear to the world what we've seen as patterns in the past and what their capabilities and capacities are. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. President Biden has repeatedly said no U.S. troops inside Ukraine. Are there any U.S. troops still training Ukrainians outside Ukraine? And if not, could that be a thing as we move forward?
You mean in neighboring countries?
Yeah, like bases outside Ukraine. And if it becomes a long-term conflict, as obviously many predict, would that be a thing the United States does?
Let me check with the Department of Defense. We obviously had trainers on the ground for a period of time. Then we pulled them back. We obviously have a significant military presence in a range of countries in the region, but I can see if there's anything that we are looking ahead to.
Considered an escalatory type of thing, a bit like the MiGs, which got complicated because no one knew kind of how to get them to the Ukrainians. Like if you had Ukrainian soldiers going into Poland,
Sure.
trained by U.S. troops to go back and fight Russians.
I mean, I think really our focus right now is on providing them and continuing to expedite the military assistance to them. And the good news is that we still, through our coordination with them and our NATO allies, we're able to get them that assistance on the ground. They are actively fighting now, so that's where our focus really is at this point in time. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the Federal Reserve, would the administration then support the 4 nominees who seem to have the votes to be confirmed to go forward and deal with the Raskin nominee after?
Well, there's enough support to move all 5 nominees through the committee. So we think the Republicans should show up so that they can vote them through the committee.
And on one last thing, the fact that China's in the conversation about helping Russia, should U.S. companies then look at maybe decoupling from China with their investments there and be cautious? What's the message that you have? Can you trust the Chinese?
I don't think it's about trust, but we have not made an ask or a request at this point of that. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. At the Democratic retreat in Philadelphia last week, some of my colleagues were hearing a lot from Democratic lawmakers who want the president to do more by executive action, whether it's on immigration or whether it is on some of the other priorities of the administration. Did he have any conversations with the members there about possible further executive actions? And is there anything else that you're hearing from the members and those meetings with the Black Caucus and other members of Congress in the last week or two that may be coming forward?
Well, I would say all of these members can speak for themselves on what they're interested in and what they're requesting from the president and from this administration. We have a range of executive authorities. The president does, I should say, has a range of executive authorities. I think there have been some reports about some that are under consideration, including one on policing, which we have talked about a bit in the past. So sure, we still continue to consider what steps we can take through executive actions, even as we work with Congress to see what we can move through there as well.
I think there's no update beyond the legal review continuing on the student loan question.
I don't have an update at this point in time, no. Go ahead in the back. Go ahead.
Thank you.
The market is closed, ladies and gentlemen.
On North Korea, it is reported that North Korea's ICBM launch is imminent. Do you have anything on the North Korea's imminent launch of ICBM?
I don't have anything on that report. I've not seen that report. What I can tell you is that, as you know, last week we proactively decided to reveal information publicly about recent tests and share it with allies and partners, as well as Congress. We have seen North Korea escalate its testing in different periods over the last 4 presidents, and this time North Korea hid these tests, unlike the fanfare over past tests. But I don't have anything to predict in terms of the future. I said I'd go ahead.
Japan and some of the other treaty countries are increasingly alarmed after Afghanistan and this recent situation. Could you let the Japanese government know that the security treaty will be honored? And then second, for those of us that were embedded during the war, the whole situation with Afghanistan is quite personal. There's a large number of our people that helped us that are still left. Could you just update us on almost 6 months whether they'll be able to come back?
Well, I would say on the second part, that is one of the reasons that we've worked so closely with our with the Qataris to maintain a diplomatic presence there, so that we continue to engage with neighboring countries to bring people home and help some of our partners and allies who stood by our side, fought by our side over the course of the 20-year war. That's ongoing. In terms of the numbers, I would point you to the State Department, who would have the most up-to-date numbers. I'm not sure I understand your first question.
Just a reassurance to Japan and a lot of the countries that have treaties with us that are worried, if a situation like this develops, if those treaties are going to be honored.
Which situation? How would it relate to Japan?
Afghanistan is a long partners of ours, and so the whole situation that's happening now, Taiwan, there's a great concern that if you have a treaty and it comes to a difficult situation, whether it's really going to be honored.
We've never stepped back from the commitments we've made under the Taiwan Relations Act, and the President stands by those. Go ahead, James.
Thank you very much, Jen. 2 questions on Russia-Ukraine. Prior to February 24, the President, our NATO allies, and the EU were embarked on a deterrence project. That's exactly the word that you and other senior U.S. officials used at the time. Quite clearly, the invasion was launched on the 24th of February, and so we can say as a factual matter that that deterrence project failed. Is it the view of the White House that Mr. Putin could not be deterred by any set of steps, or are you willing to concede that perhaps some other set of steps by the President and our allies might have deterred the invasion?
James, I would say that when we put in place the threat of sanctions and the threat of consequences, we never thought that would be fail-proof or that would be 100% effective. We did that because we wanted to lay out the clear consequences should President Putin proceed in invading Ukraine, even as we predicted quite consistently that was very much his intention. And what we have done since that point in time is implement those sanctions and implement those consequences, far beyond what I think most people's expectations were in the world about what those would look like. I don't think I can look in a rearview mirror, any of us can, and predict what would have been different. What we did is we took steps to rally the world to stand up to the aggressions of President Putin, and we have implemented them and followed up on what we committed to since that point in time.
One key decision made by the President early on was to remove strategic ambiguity from this equation. Never really was Mr. Putin forced to wonder what consequences he would face. He was told at the outset he would never face military intervention by the United States and NATO that the full range of the punishments he would face would amount to diplomatic and economic sanctions. I think a lot of people wonder why a greater effort wasn't made to leave Mr. Putin in doubt about the consequences he might face.
Because the president is the president of the United States of America, and he felt it was important to be clear with the American people about what his intentions were and what they were not. And his intentions were not to send men and women, their sons and daughters, to fight a war in Ukraine against Russia. Go ahead.
Thank you, on Iran.
Okay, I'll do both. Go ahead. Ladies first.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
On Iran, the Iran talks appear to have stalled amid some last-minute demands by Russia. Are the Iran talks dead? And if not, what now?
Well, right now, the negotiators are back home in their capitals. We'll see what happens in the days ahead with diplomacy around the deal. We continue to believe that, obviously a diplomatic path forward is the best path forward, but this is a natural part of the process. It is also standard for the most difficult parts of the conversation negotiations to be happening at the end.
And then just on Ukraine, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says he's been asked to mediate between Russia and Ukraine. Would the White House support that, endorse that, in any way assist with that, especially since the African model kind of tends towards like restorative justice, truth and reconciliation instead of, traditional justice?
I'm happy to check with our national security team on his role. What I can tell you is that there have been a half a dozen global leaders who have been meeting with both the Russians and the Ukrainians and engaging, of course, directly through diplomatic channels and trying to come to a diplomatic conclusion here. We have been engaged directly with them on the front end and back end of those conversations and encourage them to also make sure they are engaging with the Ukrainians and not just the Russians. But I will check if there's any specific.
This offer.
I'm happy to check specifically, but again, there's a range of countries that are already playing this role. So go ahead. Go ahead.
With the COVID funds, thank you, by the way.
Sure.
With COVID funds falling off the omnibus, and it may take a bit, Congress kind of back for that to get done. Has the White House ask changed at all? Have they come back to, lawmakers and said, hey, well, it's going to take a while, we need more, or it's a different place? I'm just curious how that.
You mean in terms of asking for less money or something like that, or
or
more money?
What is the timing?
Yeah.
Does the timing change the needs of the White House?
Well, the time. I mean, we're asking for money to meet exactly the needs that are going to start to come up soon in the coming weeks, even, and in supporting a number of the programs that have been pivotal to people across this country, especially people who are uninsured, people who are relying on access to free treatments, testing, vaccines. Obviously, these are programs that it's not only in the U.S. government's interest to continue, but it's in the interest of the American people, especially people who don't have the resources to cover and pay for a lot of these different treatments. We had requested $22.5 billion, I think you're aware, for immediate and urgent COVID response needs, because that is the funding we felt we needed. That does not mean it would cover the needs in forever. That would just be the needs we have at this moment in time. So these conversations are still ongoing with leaders in Congress. But we want to be very clear about the fact that some of these programs could abruptly end and be pared back without additional funding.
You mentioned the uninsured for the HRSA program that reimburses for uninsured funds. You guys previously said it would end this month. Is that timeline still there?
You mean if we don't have funding?
Yeah, is it still the end of the month they shut that down?
A lot of these programs could end quite abruptly, so it could. But I will check and see if that specific one would. Go ahead.
Title 42, two related questions.
Yeah.
One of them, Democratic senators and congresspeople and activists were criticizing the president during the campaign. He said that this Trump-era policy was inhumane, yet he's keeping it even though the country's opening again. But then a few days back, the CDC decided to let unaccompanied minors in. So the fear is that this is going to make a lot of parents just send their children by themselves and lead to another humanitarian tragedy at the border.
Well, I would say first, as you've noted, the CDC makes determinations about Title 42. I think as it relates to the recent decision, I'd have to talk to the Department of Homeland Security specifically about that and how they're applying it or implementing it. As you know, our intention is certainly not to put more children in danger or put them incentivize parents sending kids on a journey that's treacherous and dangerous across the border. But the president, he is implementing this because we are still in the middle of a public health crisis. That continues to be the case as designed by the CDC.
He still plans to reopen the border and make a more humane policy like he promised?
That is what he proposed on his first day in office, and we were very supportive of the efforts in the Senate to do exactly that. And just because it's not done yet, it doesn't mean that we aren't going to stay at the fight to get exactly that accomplished and done.
Is there any reason why you've not condemned racism against Africans in Ukraine? I understand that Ukrainians are the victims here, they are being bombed by Russia, they are being killed, but a lot of Africans there are facing racism. I know you are providing a lot of financial assistance to Poland and to Ukraine, but Africans there are being barred from even entering Poland. Why have you not officially, the White House, issued a statement condemning racism against Africans?
We have, and I believe the State Department has, but we have spoken out against that and expressed concern about any reports of discrimination or at the border.
And finally, if I may ask you, I'm trying to understand where you are trying your end game in Ukraine. You are not going there. You are not sending troops there. There will be no flight zone over Ukraine. And will it be a fair assessment to say that you are pushing these guys to commit suicide, knowing that Russia has a superpower and eventually it will capture the main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv and all the cities around there? What's the end game?
Well, the end game is really a question for President Putin. We have completely crushed his economy. We have provided military assistance, humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainians, enabling them to fight back for far longer than the Russian leadership anticipated. And again, he has to determine what the path forward looks like for him. Thanks, everyone.
Can you confirm the rumors that the Russian squad is going after journalists?
I don't have any details on that for you.
Have you heard of
There's
it?
more.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, that is a wrap. Market closed, you guys. This was the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Thank you for joining. We're going to be back tomorrow, man. Market sold here a lot today. Wow. A lot of news. But that's a wrap. That's it. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good evening. LCAOD.